Joel Hetrick and Chad Wienen 0.2 of a second apart. There at one point, we saw a two-way tie between Max Lindquist and Joel Hetrick. They had identical split times. So much so that one would be third when the computer would update, and it would update again, then it would flip-flop them, and the other would be third. So Joe Messina says in that instance, he'd have made them draw straws, and that would have been the fastest time. No, he said he was rock, paper, scissors is what he said. To quote him verbatim, rock, paper, scissors. Oh, the T-shirt cannon is unleashing there. It's early for that too, folks. Welcome out to Briarcliff. Hope you're enjoying yourself. It's a big, big day, a big, big weekend. Triple Crown ATV Motocross Championship up in the air for grabs. What looks like could be a sealed deal for Joel Hetrick. Who knows? You got some spoilers out there with some new names, some international flavor, and Bryce Ford lurking in the background as well. Depending on how this day goes, it could be an interesting one. And question is, what percentage is Bryce Ford going to be racing at today after last weekend's incident? A bit of a get-off and hauled away just 1 week ago, and here he is back, ready to go this weekend. A little shaken up. That's the one thing you can say. Bryce was very cognitive about the whole situation, a little banged up, and I'm sure he's sore as heck right now. But it's all business here today. Championship points on the line. Ruh-roh, one little feller can't. There we go. There goes another one. There he goes. He made it that time. That's a mistake he don't want to make again, I'm sure. It's hard enough going up that thing. Going down it backwards without being able to see, I'm sure it's got to be scary. Well, practice starts are beginning for the AMA Pro ATV racers now. We'll see them all make their way around the first turn, circle back, go back behind the starting line, and again, going to get bead on what that first turn is looking like as far as the start, one of the more critical parts of the race. Now, it's not necessarily obviously it doesn't win the race, but it puts you in a better position to be able to do so. And any rider on that starting line will tell you, no matter how fast you are, starts are the key to racing. And whether or not you could be the fastest guy on the racetrack, but sometimes you run out of time trying to pass through the pack. And one thing to point out is motos will be more today, but they will be a little shorter. So riders are going to have to really dig deep, sprint those motos, and try to get work done in the early part of the racing, Cody Jansen. He can't hear me over there.
As we see start practice underway. Thanks, Rodney, for the preview there. A couple cool things going on. I mean, you touched on Bryce Ford coming back from injury, a couple collapsed lungs a week ago. Now here today, qualifying inside the top 10. You got to remember, this guy has been second in every overall on the season, second in every moto but one. It shows you how good he's been, the fact that Joel Hetrick is undefeated, won every moto, and that the championship still hasn't been determined. Shows you how good Bryce Ford has been. And he's going to be a guy to watch on the day here today. Qualified 9th in that first qualifier, but I wouldn't count the guy out. The fact that he's here, the fact that he's racing, The fact that this dude hasn't quit. We're in for something special here today. Whatever Bryce Ford logs today in this season finale, gonna be impressive. Then you'll have a little time to rest up and heal up before representing Team USA at the Quad Cross of Nations next month. And so many fun storylines to follow. I mean, obviously, Joel Hetrick trying to put the finishing touches, polish off another perfect season here today. Has the potential to lock up yet another title in the first moto. Chad Wienen calling it a career and nearly stealing that top qualifier spot in the first qualifier today, coming in second fastest. Kevin Saar, top international rider here, and he'll be vying for that International Cup tomorrow, but fifth fastest today. As well as Nick Janusa calling it a day, seventh fastest. Jeffrey Estrelli, eighth fastest. Calling it a career after the action today. So these are going to be riders all of us are going to be cheering for today. And as we go down the list, Patrick Chiarini, Manfred Zeinecker, John Glotta, Mark McClernand, Aaron Salinas, all riders coming out for the season finale here, whether it be from the deep south of Texas, from the GNCC series, from Europe. Got a handful of fun additions to this class here today, giving us 19 riders, nearly a full gate of pros ahead of today's Triple Crown action. A little bit shorter motos. Man, it's gonna be exciting. Just a couple minutes left in this start practice for our pros. Each of them probably getting one more start in before we open this thing up and go qualifying for qualifying session number 2. And it was so competitive in that first qualifier. Top 4 or 5 riders all within a second until Joel Hetrick uncorked it and dropped the pace by a second on his final lap of that first qualifier. It is going to be exciting. Final qualifying session of the season as we are here at the season finale for 2025. And this hole shot practice, pretty darn important because those hole shots are going to be meaningful today on a fast racetrack, perfect conditions, and shorter motos for the Triple Crown. You're going to put yourself in good position if you can get some good starts here today. And I would not be surprised. There's a number of riders that want to stop it from happening, but I wouldn't be surprised if you're going to see one of those guys calling it a career today, standing on the top of the podium at the end of this one. You know, all of them are bringing their best. Jeffrey Estrelli said on the Digging Deep ATV MX podcast just a week ago that he was going to empty the tank, give it one more run, push the pace one more time to try to get on the box at today's end. And at our last Triple Crown at Sunset Ridge, we saw just that from Jeffrey Estrelli. He got good hole shots all day, ran up inside the top 3 to 5 all day long, put himself in good position, and he's got plans to try to do that today and move up one more spot from 4th overall to 3rd. 4th overall at Sunset Ridge the last time we went Triple Crown racing. He wants a top 3 today. We're going to see if he can do it. 2 guys taken to the racetrack right now, though, want to be 2 of the guys to stop it from happening. Brandon Hogue, nearly fast qualifier earlier today, sitting P1 for a lot of that first session. He wants to end the year on a high note. And Bryce Ford as well. A couple collapsed lungs a week ago. But he's back out there, and he looked like he was feeling spicy in that first qualifier. So don't count this guy out just because he was 9th fastest. He was just getting warmed up in that first session. We're going to see a little more from him here in session number 2 as start practice is over. And it is time to go qualifying. 15 minutes for these guys in qualifier number 2. Qualifying for a final time in this 2025 season.
Well, I tell you, as we watch these riders make their way around this this track on this first sighting lap, well, I guess this is our qualifying laps, to be honest with you. But I think as much as anything, these riders are looking at this racetrack and trying to study it. A full gate, basically, with 20 riders on the starting line today. Some new names and new faces. And as Cody was talking, some faces that will soon be disappearing, looking to strike hard and make their mark in the ATV motocross world one final time, while many are here to make their mark for the first time. So, as we stated, what a changing of the guards and a new era beginning as one ends, and it all clashes today and this weekend right here at Briarcliff. A monumental, I'm not sure if folks realize what kind of historical day is at hand here today at Briarcliff Raceway, but I'll just tell you, this is a huge day in ATV motocross.
All right, Rodney, we're going to see if anybody can quicken the pace here in this second qualifier. I wouldn't be surprised if this track's getting a little faster, a little more run-in at this point. I don't think we're at the point of no return with the track getting rougher. I think it's just going to be getting faster, and we're seeing these guys the backside of the racetrack they go, and Brandon Hogue getting a little squirrely, almost doing a knack-knack as he hits the backside chicane over here right in front of the tower. So he's going to reset and try to log a fast lap next time by. Haven't touched on yet Joey Norris, who got busted up, got a plate on that collarbone not long ago. He's your reigning AMA ATV Pro Rookie of the Year, new AMA ATV Pro Rookie of the Year. And he's out there looking pretty racy right now. Doesn't look like a guy that's too busted up. And we got changes going on at the top of the board. Hetrick still fastest. Wienen sitting in the 2 spot, but it's Kevin Saar on the move. Kevin Saar now 3rd fastest. with a 150.5. So Kevin Saar bringing his absolute best right now to the season finale. It's now fastest, Lindquist 5th. But Kevin Saar, a rider who found a little speed, obviously, in between the last couple races here, because Kevin Saar now sitting 3rd fastest in this second qualifier. Another rider on the move, Rodney. Nick Janusa now up to 6th fastest. And we got a couple riders coming by you right now in that other tower who are also on the move. Joey Norris now up to 11th fastest. Brandon Hogue almost matching his best time, within a couple hundredths of his best time, now 4th fastest. It's Manfred Zeinecker also on the move, up to 13th fastest now. John Glotta now 14th. As we watch some of these guys move up the board for themselves. But it's still Hetrick, Wienen, Saar, Hogue, and Lindquist, your fast 5 in the second qualifier.
Put a fast one right here. Yep.
More movement, Rodney. Jeffrey Rastrelli now 6th fastest. So it's Rastrelli, Ford, and Janusa all battling for that 6th fastest spot right now. And I would, if you are here at the racetrack, I would put your eyes on Joel Hetrick right now, because he's in for a heater right now. So we're going to see what this racetrack's got and what he's got for this racetrack as he heads to the backside of this racetrack towards the pond. He is on an absolute heater. Again, we're watching Joel Hetrick. To the second half of the racetrack he goes, up over the step up. He's making his way up over the step up now to the back side of this racetrack. Then he'll come towards us in Bigfoot. And as we watch him, and he's pushing the pace. He's got sideways a couple times on this lap. If you were to ask him about it earlier, he won't even realize that he had done it. But Joel Hetrick pushing the pace right now. And meanwhile, we got more movement at the top as Brandon Hogue with a 149.9 is now 3rd fastest. It's Hetrick, Wienen, Hogue all now in second range. Here he comes. See what he's got. Joel Hetrick about to cross the finish line. The fastest lap, a 149.0. So some 8 or 9 tenths faster than Chad Wienen. Wasn't a ton faster, but nonetheless his fastest lap, the fastest lap of the weekend so far. Joel Hetrick running a 149.0 second lap time. It's Hetrick, Wienen, Hogue, Saar, Janusa, Lindquist, Rastrelli, Ford, Decker, and Jackson. Your 10 fastest pros right now. Then it's Torini, Norris, Ulrich, Zeinecker, Glotta, Salinas, Marlin, McClernand, and Smith rounding out the field. But Joel Hetrick continues to quicken the pace in this second qualifier. And if you want a little help on picking out a rider to watch, I would watch Chad Wienen right now, as he's going to try to do the same thing. He goes to the backside of the racetrack towards the pond. He waited. He got a little gap. And now he's on a heater of his own, and we'll see if he can quicken the pace as he calls it a career here at Briarcliff. Chad Wienen absolutely going for it right now. And he gave a similar message when he joined our podcast, the Digging Deep ATV MX podcast, a couple weeks ago. He's going to uncork it. He's going to leave it all on the table. He's going to empty the tank one final time here at Briarcliff and see if he can't do something special today to cap a career. 144 podiums, 66 wins, and he wants to add to that stat before the day is over. So finish line, heading up towards that finish line. We're watching Jeffrey Rastrelli, Mason Jackson, and Chad Wienen all looking like they're on heaters right now. See if we can have any movement here before this lap is over. Holding strong. Those guys were all on heaters. They all stayed where they were, but almost all of them were within just a couple tenths of their fastest time. So Chad Wienen came by. His fastest lap time on the weekend is a 1:49.8, his fastest lap on the day, but he just turned a 1:50.2, showing you that he's got that speed to go. It's not just one lap speed. It's moto long speed for Chad Wienen. Not that that comes as a surprise right now. It's a guy that's made a career of being a shark, smelling blood in the water late in these motos.
Brandon just went. Yep.
And matching, just like what we were talking about, Brandon Hogue comes through. Not his fastest lap time, but he just ran a 1:49.999. His fastest lap time previous to that was a 1:49.964. So he's showing you that that's his speed for the day right now, not just one lap speed. Another guy that's been good at heaters of late, Zach Decker, getting ready for a fast one right now. He's got a nice big gap in front of him. Nobody's going to upset this lap. Zach Decker may be a rider to watch right now. Again, ride of a lifetime a week ago at Pleasure Valley. He's been on an absolute tear. And a rider that I think shines in this Triple Crown format. But Bryce Ford, the rider on the move right now, up to fourth fastest. A 1:50.1 for Joel Hetrick, a 1:50.1, putting him now fourth fastest. What collapsed lungs? It doesn't matter. He's at the top of the board here now, fourth fastest. I told you he's going to be a rider to watch today despite anything going on over the course of the last week. Checkered flag coming out and moving again. At the top of the board, Kevin Saar goes to second fastest. Kevin Saar, a 1:49.6, bumps Wienen and Hogue out of the top three. Kevin Saar now second fastest on the weekend. Absolutely insane riding by Kevin Saar today.
Wow.
That's a Looks like a few riders left on track. Not a ton of them still doing heaters. Zach Decker might be one of them, though. Let's see what he's got. He's been going for it. Sitting eighth fastest at the moment. Let's see if he can better himself as he comes across the line. Zach Decker's going to stick with it. Eighth fastest. Joey Norris looking like maybe the last rider on a heater right now, Rodney. Coming across the checkered flag. We'll see if he can better him. See if we can better his time. No, Joey Norris, your 2025 AMA ATV Pro Rookie of the Year, going to sit 11th fastest going into the motos. It's Hetrick, Saar, Wienen, Hogue, Ford, Janusa, Lindquist, Decker, Rastrelli, and Jackson, your 10 fastest riders on the day thus far. And Bryce Ford the second section, but he showed us we can't count this guy out before the races today. Bryce Ford, 4th fastest, heading into the motos. And as we watch Jeffrey Rastrelli and Chad Wienen come by their last qualifying session in the AMA ATV Pro class, as they call it a career, they come across together, the mentor and the pupil at one time. But it's Joel Hetrick, your fast qualifier, heading into the motos today on a day where he can wrap up a championship and a perfect season here in the AMA ATV Pro class.
Well, once again, we bid you good morning and welcome you here to the beautiful Briarcliff Motocross Park for this 10th and final round of the 2025 AMA ATV Motocross National Championship. It is, of course, amateur and AMA Pro ATV racing at its best here today, as well as international flavor at America's most prestigious ATV racing series. We welcome you once again to this final round, a new era, if you will, as the new and the old kind of clash here at Briarcliff Motocross Park. And we say welcome out on behalf of our friends at RP Race Performance, Rocky Mountain ATV MC, to Kenda Tires, thank you, and to BP Racing Fuel as well, and thanks to Arma Sport. We also want to send a special shout out to folks like SSI Decals and DWT Wheels and Tires, Henson Racing Components, Elka Suspension, and of course Defiance Lifestyle Products, our friends at 88 to Ride, and thanks to the American Motorcyclists Association for being such a warm and welcoming governing body. As well, we want to thank the local sponsors here at Briarcliff Motocross Park, as well as our track promoter, Mr. Jeremy Osborne, for an amazing facility that he has laid out here before us, and all the hard work and effort that goes in on behalf of he, his family, and his staff to make this AMA Amateur National and ATV Professional National what it is, and now an international event. As we look down on the starting line, our first classes are lining up for race number 1. They are your Open C and Master C's 50 plus. And at this time, before we get the race day underway, we'd like to ask everyone to pause as we ask a blessing on today's race. And of course, we'll follow that up with our national anthem. But if you would, pause for just a moment. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you this day saying thank you. Thank you once again for so many things. The ability to be able to be here in so many ways, whether it be physical, financial, health, you name it. We thank you for the opportunity to be here. We thank you for the beautiful sunshine, the beautiful blue skies, and everything that this day holds weather-wise. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you once again for the military men and women across this world and across this nation, and our first responders that are fighting for our rights and protecting us on a day-to-day basis. And God, again, we just thank you for the opportunity that many of us shared and the memories that have been made throughout the first 10 rounds and these 10 rounds of racing this season. For some today, their final career races, we wish them well, and we pray special blessings and special memories upon them. There are new faces that are here with us today. We ask blessings upon them and hope that we can instill upon their hearts what our ATV racing family is all about. And dear Heavenly Father, we just say thank you on so many levels in so many ways. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. At this time, I'd like to ask everyone to please stay standing, stand at attention, cross those hearts, and remove those caps as we honor the greatest nation in the world with the playing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
There you go, folks. We also pray for a hedge of protection and thank the good Lord for that as well. Forgot to ask for that, but I think we know, without being said, that that's one thing that we have upon us here in the ATV Racing Nation. Race number 1 getting set to roll, the Open Sea. Cody Jansen.
All right, Rodney, let's go racing. Race number 1, ready to take to the racetrack. Our Open C going to be our first drop. Our Master 50 Plus C going to be our second drop, and we're going to see what these guys got in store. First race of the weekend, ready to take off here at Briarcliff. Our Open C class.
Race number 3.
A full gate of riders here. Revs are up, gate is down, and we're going to see who's going to rip this thing. Looking like Ethan Lee. I think it's going to be Ethan Lee on the number 24. That's Suzuki Ride going to the front of the pack right away. He's been fast. He was fast in practice yesterday, fast this morning, and now fast out front to kick off the action in this Open C class. We're going to let these guys navigate these first few corners, and then we're going to drop the gate on the Master 50 Plus C class as well. But as we look to the backside of this racetrack, it's going to be Ethan Lee continuing to lead on the number 24. The Clarksville, Tennessee rider leading them around. Revs are up, gate is down. Multiple snubbed engines on that start for the Master 50 Plus C class, but it looks like it's going to be the 07, I believe, with the early lead. Dicing it up with another rider. I think it's the 07 Springer, though, leading them around in that Master 50 Plus class. But as we look out front for this Open C class, it's Ethan Lee continuing to lead, but that gap that he had early getting a little tighter as they head towards us, up towards the tower in Bigfoot. Let's get an eye on the number of that rider in the second place spot. Gap just keeps getting tighter, Rodney. Gap keeps getting tighter. To the inside he goes in the split line section, heading up towards Bigfoot. The number 9. It is. It's the number 929 of Keaton Thomas. Keaton Thomas in the number 2 ride. Ethan Lee leads him around the first time, but it's Keaton Thomas starting to put the pressure on the leader in this Open C class. It's Lee, Thomas, Barnum Jr., Bostic, McKee, Stein, and Baber. Your top 7 riders in this one. It's Cody Paquette, Buss, and Jonathan Amarillo running in the top 10. And let's get an eye on the Master 50 Plus C class as well. Looking like Jim Springer's going to lead him around for the first time. Jim Springer leads this Master C class. Race number 1 on track right now. And I believe that's going to be the number 94 of Kevin Kimmich in the number 2 ride. It is. In that Master 50 Plus class, it's Kimmich in second, Flint in third, Contia, Nagy, and Williams rounding out what would be your top 6. But let's get eyes back at the start of this, at the front of this Open C class, and it's Thomas now out front. It's Keaton Thomas now leading this Open C class on the second lap around. Ethan Lee now in the 2 spot, but he's giving up that inside line again. And that's gotta be to Bostic. Bostic, the rider on the move. He's up to second. And Thomas better watch out because Bostic is gonna be to reckon with before this moto's over. Two down, 2 to go. 2 down, 2 to go. We're at the midway point of this one.
Well, 2 down, 2 to go in the Open C class as Keaton Thomas, Mason Bostic continue to wage their war. Ethan Lee right there in the mix of things. Pretty interesting. The top 6 riders all well within striking distance of one another as we head back to the Masters 50 Plus class. So Springer and Klimek and Matt Flint go out at 1, 2, and 3. A couple of seconds in between each one of those positions. So that one separated quite a bit by the measure and standards of what I would consider a battle. But Springer is in 2 minutes, 9.5 seconds for his second lap. There's a 94 of Klimek checking in. He turned at 2:12. That gap now has opened up to 6 seconds between first and second in the Masters 50 Plus class. Joe Concia in the 4th place position behind Matt Flint with Robert Nagy running 5th. Jimmy Williams, Jennifer Imbergia running in the number 6 spot. Or actually 7 spot, I guess. Williams was 6th. And your 8th place position is Jack Moore, the number 67 Honda pilot there in the Masters Plus 50 class. Open C class working on their 3rd lap right now, as we told you. A tight one, 1.9 seconds separating first and second. But I think bigger picture is when you start looking at the lap time that we saw that 2nd place position rider pushing on lap number 2. Now moving into lap 3 with white flag coming out. Keaton Thomas and Mason Bostic have switched positions, and Bostic turns a consistent 2:03 lap time. And Thomas mistakes abound, and he drops back to a 2:12 and 6 seconds behind Matt Flint, holds steadily in the 3rd place position. Joe Concia is still in 4th. Or excuse me, that was the Masters 50 Plus class. It's Bostic, Thomas, Ethan Lee, Chris Cranham, and Jesse Baber, your top 5 in the Open C class. But a big change going on there. Springer and Klimek still looking at 1st and 2nd, Flint in 3rd, Conti in 4th, Nagy in 5th in that Masters 50 Plus class. But Bostic and Thomas, again, the big switcheroo there. Ethan Lee still back in 3rd. Looks like the pecking order has been established with Baber back in the number 5 spot. Looking ahead now to that 6th place position in that Open C class as we've got 3 laps complete. James McKee, Cody Stein, Jonathan Arrigo, Tyson Buss, and Braden Crawford will then round out your top 10. That's after 3 as they headed in that final lap of racing.
Rodney, I told you that the rider to watch was going to be Mason Bostic. Got a little interesting here before Bigfoot, where a lapped rider slowed him down just a bit. But he was the rider on the move in the middle of this race. And he continues to lead. Mason Bostic on the number 20. With the checkered flag coming out next time by. To the outside, he goes in the split section before he upshifts. And he's going to uncork Bigfoot on the final lap here. as Mason Bostic heads toward the finish line, checkered flag in sight. And it's Mason Bostic taking the win in your Moto 1 in the Open C class. It's Bostic. Thomas comes through in second. And we will see, it's going to be Ethan Lee hanging on to the third spot. So it's Bostic, Thomas, and Lee at Moto's end. Jesse Baber gets up to fourth by the finish. Chris Barnum Jr. running fifth as the checkered flag flew. We're going to get eyes on the rest of the racetrack here, so we look to see where our top vet riders are. Looking for Jim Springer. He heads up towards Bigfoot. Number 07, Jim Springer, leading him around, heading towards Bigfoot through the split sand section. Doubles up over Bigfoot, got one corner to go, and he will see that checkered flag. Jim Springer proving to be the rider to beat in this opening moto in the Masters 50 plus C class. As we look behind Springer, looking like it's probably going to be Kevin Klimich on the number 94, finishing second. Let's see if we can see the number 51. Might be Joe Concia getting up to the third ride by Moto's end here.
All righty, gates are down now on the Open
Revs
B
are
class
up.
as their heads
Gates
snap
is
down. We got the
going
number
on
7
race
at Jackson
number
Cole
2.
from Lexington out.
Our Open B class. And let's see what rider is going to be out front in this one. I'm thinking that's going to be Kobe Tucker, Rodney, leading them around on the number 231. Media All-Stars rider. Those Media All-Stars bikes have been standing out for a couple decades. And he was fast yesterday on the number 231. I think that's going to be him leading them around right now in this Open B class race number 2.
All righty, rest of the riders on the track include the number 7, Jackson Cole from Lexington, Alabama, the 12 Slash of Dakota Hitchcock out of Rockford, Illinois, Kyle Paquet out of Otisville, Michigan on the number 15, Colin Roush out of Shoals, Indiana, the 18, the 21, Nicholas Malco out of Medford, Wisconsin, Tyler Pagale from Mount Dora, Florida on the 24, the 44 of Kyle Smith from Lewistown, Illinois, the 54, David Cunningham from Glen Rock, Pennsylvania, the 87, Carson Beckman from Du Bois, Indiana, the number 90, Bradley Williams from Taneytown, Maryland, then the 123, Joe Thomas from Quincy, Illinois, and also from Quincy, Illinois, Blaine Thomas on the 126, the 131, Campbell Thacker out of King George, Virginia, the 231, Colby Tucker out of Lebanon, Kentucky, 306, Dalton Thomas from Quincy, Illinois, and the 517 of Justin Sensinig out of Landisville, Pennsylvania. The 517 machine rounds out a field of 16 riders in our Open B class. Riders working their way through the heart of this race course over Bigfoot now, and it's, I believe, still Colby Tucker from Lebanon, Kentucky, Media All-Stars, Maxima, Lone Star Racing, PRP, and Power Mad back ride, but he's got a host of riders jockeying for position, and behind him in that second place position, and they include the number 87, Carson Beckman out of Du Bois, Indiana, running in the number 2 spot. Tyler Pagale in the number 3 spot. Blaine Thomas, the 126 in 4th. Dalton Thomas 5th. Campbell Thacker, Kyle Smith, Colin Rouse, David Cunningham, and Dakota Hitchcock rounding out your top 10. The gap right now, look at the gap between second, third, and fourth. We were talking about a half second. A big break for Tucker. That gives him a little bit of free and clean air out front while these guys do battle and wage war side by side in the split lane. Thought we had a pass underhand, but not taking place and making it happen, it doesn't appear. Pacale, Bickman, Blaine Thomas going at it right now. Beckman, that is. Side by side down the backstretch now. They're battling for third place. Second place, I believe that's Carson Beckman, moving solidly into position. You could pick him up over there, Cody Jansen, but we got a battle for second, third, and fourth, and fifth place positions.
All right, Rodney. Looks like Kobe Tucker continuing to lead this one, but that battle for second, third, fourth, and fifth. Oh, big crash, big crash. One of our riders battling for that top 5 spot goes head over heels to the backside of this racetrack. Looks like he's up. Looks like he may be okay, but they're battling for hard. Just as I was saying, that battle for second, third, fourth, and fifth. That rider was a part of that. We'll see which. But it's Tucker continuing to lead. That's going to be Tyler Pagel on the number 24, now in the 2.
Behind these guys, right here is where that battle is being. They didn't ask.
I think that might be Blaine Thomas now in 3rd. Yep, that is. That's going to be Blaine Thomas in 3rd. Carson Beckman 4th. And I'm wondering if that wasn't Dalton Thomas that we lost on the backside of this racetrack. It was Dalton Thomas, Ron, lost on the backside of this racetrack. He drops all the way down our board here. But Kobe Tucker out front enjoying a 4 or 5 second lead over Tyler and Blaine Thomas. Blaine might be the rider now on the move, might be the rider to watch. He's in the 3 ride, trying some different lines on the backside of this racetrack. And he's got a rear view mirror full of Carson Beckman on the number 87. That battle for second, third, and fourth continuing to be pretty tight and raging on.
Yeah, these are the kind of battles, Cody, we like to see when we come out to ATV Motocross. How intense that first lap and a half, 2 laps of racing was. At the end of the second lap, things started to pan out a little bit with Tucker really establishing some dominance out there by some 4+ seconds. We'll see, though, whether or not with a little free air, if the 24 of Tyler Pagale, your second place ride, is able to bridge that gap. Looking at just over 4 seconds, as we said, at the end of 2. Blaine Thomas was 1.3 seconds back in 3rd with Carson Beckman on the 87 in 4th. The 131 of Campbell Thacker in 5th. 6th place in, also turning 207's Kyle Smith. Smith a couple of seconds back behind. 7th place, Dakota Hitchcock. Cunningham Sensenig up from 11th to 9th after the first lap of racing. And Colin Rouse rounded out your top 10. White flag is out. Looks like our major battles are still waging a little further back in the pack as we check in with that second place position. Pagale and Thomas are still not done, I don't believe, and Carson Beckman after 3 is still right there in the hunt and thick of things as well. 7 seconds between first and second, but the gap we are watching is the 1.1 seconds between the 126 of Blaine Thomas and Tyler Pagale and the 1.8 back to Carson Beckman. I believe the second and third place position now making their way into the split lanes, as it looks like that Pagale is starting to stretch it out, and that battle is starting to wage now for 3rd place. The 126 of Blaine Thomas now under pressure from the Honda mounted ride. The 87 of Carson Beckman down the back stretch of the racetrack now. It is the Briarcliff Highway, as the highway is they're shifting gears. That big wall coming there at the end of that slows them down just a little bit, heading into that back section where Cody Jansen has the call on this one.
Yes, sir, Rodney. That battle for second might have figured itself out, as Pagle's got a little bit of a gap over 3rd and 4th, but not over yet. We got a half a lap to go, maybe a little less than that. That battle for 3rd, like you're saying, between Blaine Thomas and Carson Beckman, still raging on. But it's Kobe Tucker up over Bigfoot one last time, as he's going to come across the finish line, come out of this corner, come across the finish line, see that checkered flag, and it's Kobe Tucker taking the win in this open B-class race number 2. It's going to be Pagel next one to come by, I should say, finishing in the 2 ride. Blaine Thomas 3rd. And it's going to be Carson Beckman having to settle for 4th. We got a battle raging on between a trio of riders to see who is going to finish as the last rider inside the top 5. And let's see, it's going to be, so we wait for E-score to up. It's going to be Campbell Thacker finishing out the top 5 in this Open B class. But we're going to look to the start line, Rodney. We are going to look to the start line for race number 3.
That's right. And race number 3, I think, is one of our special hole shot classes that we got this weekend. I got a host of folks, and whoever gets the hole shot in this one can run to JC Racing to pick up their prize. And what was originally going to be a 2-division race has turned into a 1-division, one rider dropping out. Riders include, though, the 1/ of Johnstown's, New York's Ethan Cornell, the 17X, the Sebastian Mijares from Hobbs, New Mexico. The 24/ Blake Tatum from Hartford, Kentucky. The 43, Levi Jenkins from Bonacqua, Tennessee. 66, Liam Clark from Pittman, Pennsylvania. 99, Austin Cox from Hannibal, Missouri. 114, Skylar Marshall from Bates City, Missouri. 137, Wyatt Waller from McLeansboro, Illinois. 151, Adriana Klutwick from Michigan City, Indiana. The 416, Bentley Dursky from West Olive, Michigan. Abigail Harrington out of Marydale, New York on the 455. The number 4, Colin Michael from Butler, Pennsylvania. The 12, Jackson from Faultville, Alabama.
A lot of that down on TV, not be able to handle the exposure. It's fine on our feed.
No, it's fine. 24, Aiden Case from Columbia Station, Ohio. The 100, Madison Shepard out of Angola, Indiana. The 124, Kenton Lewis from Bates City, Missouri. 269, Mason Mosley from Sumner, Illinois. The 373, Hayden Korn from Macedonia, Illinois. And the 518 of Sammy Baxter from Commerce, Georgia. Also Trevor Hughes, 620 out of Scott Township, Pennsylvania. And the 777 of Jaden Jaskar from Maryland, New York. So what was originally going to be a 2-division, now down to 1, as all the riders are out there in race 3. Again, our hole shot award classes, this being one of those, Cody Jansen. As Cody's watching these riders get it all sorted out, we'll break them down as they cross this finish line for the first time. Under green flag conditions, it is the number 1 of Ethan Cornell, skying it out over the tabletop. Back to the number 2 spot, the 137 of Wyatt Walker. Colin Michael, the number 4 KTM, mounted right 1.1 seconds back. But check this out, just a half-second back, Trevor Hughes, the 6:20 in 4th. Blake Tatum in 5th. Sebastian Mijares, the 17X, is 6th. Jackson Roberts in 7th. Liam Clark in 8th. Sammy Baxter 9th. And Jaden Jaskar rounds out your top 10. I think the idea might be to keep an eye on that 3rd, 4th, and 5th place position. Maybe that 2nd place spot again as they make their way through the split lanes now. Cornell still out front. Waller in 2nd, but it's Michael and Hughes that are waging war right now on Wyatt Waller. Waller, I believe, still maintaining the spot as he swings out wide, tries to get some momentum down that back stretch of the highway. Looks like we got ourselves a dog fight now. Cody Jansen.
Yeah, Rodney, that battle rages on. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Ethan Cornell out front, got a nice little gap, couple seconds, I'd say, out in front. Got a good start in this one. A little easier on himself than we've seen in the past. He's the class of the field, but he makes his job a little harder than it needs to be sometimes, having to race up through the field. Ethan Cornell coming out 2nd, getting into the lead quickly with a big run around the outside in that first corner. And now he continues to lead. But that battle, Michael and Hughes, Waller, Michael, and Hughes, continuing to rage on, and they're keeping Ethan Cornell honest. They got Ethan Cornell in their sights. And that's number 4 of Colin Michael, now running in the 2 spot, and he's going to try to make a run at your leader before this thing is over. This time by 2 laps will be in the books. 2 laps down, 2 to go. It's going to be Cornell, Michael, Waller, and Hughes this time by. And we're going to see if Michael has for Ethan Cornell, because if we look at times, it's Colin Michael, the fastest rider on the racetrack. He's second gap to make up. We'll see if he can do it. But again, Colin Michael on the number 4, that KTM powered ride. Could make this thing interesting by race's end if he can keep that pace.
Mercy, I tell you, we've got battles all around this racetrack going on right now as we watch Michael trying to gain and maintain control of that second place position, getting around Waller there on lap 2. But check out what's going on back at about the 8th, 9th, and 10th place positions. If you're watching around the racetrack, there are about 5 riders that are jockeying for position. Roberts, Liam Clark, Austin Cox, Levi Jenkins, Jaden Jaskar, all whipping it and gripping it out there. Also, mainly it is Jackson Roberts, Liam Clark, and Austin Cox putting pressure on Sebastian Maharez right now. And that's where the excitement level is really peaking. But up front, we've got more excitement level that is peaking with us. It looks like Cody Jansen, as this race still not over yet, with a little more than 1 lap of racing to go in this 90 Open 8 to 13 class. White flag will be coming out for our leaders this time around. Oh, one rider off to the side of the track. I don't think that's one of our leaders, so that shouldn't affect the outcome out front.
Rodney, I think this battle's getting tighter. The white flag is about to come out, and Colin Michael is going to be closer this time around to Ethan Cornell. We will see. Waiting on E-score. Again, Colin Michael, the fastest rider on the track. Ethan Cornell, it was a little closer that time around, a 106.4 versus a 106.1. Still a 2.5 second gap. But Colin Michael, as we look ahead even to the rest of the weekend, could have something for Ethan Cornell at the front of this pack. It's Cornell, Michael, Waller, Hughes, Tatum, Maharis, Roberts. Actually, check that, it's Clark, then Roberts, Cox, Jenkins, rounding up the top 10. But things are getting dicey at the back of the racetrack. It's Cornell leading. It's Michael second, but now it's Waller and Hughes waging a war at the back of this racetrack. That's the battle for 3rd and 4th. They come down this rhythm section one final time. But we got to look to the front of the pack because it is Michael. It is Michael that has found his way to the back of Cornell. It was 2.5 seconds last time. Seconds now. It's got to be less than a second. Cornell up over the step up, and he figured out something back there. Michael lost time. Colin Michael lost a little time, and just like that, it's not as close as it had been. Now all of our top 4, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, now kind of running with a little bit more of a gap. It's Cornell heading up towards Bigfoot one last time on the number 1, putting that number 1 out. And he's looking to kick off his weekend in a perfect way, a perfect start in this 90 Open 8 to 13 class. Up over Bigfoot, it's going to be Ethan Cornell. 1 corner to go. Colin Michael second. It's going to be 37 of Wyatt Waller. Still in 3rd. Trevor Hughes running in the 4 spot. But it's Ethan Cornell taking the win in this Moto number 3, our 90 Open 8 to 13 class. Again, Colin Michael 3rd. Wyatt Waller 4th. I'm sorry, Colin Michael 2nd. Wyatt Waller, Trevor Hughes. This is 4th.
Man, talk about a nail biter, and Waller with pressure pretty much that entire moto right down to the nitty gritty. Waller also applying pressure to Colin Michael again, trying to regain that 2nd spot. What a battle, what a moto. Race 4 getting set to roll, or is rolling. We got the 50 CBT 4 to 8-year-olds, 9 riders in this one, which include the number 1 out of Cranberry, Pennsylvania, will be Weston Nixon. The 016 from LaBelle, Missouri is Kristen Murphy. Number 26 from Elizabethville, Pennsylvania, Jackson Schiffer. Number 39 from Tip City, Ohio, Dean Schroeder. The 111 from Scott Township, Pennsylvania, Deacon Hughes. Number 118 from Warren, Ohio, Gavin Bauer. 309 from Tip City, Ohio, Harvey Schroeder. The 328 from Lafayette, Indiana, Dawson Diskin. And the 404 from Hoagland, Indiana, Axon Moracle. And that's your 9 riders, 50 CBT 4 to 8-year-olds. Ready to strike next here. Hey, folks, don't forget, was talking with Ron from 7S, some huge deals going on today only. VP Plastic gas cans, just $25. CST rear tires, normally around $95, only $80 today. And Scott Fury goggles, well more than $30. Well, they're only $30 a piece today. Select moto gear and casual clothing, 50% off as well, right there at 7S Racing. Gauge down on this one, Cody, is we could end up with a barn burner. A hive of bees, it sounds like, working their way around this racetrack right now, and they are all, wow, look at this, passing already and trying to position themselves on this first lap.
All right, Rodney, like you said, race number 4 on the racetrack. 50 CBT 4 to 8. And these young riders pushing the pace already in this moto. I'm wondering if that's going to be Weston Nixon out front on the number 1. Rider ripped a good hole shot. Got out front early. He's got a rear view mirror full of somebody. We'll get a number on these riders as they come by. To the backside of the racetrack they go. And that battle is tight already. A battle going on for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th as well. Look like we got a pass going on for that number 3 ride. Change of position there for those riders. To the backside of the racetrack they go, nearly clearing. These 50 CBT 4 to 8 riders nearly clearing this step up on the backside of the racetrack. And coming up towards Bigfoot now, we're going to get a number on these riders. 1st and 2nd making a little bit of a break for it. As they come up into sight for us here in the tower. Little quads mean little numbers. That is going to be the number 1. That's the number 1, just as I suspected out front, Weston Nixon. Putting that number 1 out front where it belongs, leading them around right now. 1 lap in the books. As they see the green flag for the first time, it's going to be Weston Nixon. The 9-year-old rider out of Pennsylvania leading them around. Weston Nixon leading them on the number 1 with the number 118 of Gavin Bauer right in his rear view mirror. Then it's Deacon Hughes 3rd, Axon Warkle 4th, Dean Schroeder 5th, Jackson Schiffer 6th. And we'll wait for the rest of these riders to come by, but the battle at the front rages on as Nixon has a rear view mirror full of Bauer right now.
Wow, watching them go through the split lanes, both choosing that inside lane, and Gavin Bauer is relinquishing no pressure whatsoever on Weston Nixon for that number 1 spot. Meanwhile, things are tight back in 3rd and 4th, but not nearly as tight as what we're seeing up here in 1st and 2nd. Or is it? Is it starting to be a 3-way shootout as they head down the back stretch down that long highway here? And things stretch out now as is that a new 3rd place ride? No, I think it's still Deacon Hughes still in 3rd, Morkel still 4th, and Schroeder still trying to get around Morkel for that 4th place position as they work their way into the technical side of the race course now. Looking a little further back at the packs, Jackson Schiffer is running 6th, Harvey Schroeder in 7th, Dawson Diskin in 8th. Kristen Murphy rounds out your top 10, but again, all eyes up front. Weston Nixon and Gavin Bauer making their way around that long sweeper now as they work their way to the heart of this race course and battling over Bigfoot. Could be a side-by-side battle as they make their way around the turn. Full throttle we go. Not quite side by side, but what a battle. Nixon and Bauer still undergoing here as we wrap up only our second lap of racing here in the 50 CBT 4-8. What an eventful race it has been so far. What a push going on there. Deacon Hughes solid in 3rd. Moracle holding steadily in 4th, and Dean Schroeder still back there in the number 5 spot. This is where things tighten up for those three. And things are starting to tighten up once again for Weston Nixon and Gavin Bauer. Let me go over there and I'll hook everything up over there and you can announce from here. That would be perfect, yes. I'll push that way. Alrighty, folks. Weston Nixon after 2. Now let's see what's going on after 3 as we are working our way around this course. Getting things dialed in, and there's the 016 making her way by is Kristen Murphy. 9th place position here with us today. White flag set to fly for your leaders, though. The battle for the win between Nixon and Bauer, and looks like Nixon still maintaining that slight margin. 0.806 seconds. Less than a second between the two now. And Bauer, again, about a 1/10 of a second faster on that lap time. Here comes another tight one. Deacon Hughes, Axon Moracle, 3 and 4. Moracle picking up the pace. He's pulled to within 0.6 of a second now. And a 1.5 off the pace. Back in 5th is Schroeder. It's a matter of picking and choosing your battles, so to speak, here in this final lap. Do you watch the one with Weston Nixon and Gavin Bauer as they wind their way around this course? And look for the back. There they go, the drag race down the backstretch. Or do you watch this one in the sprint lanes right now, side by side? Did we just see a pass? No, Moracle did not make that pass. I thought for just a second he may have, but I looked at that wrong. Moracle is side by side, though. We may be looking at the pass. On the back side of this racetrack, Axon Moracle, Deacon Hughes. A nail biter on the back stretch, and we may have seen the passing taking place right there before our very eyes. So did Dean Schroeder. But I think it's back to where we were So it keeps going. It was back and forth through that switchback. So we'll know a little more whenever they get over to you, Cody, here in just a moment. But, man, what battling going on. What's going on up front now between Nixon and Bauer?
Rodney, these guys are nearly side by side as they come up towards Bigfoot one last time. We got a lap to hanging in the balance here, so they got to both take the same outside line up towards Bigfoot. But these guys tuck. It is Nixon continuing to lead. One corner to go. It looks like he's going to hang on to it, but Gavin Bauer kept it interesting all the way down to the wire. As it's Weston Nixon on the number 1 taking the win in this race number 4, our 50 CVT 4-8 class. It's going to be Gavin Bauer taking the 2 spot. And I'm thinking we're going to see Deacon Hughes come by in 3rd to finish out this one. Last time by, it was Moracle, Schroeder, Schiffer, Schroeder, Diskin, and Murphy finishing out the rest of this field. We're going to look to the start gate for race number 5. Our college 16 to 24 class is a fast one. Riders like Maverick Simpson, Jaden Schiffer, rider to beat. Dominic Chioka, Braden Orr, Jace White, another rider to beat. A pro in the TT world. Sets the pace out there on the TT track. Joining us here at Briarcliff to throw his hat in the ring on the motocross track. Joey Mickley, Clayton Deckard, Kazan Van Fossen. And finishing out this one, McPhee, Thacker, Lemire, Parker Guone, Casey Fancher, and Jared Guone. A lot of riders to watch in this one. Race number 5, our college 16 to 24 class. And let's see who's going to rip this hole shot. Looks like board is sideways, revs are up, gate is down. And it's going to be Casey Fancher with the hole shot. It's Casey Fancher on the 714 with the hole shot. Think that might be Braden in the number 2 ride. And after that, it might Jace White, maybe 4th. But there's no doubt that it's Casey Fancher up front, and he's one of the riders to beat in this one for sure. Been fast at all the races all year long. This finale is going to be no different. Putting that 714 out front right now in our race number 5, our college 16 to 24 class. It's Fancher, or I think that's going to be Schiffer in the 3 ride now. We'll see who we got in 4th. But to the back side of the racetrack they go, up over the step up. It's Fancher, Orr, and Schiffer. That much we know. But this is a full class of riders. I believe 14 on the line for this one, and this track is so cherry right now. What a perfect track to battle on right now. Casey Fancher making it look good up front. Trying to get that rider in the 4 spot. Casey Fancher up over Bigfoot for the first time. Brandon Orr, Jaden Schiffer. And that's going to be Chioka. That's Chioka ride that we were watching in 4th. And Chase White. That's Jace White in the 5 ride. Looking right at home on this hard-packed motocross track. Jace White running in the top 5 right now. Braden Orr keeping things interesting out front. If Casey Fancher is the rider to beat, Orr's definitely running with him. Definitely running with him. It was a second, just over a second last time by, but they're nearly side by side in the back of the racetrack. I think that inside line in the split section may be a little quicker right now, but maybe we're seeing that inside line get a little rougher because Orr didn't lose any time there taking the outside. And yesterday, that inside line was the preferred line. So it's Fancher, or now Schiffer has a rear view mirror full of Dominic Chioka, and Jace White continues to run in the 5 spot. Behind him, it's Lemire, Guon, Parker Guon, Mickley, Van Fossen, and Jared Guon running in the top 10. Casey Fancher now stretching his lead ever so slightly. Seems like he's maybe a little better on this backside of the racetrack. It's Fancher. Then maybe a second, little over a second, second and a half back to Orr. It's Chioka, now the rider on the move up to the Schiffer in 4th, with Jace White continuing to run in 5th. This is going to be a 5-lapper. Scratch out an A-class. This is a 4-lapper. 4 laps for this one, meaning we're 2 laps down, 2 to go. Casey Fancher out front stretching that lead now. I would say up over 2 seconds or close to it over Braden Orr. Dominic Chioka. Schiffer continues to run in 4th. Jace White still running in the top 5. So White running 5th. There's some riders trying to make things interesting behind him though. That's 6th and 7th getting close. Blake Lemire and Joey Mickley making their run at Jace White right now. Casey Fancher continuing to lead, running a 1:57.8 lap. Fastest rider on track. Heading up towards Bigfoot. And that battle now is the one to watch is for 2nd with Dominic Chioka. Now putting some serious pressure on Braden Orr. One big kick for Casey Fancher heading up towards Bigfoot. He's not going to be able to jump it this time. Behind him R82 though. That rough section playing a little bit of a factor here already today. But Casey Fancher getting the white flag and running out front in this one. His lead now up to over 3 seconds. Chioka now in the 2 spot, having made that pass. It's Chioka 2nd, Braden Orr 3rd, 4th, and Jace White continuing to run in the 5 spot. And Jace White now making up some time on Schiffer. So Schiffer, a standout rider on the year. But it's Jace White, TT rider, him around right now. It looks like he's made the pass. That's Jace White going up to the 4 spot. Schiffer 5th. And now I believe that's going to be Mickley, who I think also has some TT background, making his run at the top 5. Half a lap to go. Casey Fancher to the backside of this racetrack continues to lead. Decent gap now. Up over Chioka or White. And it looks like that could be Mickley now running in the 5 ride. Casey Fancher going to try out this outside. After that big kick a lap ago, he'll get up over Bigfoot fine this time. 1 corner to go. About to come out. for Casey Fancher on the 714. And it's Jace White making his run at the 3 spot at the finish. He's going to run out of time, but it got interesting. That's going to be Fancher, Chioka, Orr, White, and Mickley. Your top 5. What a race. Race number 6. Next race to take to the racetrack. We're going to give ourselves a break here to work on the track briefly, give the track a little water. But it's going to be race number 6, our schoolboy junior 12 to 15 class. Going to be our next class taking to the racetrack. Okay. All right, we found a GoPro that was lost off a little machine in one of these last races here, race number 4, 5, probably race number 4, our 50 class. So that GoPro that we just found on the backside of Bigfoot going to make its way over to the exit of the racetrack. So if you lost a GoPro, head over to the exit of the racetrack to claim that thing for your little rider. All right, as the engines come alive, we're ready to go racing for race number 6. Our schoolboy junior 12 to 15 class. That board is up, it's sideways, revs are up, gate is down. And we're going to see if Ethan Cornell can mimic that start from the last one. Not quite as strong this time. Off the racetrack he goes. Always a rider to watch, but he's going to be at the back of the pack in this one. He's already making his run up towards the front, though, putting a few riders behind him in that opening section. But out front, we got a championship in the balance, hanging in the balance this weekend. This is one of those classes where it's still up for grabs. I know Dirk Campbell, one of the riders, looking to win this title for himself. Big run around the outside of the split lane section. To the inside of the corner he goes. Little bit of contact, tires rubbing. Dirk Campbell no go to get to second there, so he's going to still sit in third. Sideways goes over the big anthill on the backside of the racetrack and got sideways again. First and second, both go off the racetrack. We got one rider down hard. I believe that was our second place rider. So that's going to put Dirk in. That's going to be Campbell out front. And he gives a little look back like, what the heck just happened? Hopefully those riders are okay. To the back side of the racetrack goes our leaders, however. And it's Campbell continuing to lead. We'll get some numbers as they come close to us. It's Ethan Cornell up to the third spot, I believe. So it's Campbell. It's Campbell leading them around. Campbell leads. It's Cornell around the backside of this racetrack. Big run around the outside towards the finish line section. Cornell up to the 2 spot. We wait for E-Score to catch up to us here. Campbell gets a little squirrely. Hangs up in the berm ever so slightly, and we have our first, second, third riders all on top of each other. I know that that's Campbell out front, and that's Cornell in the 2 ride. To the same side they go in the split section, and they have their counterpart to the inside. And we have a pass made. Cornell goes back to third. I'm wondering if that's Austin Cox in second. But the battle rages on for first, second, and third. Double. This rider went for the lead. Dirk Campbell's going to continue to lead. It's Cornell second. Now I'm wondering if that's going to be Tatum up to the 3 ride. And that rider that's been on the move, the one we've been watching, has been Jonah Chappell of Camden, Tennessee. Jonah Chappell on the 454 was making his run at the front of this pack. Slammed into the berm, bobbled just ever so slightly, heading up towards Bigfoot. And with all this going on behind him, it's going to be Dirk Campbell continuing to lead, and the one thing we know is he needs to win this weekend to try to hope the math is going to work out in his favor for this national title. But it's Cornell. He's got a rear view full of Cornell. To the backside of the racetrack, they go down the rhythm section, and Cornell is all over the back side of Dirk Campbell. So as we wait on our E-Score to come back on our screen here, we're going to do our best. We know it's Dirk Campbell continuing to lead, Ethan Cornell in the 2 ride. It's Blake Tatum in third. And this 1, 2, 3 pack, this 3-rider pack, this trio on top of each other at the top of this racetrack. No! Dirk Campbell goes up in smoke. He had led the whole race up to that point. And Dirk Campbell goes up in smoke with 1 lap to go. So it's Ethan Cornell leading now as the white flag comes out. It's going to be Cornell, Tatum in second, and I believe that's going to be Jonah Chappell getting back up to third.
Hey guys! Out!
All right, half a lap to go. Ethan Cornell still out in front in this one. Blake Tatum second. This race number 6, our schoolboy junior class, 12 to 15. Continuing to run in the 3. And we have our E-score. E-score is back. That's Maharis in the 4 ride. Selfridge in 5th. Korn 6th. Case 7th. Cox in 8th. But it's our leader, Ethan Cornell, coming by one last time. He rounds the final corner and up towards the finish line he goes. Checkered flag is up. Ethan Cornell, your winner in the schoolboy junior class. Blake Tatum going to finish second, Jonah Chappell third. And if you're Dirk Campbell, you're wondering what could have been. Leader for the early portion of this race goes up in smoke with just over a lap to go. And as the crowd continues to thicken up here, you have to believe the pros are coming up soon. I think we're going to have one more gate drop. Race number 7 coming up before that. First pro moto today. Our Triple Crown. Again, race number 7. Next to take to the racetrack, our girls 8 to 13 class. Riders in this one, the number 4 of Brooke Crossley, the number 015 of Kaylee Murphy, the 016 of Kristen Murphy, Madison Shepard, Chanel Osborne, Skylar Marshall, Mila Bauer, Adriana Kludwick, Kaylin Lewis, Gracie Howard, Abigail Harrington, Adeline Moracle, Lily Pfeiffer, and Ada Paduznak, making up the 14 rider field in this one. Again, race number 7 next to take to the racetrack, and then I think we're going to go pro class racing for our moto number 1, our first moto of 3 today. After that,
check, check, check. 1, 2, check, 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 1, 2, check, check, 1, 2, check, check, check. Check, check, 1, 2, check, 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 1, 2, check, check.
And as we have another youth class taking to the racetrack, want to remind everybody that all of the youth hole shot awards can be received, can be found at the JC Racing trailer today, and then tomorrow you'll get an award at the podium, and then your gift will come from the JC Racing trailer. So if you are one of our amateur, or I should say our youth riders today, make your way down to the JC Racing trailer after you get that hole shot, after your race, to receive that hole shot award. But we're going to go racing. Our girls 8 to 13 class, race number 7, ready to take to the racetrack.
2, 1, 2.
Revs are up, gate is down. And we're going to sit in front of this one. Beautiful hole shot executed by our front couple of riders here in this girls 8 to 13 class. To the back side of the racetrack they go. We're going to wait to get a number on our riders out in front of this one. All right, race number 7 as the riders come by for the first time. It's Ava Paduznak out in front of this one aboard the 904. It's Abigail Harrington in the 2 ride on the 455. And Skylar Marshall running in 3rd on the 114. Behind her, it is Murphy, Lewis, Moracle running in the 6th spot. It's Gracie Howard in 7th, Kludwick in 8th, Pfeiffer and Bauer rounding out the top 10. But out front, it is Ada Duznak, probably a good 2 seconds out in front of our 2nd place rider, Abigail Harrington.
One, two, check, 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 check. Cool. Now the only thing I gotta do is remember.
Another lap in the
Check, check,
books.
check.
Things are getting tighter. Things are getting tighter at the front of this one. Ada Poduznak and Abigail Harrington 1 and 2. But these riders are getting tighter as we are now on lap 3 of this race number 7.
check 1, 2. Well, there you go, folks. Girls 8 to 13 on the track right now. And as we check it out, Ada Paduznak is actually leading this one. Abigail Harrington running in the number 2 spot. Skylar Marshall, number 114 in third. This is after 3. Kaylee Murphy, the 15 in fourth. Gracie Howard, number 212 now in fifth. Adeline Moracle is 6th. Adriana Klutwick is 7th, and it's Lily Pfeiffer in 8th. Mila Bauer in 9th, and Brooke Crossley rounds out your top 10. Chanel Osborne, Caitlin Lewis, Kristen Murphy go 11, 12, and 13. And at the check, it's going to be Ada Paduznik taking the win. Abigail Harrington will take the number 2 spot, it appears.
All right, checkered flag coming out. Checkered flag coming out. Has been out for Ada Paduznak. Your winner in this one, Abigail Harrington. Skylar Marshall coming through in the 3rd spot. Gracie Howard 4th. We're going to let these riders finish up their final lap of racing before we are set to go pro class racing for Moto number 1. In this Triple Crown action today. And I won't give you any spoilers yet. I'm not going to tell you who's down there, but if you look to the inside of that hole shot gate down there, you're going to see a blast from the past. And I'm just going to let you think about who that might be before we give any spoiler of who that could be sitting down there on the inside of that hole shot gate. A surprise grand marshal for today's action here at Briarcliff season finale.
Check, check.
Not more than 5 minutes away, not much more than 5 minutes away from this opening moto for our AMA ATV pros. And as we set the stage, a perfect day for racing. There's a couple riders set to make their debut, their retirement ride, their finale, their last hurrah, their last dance here today. We're going to do something a little special before these guys head out and go racing for moto number 1.
Once again, welcome to Briarcliff Motocross Park for this 10th and final round of the AMA ATV Motocross National Championship, America's most prestigious ATV racing championship. Brought to you by your friends at RP Race Performance, Rocky Mountain ATVMC.com, Kenda Tires, VP Racing, and Arma Sport. We also salute and say thanks to many fine supporters like SSI Decals, DWT Wheels and Tires, Henson Racing Components, Elka Experience the Edge, also our friends at Defiance Lifestyle Products and 88 Live to Ride, and you, the racers and race fan that make it all possible for us to be here each and every week. And of course, as we turn our attention down onto the starting line and look all around this beautiful facility, we see that we've got AMA Pro ATV racers on the starting line. They have qualified in two separate qualifying sessions from earlier this morning, and the stage is set. The gate positions have been chosen, and these riders are just laying in wait, readying themselves for the start and the drop of the gate and the start of this race, which will be, well, the wrap-up of the season, the wrap-up of some championships for some, and the beginning in the reality of it, of a brand new era in ATV motocross racing. Before we get this day underway, we'd like to ask everyone to pause for just one moment as we ask a blessing once again on today's race. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you this day saying thank you. Thank you once again for the beautiful skies, the temperature, the crowd that is out, and everyone that was able to make it today. We thank you for the opportunities to be here today in whatever capacity we are, and we ask for blessings to continue upon us. We ask for a hedge of protection about this facility and about these riders as they make their way around this racetrack, and not only about this day and this weekend, but about our lives and our journeys home, in hopes that we'll be able to join together again someday and do these wonderful things. And dear Heavenly Father, we ask once again that you watch over the many men and women across this globe of ours, fighting for our rights and freedoms, protecting us on a global level. And for those first responders, the policemen and firemen and the doctors that all are working so diligently to keep us safe each and every day right here at home. We thank you for them and ask for blessings and hedges of protection about them. And again, we just say thank you. Thank you for life. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. And at this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to ask you to please remain standing and, of course, remove those caps and cross those hearts as we honor the greatest nation in the world with the playing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The stage is set and racing at swell just a few moments away as we get set to go here at Briarcliff Motocross Park and the finale of the 2025 ATV Motocross National Series. And, of course, what we're about to lay witness to is basically the start of a new era. It's the end of a season. But Cody, I got to tell you, it's also a new era. But before we get there, we've got 3 motos of racing and a championship to get sorted out.
Rodney, we got a championship to get sorted out. We got a perfect season potentially to get sorted out as well. But before all that, these guys are going to take to the racetrack. And our grand marshal for today, taking to the racetrack right now, you hear his 250R, is a 4-time champion of this series. That's number 4, Timmy Farr, leading these guys around for our very first lap.
And the riders that they're leading around include the number 1 from Mount Ola, North Carolina, going for his 6th ATV National Championship on a Phoenix Racing Yamaha, Joel Hetrick. Also the number 2 for Little Swamico, Wisconsin, the ML2 Motorsports Yamaha of Max Lindquist. Number 4 out of Springtown, Texas, on a Ford Brothers Racing SSI decals backed Yamaha, Bryce Ford. The number 7 from Harlingen, Texas, Yamaha rider Aaron Salinas. The 23 from Zionsville, Pennsylvania, from Decker Training Facility and 110 Racing, Zach Decker. The number 24, the oldest, well, maybe the oldest guy on the racetrack in this pro class at 50 years old, from Harlan, Kentucky, on a Hart Cycles backed ride, Marshall Smith. The number 26, Blair, Nebraska, Brandon Hogue. The number 51 from Italy, Saremo, Italy, Patrick Turini. Number 53 from Battle Creek, Michigan, on a TDR Impact Solutions Yamaha, Mason Jackson. The 68 of Adam Ulrich.
All right, and now for our special ceremony, our special presentation. Coming to the track now, put your hands together for number 15, number Nick Janusa on the number 15, taking to the track one last time. He was top 5 in every championship he's ever raced as a pro until last year. 9 consecutive seasons inside the top 5. And your 2015 Rookie of the Year, Nick Janusa. Next to the racetrack is going to be the number 28. He needs no introduction. Jeffrey Rastrelli, he made his pro debut in 2012. This is his 14th year in the AMA ATV Pro class. He's got 26 podiums to his name. Put your hands together for Jeffrey Rastrelli. And one final time for this guy, arguably the GOAT in AMA ATV Pro Class racing, an 8-time champion, a 66-time winner, a 144-time podium finisher. Chad Whedon takes to the track one last time. Put your hands together for our 8-time series champion.
Check 1, 2, check, check, check. Well, I'll tell you right now, as we watch this one get ready to unfold, 3 motos of racing, 60 points up for grabs as far as championship points are concerned, 20 points rather than the normal 25, 20-20 instead of 25-25 today. And I'll tell you, some riders that could play spoiler in this include visitors, including John Glott out of Waxhaw, North Carolina. He was a Grand National cross-country racer. Say he's a woods guy, but a lot of people don't realize how fast these woods guys are on the motocross track. Also, Joey Norris, a rookie that is looking to really make a big name for himself here on 900. There is Nick Janusa now making his way by Bigfoot, it looks like now.
Nick Janusa makes his way towards Bigfoot. Jeffrey Rastrelli as well. Put your hands together for this guy. 26 podiums to his name, Jeffrey Rastrelli, and now this guy, a legend, needs no introduction. One last time for Chad Whedon, a 144-time podium finisher, 66-time winner of rounds at this race series, and he's going to try to add to his stats today before the racing is over, Rodney.
Absolutely. And I'll tell you, as they make their way down onto this starting line, and this is for the first of 3 times, the butterflies, have to be a little different these days for Jeffrey Rastrelli, Nick Janusa, and Chad Wayne, of course. And don't think there haven't been a butterfly every time they've lined up behind that gate, because there have. And this is probably as special, if not more special, than any other gate drops before.
Absolutely, Rodney. There's a different feel. There's a different emotion. We've had these guys on my show of recent weeks, and there's a different emotion that comes with today. But the one sentiment that was consistent is these guys want to leave it all on the racetrack. They want to empty the tank today. And as these guys pull to the line, the revs start to raise a little bit. The anxiety, the anxiousness raises that little bit. These guys are ready to go in their first of 3 motos today. Like you said, 60 points on the line, and we could likely see a championship crowned, a championship secured at the end of this moto, this first moto, Rodney.
Well, time will tell, of course. Shorter motos this time around, I believe, Cody, as opposed to a normal 8 moto. 18 plus 2, I think, generally is what it is. Today, we're running just a hair shorter.
Yeah, I believe it's 12 plus 2, Rodney, today.
So sprint speeds are going to be very important. Heart rates as important, but they'll go higher and stay there a little longer this time, I think, than normal.
So we got something going on down at the starting line. I don't know if that's Brandon Hogue maybe with his hand up. Calling for 2 minutes here, so I'm not sure what's going on with his machine down at the starting gate. A rider that was so fast in qualifying. Rider that found himself on a different machine here towards the end of the season. He wants to end his season on a hot streak and wants to end it the right way, but we're calling for 2 minutes right now, so that's definitely an anxious moment for him.
For sure. Machine is not on the starting line. The rider is standing there waiting for his machine. And again, this is a heartbreaker for any rider, especially, for Brandon, who's at the peak performance of his career right now. I mean, he just keeps escalating and escalating and escalating. And this final round and knowing that you're not possibly going to be able to race has got to be tough right now for Brandon. But I know it's got to be tougher for those mechanics trying to get that machine fired up right now as well.
Everybody watching and listening to this go down right now is thinking to themselves, that guy's just has the worst luck. That being said, we still got a minute to go here. That 30-second board, though, is going to go up. And let's see if we're going to see that machine. I don't think we're going to, Rodney.
No, I don't know that it's going to make it. I know they're going to continue to work and hopefully get it out there, but will it be too little too late? 30-second card is up, so we are in the middle of our starting sequence. No stopping it now.
Yeah, that's a heartbreaker for Brandon, but we're going to see these revs go up. And this hole shot's going to be so important. Hole shot's going to be so important in these little bit shorter motos. Board is sideways. Revs are up, Rodney.
Seemed like a long haul on the gate, but everyone stays clean.
That's going to be Chad Wienen. Chad Wienen goes into the first corner. Oh, my goodness. I don't know who we got locked up. Where is Joel? We're trying to figure out where Joel Hetrick is. I think he's not at the front of this pack right now.
Joel Hetrick is in the first turn right now. He's remounting his machine. Pushed up the berm. I'm not sure what happened. He's back on it now. But remember what we were talking about. A lot of things can take place in these moto formats, and short time. He's going to have a long time to try to work out of this hole.
Rodney, what people are thinking right now is he's got a perfect season. It's 2.5, it's almost 2 seasons now of perfect season going on, winning every moto. Now we're at the finale of 2025, and he's all the way at the back. But it's Chad Wienen out front. It's Chad Wienen out in front of this one, leading these guys around on his farewell day in ATV motocross.
What a flip of the script, and what an amazing start to this 3-moto format. The Triple Crown, if you will, and only fitting that the 40-year-old Chad Wienen in his final appearance as an AMA Pro ATV racer be right where he is, where he started out.
Not only him, Rodney. Kinds of storylines going on, because that's Bryce Ford a week ago was in the hospital. Right now he's in second, a couple collapsed lungs a week ago. And he's in second, calling for more. He's hand gesturing to Weenan out in front of him. It's Weenan leading him around. Janusa in third, that's in second. Janusa in third. Rastrelli in fourth.
Now, Bryce said, come and get you some as they were coming over Bigfoot. I saw the hand gesture, and I thought that right now as we head down this front stretch now and back through.
Rodney, 3 guys calling it a career today are in the top 4. We have Weenan out in front with the full rear view mirror of Bryce Ford, Nick Janusa in third, and Jeffrey Rastrelli in fourth. All the players other than Joel Hetrick are at the front of this one. Joel's probably got 20 seconds before any rider out in front of him. He's got a long way to make up.
Down the back of this track now, watch Bryce Ford. Bryce, I don't know if you saw
Joel Hetrick's got stuff going on with his machine, possibly his nerve bar. He just went off the track on the backside of this racetrack.
Doesn't seem to be slowing him down, and he's still trying to maintain pace, but we were watching a moment ago. By the way, it's Ween, Janusa, Rastrelli, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Things happening back there in that 5th, 6th place.
Absolutely, Rodney, but out front it's Chad Weenan continuing to lead. Bryce Ford is right there, though. The week that this guy has had, it's so hard to believe, but this guy is all over the backside of Chad Weenan. All over the backside of Chad Weenan right now. It's Weenan and Ford. Nip and tuck over Bigfoot. Janusa second. Rastrelli third. Jackson fourth. It looks like Lindquist in the 5th ride. Ulrich 6th. Torini 7th. And back behind them, it's close. Ford up the inside. It's trying to make the inside on Weenan. He doesn't make it, though. Chad Weenan holds on to the lead.
Mercy, talk about a battle up front. Watch this. Here comes Bryce Ford now as we head into the switchback section of this track. We're going to have some split lanes coming up right here. Weenan leading Bryce Ford. He's going to follow him right through these split lanes and not going to be able to make any battle back behind him between Janusa, Rastrelli, and now Max Lindquist really starting to heat up as well.
Absolutely, Rodney. And there's no time. I mean, these guys in a shorter moto like this, there's no time to rest on your laurels. You got to make moves while you can. And things are tightening up inside the top 5 right now. Weenan out front, Bryce Ford second. That gap continues to stay about what it was. I'd say, I don't know, lengths. Janusa continues to run in the 3 ride. Jeffrey Rastrelli 4th. And Max Lindquist, a rider on the move, now in 5th.
So here we come back into the Tater area of this race course. A lot of technical action going on. Timing and, of course, precision turning is of the utmost importance as they head up and over Bigfoot now. That step up. And still to lead the pace with Bryce. Look behind him, Janusa, Rastrelli, Jackson. Actually, Lindquist and Jackson still nose to tail for 3rd place.
Into the start straightaway they go. It was closer a lap ago. Right here, it was closer, but Chad Weenan continues to weather the storm of Bryce Ford. Then we got a little gap, a few second gap back to 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. These riders are all on top of each other. Janusa, Rastrelli, Lindquist, and Mason Jackson all in a pack. 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. In every position so valuable in a Triple Crown format like this. 1 point could be the difference in a podium at the end of the day. But Chad Weenan, the longer that this goes on, the longer that Chad Weenan weathers the storm, the more likely he may be to hold on to this thing. Got 3 laps down. 3 laps down in this one. It looks like Bryce Ford's making another run at Wienen. Wienen's so comfortable out front for so many years. An 8-time champion. A 66-time winner in this series. But it's been a little while since we've seen him lead. He's led a couple times this year, but not as much as he's used to in years past. And Bryce Ford wants a piece of it. These guys can sense that Joel Hetrick's not at the front of this one, and they want to make their move while they can. Hetrick making some passes now. He was 17th last time by, but he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 4 riders behind him now. And it's Jeffrey Rastrelli that's made the move for third. Jeffrey Rastrelli now running in the 3-ride. A 26-time podium finisher. Jeffrey Rastrelli now runs in third. Nick Janusa 4th, Max Lindquist 5th, and Mason Jackson continues to run in the 6th spot. We got a battle going on at the back of the racetrack for the lead, and back and forth they go. Bryce Ford takes the lead for a moment, but it's Chad Wienen's line that's faster, and Chad Wienen stays out in front. But he definitely knows Bryce Ford is there now. He probably knew already, but they were side by side, and a quick stall for Bryce Ford. Back up the racetrack, still in second. But it's going to be a little gap now for Wienen, a little breathing room. It's Wienen, a couple seconds. Now Jeffrey Rastrelli sneaks his way into second. It's Jeffrey Rastrelli into the 2-ride. Bryce Ford third. Lindquist up to 4th. And Janusa in the 5th. Mason Jackson still 6th. But Chad Wienen enjoying a couple second gap now. And that battle could not be tighter. Second, third, 4th. Lindquist goes up the inside, almost gets on to the side of Bryce Ford, but he can't make it stick. Chad Wienen out in front. Chad Wienen out in front, a couple to a few second lead now. We're nearing the midway point of this one, Rodney.
Quickly the face of this race changed, but right now Jeffrey Rastrelli in his last outing as an AMA Pro ATV full-time racer into the number 2 spot. Bryce Ford, who was battling for the lead now, is trying to fend off Max Lindquist, trying to maintain that 3rd place position. Don't know if it was a mechanical or maybe a physical or mental issue that took place out there, but whatever it is, Bryce Ford's having a tough time recouping and, gaining any ground back. Right now, he's just trying to hold on to 3rd place, and he's got 3 riders that are ready to strike real hard.
Absolutely, Rodney. You got to wonder at some point if Bryce Ford's going to feel the effects of the week that he had. He's running 3rd right now. He's got Max Lindquist right there with him. An absolute warrior ride. A warrior ride so far for Bryce Ford. Man, the storyline's going on right now. Chad Wienen called career out front. In a career running in 2nd. Bryce Ford coming back from injury in 3rd. Max Lindquist 4th. Nick Janusa calling it a career running in the 5th spot. All of our stories are at the front. Don't look now, Joel Hetrick now running 11th. Joel Hetrick nearly up to 11th, but it's Max Lindquist making the for Bryce Ford. Rivals as young riders, now battling in the pro class top 3. Two-lap board is out. The 2-lap board is out for Chad Wienen. Again, 2-lap board is out. This has to be the moto of the year so far. Nobody wants it to end, but the 2-lap board is out for Chad Wienen. Jeffrey Rastrelli in 2nd. Max Lindquist 3rd. Bryce Ford 4th. Nick Janusa continuing to hold on to 5th with Mason Jackson right there in 6th. But it's Chad Wienen. He's got 1, 2, 3, probably 4 seconds right now on the rest of the field. On a day where he calls it a career, Chad Wienen continues to lead. Jeffrey Rastrelli. Jeffrey continues to run in the 2 spot, but Max Lindquist is making up his time. This thing's going to get interesting before the end as the white flag comes next time by. Jeffrey Rastrelli trying to add to his total of 26 podiums today. He wants 1 more before he calls it a career. Wienen makes his way up toward Chad Wienen making his way up towards Bigfoot. White flag soon to come out. But it's Wienen, Rastrelli, Lindquist, Ford, Janusa, Jackson, Decker, Ulrich, Saar, and Hetrick now running inside the top 10, and he's made up some more spots before this lap is over. 1 to go, white flag out for Chad Wienen. The white flag is out for Chad Wienen. And Bryce Ford is starting to feel the effects of those lungs. Bryce Ford now running in the 6th spot. Zach Decker running 7th and making up time. You got to feel for Bryce Ford. What a warrior-like ride to be out there today, let alone running at the front of the pack. But as they make their way towards the backside of this racetrack, towards the pond, it's Chad Wienen continuing to lead. Chad Wienen not looking like he's 40-plus years of age out front in this one. And Jeffrey Rastrelli and Max Lindquist, that battle is heating up on the final lap of this first moto. Rastrelli runs in the 2 spot, but Max Lindquist is right there. And Janusa holding strong in 4th. Wienen, Rastrelli, Lindquist, Janusa, and Jackson. Your top 5 as back ever so slightly. Janusa fighting for it, but it's going to be 2 corners to go for Chad Wienen. Chad Wienen and Max Lindquist. Max Lindquist doing all he can to get by Rastrelli, but it's Chad Wienen, 1 corner to go. And Chad Wienen was the opening moto. Perfect season, no more. Jeffrey Rastrelli finishes 2nd, Max Lindquist 3rd, Nick Janusa 4th, and Mason Jackson rounds out the top 5. A valiant ride for Bryce Ford in 6th, Zach Decker 7th, and it's going to be Joel Hetrick getting up to the place spot, and that still should be enough to secure his 6th national championship. Should be now secure for Joel Hetrick, but we have to recoup after what was the craziest race of the year. But you know, emotions are flowing with Chad Wienen, who just won the opening moto at Briarcliff.
One, two, check, check, check. Can you hear me even on that?
Do we have a speaker for down here by any chance? I mean, you can't even hear me down here. Alright. I don't know what the purpose of this is.
Check, check, check. Check, 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 check.
Hey, buddy. How you doing, man? Good to see you. Yeah, hopefully. That's crazy, isn't it?
Check, check, check.
Well, they will over the stream.
Check, check, check.
All right, down here on the podium with Chad Weenan. Is it working? All right, down here on the podium with Chad Weenan as we've got, wow, that right there. Talk about a dream story to be written and go. Well, I'm not even going to say it. Go ahead, Chad. That was amazing, dude.
Awesome, man. I gotta say, we ripped out of that start so well. Brown had my gate working well. Those Maxxis tires, that Yamaha ripped, the Alaska engine. Man, Bryce showed me a wheel, and he actually knocked me over the berm, but made a quick pass back, and that woke me up right there. So yeah, just huge thanks to my family, everybody that's here. Amazing. We got 2 more. Thank you.
Thank you. Go get cooled down. I know Chad is hot. He can't hardly breathe right now. But we've got some other orders of business that we're wanting to take care of here, and they include, of course, Mr. Mike Burkeen. Is Joel here? I know Joel had some issues, but not going to be coming up. All right, so we'll wait. We'll hold off on this presentation till a little bit later, but we've got a very special presentation for Joel Hetrick. I know Joel's got some issues right now, obviously off the track in that first turn. Some question as to whether or not he might be having some bike issues as well. So while he gets that sorted out, we'll be back out here in just a little bit at the podium. We'll have Mike Burkeen, and we're going to be awarding Joel with a few good things, including fastest qualifier award here today at Briarcliff.
What time did it go to?
2 o'clock. It's noon, 2 and 4.
Okay.
How you been, buddy?
Good.
Lost some weight.
A little bit.
Yeah, that's good to see.
Well, over the last 7 years, 100 pounds, but
That's good.
it's 10 since I saw you last.
Well, no, I mean, and that's a very noticeable thing, too. I mean, it really is. I mean, I know that you've been losing before that, but I mean,
Yeah.
you just look.
I feel good. You would hear somebody else here about what you got. Because these are all too small for me. Oh, dear.
Yeah, I see him. Not too long ago, he is.
No, hell yeah.
Was he? Did he have?
Man, I feel like we got to recoup after that Pro Moto race of the year for sure. Gutted for riders like Brandon Hogan, Joel Hetrick. Ecstatic for riders like Chad Weenan, Jeffrey Australia, Nick Janusa, Max Lindquist, Bryce Ford, all these valiant rides. But start gate we go with race number 8, our 450 B class. And that's going to ride number 44 out in front. You can't miss him with those colors, Kyle Smith. Kyle Smith going to be leading him around. The Illinois rider on the number 44 in this race number 8, our 450 B class. And we got changes at the front of this one already. On the opening lap, that's going to be Aiden Hartle going to the front on the number 12. It's going to be Kyle Morehouse, I believe, now on the 14 in second. And that's going to be Cody Tucker now running in third. To the back side of the racetrack they go. Hartle continuing to the lead on the number 12, but things are getting interesting now for the 2 spot between Morehouse and Tucker, and it looks like Tucker's going to make the pass. Kobe Tucker takes the 2 spot for himself, and we'll see if we can get this thing tightened up as we race on lap 2 in race number 8, our 450B class. Tucker in the 2 ride. That's going to be Morehouse in third, and now a battle. Gosh. Side of Bigfoot to fourth and fifth. That's other family, I should say. We got a big crash. A big crash going on here. And that's going to be Pagel and Thomas down in this one. Down hard on the backside of our Bigfoot triple in the middle of this track. Looking like the checking on each other. So fingers crossed that these guys are going to be okay, but a big impact on the backside of Bigfoot here. Fingers crossed that these guys are okay. Front of the track, we're going to go. And as we had that going on this side of the racetrack, on the other side of the racetrack, it looks like Kobe Tucker out in front for the first time in this one, getting around Hartle. It's going to be Morehouse continuing to run in the 3rd spot. And riders are up. Both of our riders are up. Pagel, the last one to get up. As the fans give them a salute, give them a clap. Thank goodness those riders ending up okay. It's going to be Kobe Tucker. Continue. In the 3rd spot, going to be Morehouse. No. Going to be Nick Corelli running. And Kobe Tucker continues 8. The B class. Just a few corners to go for Kobe Tucker. Multiple different leaders in this one. A fun to watch at the front. Kobe heading up towards Bigfoot one last time. Aiden Hart running in second. Kyle Morehouse third. And here class. So it's Tucker. All right, guys, race number 8 in the books, so we're going racing with race number 9. Fun one, our production A-class. A lot of good riders in this one. Let's see who's going to rip this hole shot. I think it's going to be Korn. And Korn out in front in this one on the number 999, ripping the hole shot. And there's a title to be had this weekend in this production A-class. I believe that's going to be Jeremiah Newton in the second. And I think there's a chance that that's Jace White in third. Korn leading on the back side of the racetrack. Him and Jeremiah Newton have been racing for as long as I can remember. Newton now running in second, makes a mistake. Gives up the spot to Jace White. We've been talking about Jace AT guy the in White, Newton, and I am wondering if that is going to be the 192 of Carter Buff in fourth. As they come up the first time, it is. It's Korn, White, Newton. That's got to be Carter Buff in fourth. Korn up over the sky shot. Korn up over for the third time. And Zach Navarani. It's been fast all weekend. It was fast in practice as we kind of followed the lap times in these fast A classes. But out front, it is all Landon 17 Illinois. Landon Korn leading them around on the backside of the racetrack. Like I said, a lot of muscle memory racing each other between him and Newton. 1 and 2. Carter Buff third. And now it looks like Natarani, I think, is now running in the 4 spot with Jace White in 5th. Believe in 6th, that's going to dominate. A 5-lapper, this A-class Moto Production A. A healthy class of riders in this one, 14 entries. Different line this time around. Up the tabletop before. And the approach to it getting a little Jeremiah closer. Big stretch to get over Bigfoot that time. It's going to be for Landon. It's Korn and these guys are flying on this racetrack right now. This lap time, a 1:57 lap time for all of our riders inside of 4. And we have some battles going on. Battle for 3rd going on right now. Whoa, and Zach Ronnie stick, and then all track in the 4th. Holding strong in the 5th spot. Next time. And Newton continuing to keep him honest. Carter Buff now the fastest rider on the racetrack. Potentially Carter top are on top of each other. It's 2 to go. 2 to go yet. In the number 9 or production A class. Continuing to run in the 2 spot is Jeremiah Newton. Carter Buff still 3rd. Not a Jace White holding strong in the 5th spot. Dominic this might be getting tighter on the last lap of racing, or about the last lap. Couple spots flying with the edge of the track. Got a little corn. Victory. That top three starting to touch with those guys ever so slow. Landon Korn, Jeremiah Newton about a half second on Carter. So some special this lap to make a change at the front, but it's all still up in the air when these riders are this close. Track they go, back of the continuing, half a lap to go. Jeremiah Newton still second and Carter Buff right there in third. Waiting for some movement in this one. We've been waiting for a few laps now. But it is Landon Korn opening up this racetrack with some wide lines, continuing to lead. 2 corners to go. Up towards Bigfoot. Got a big huck. And our first 2 riders, our front 2 riders not making it all the way cleanly over Bigfoot into the final corner. And Landon Korn is going to onto it. Landon Korn in production A Moto 1, followed by Jeremiah Newton and Carter. Your top 3, Nadarani fourth, and your finisher.
Race number 10 coming up next, including in this 70 Open 6-11, the number 1 of Dominic Wise out of Norwalk, Ohio, the number 3 of Declan Putcler out of my hometown, out of Jackson. Good to see Declan out here, as well as Tucker Burke out of Orfield, Pennsylvania on the number 7, the 17 Bradley Shaw from Dover, PA. 23 Reed Thomason from Rocky Mount, Virginia. The 26 Jashkin Schiffer from Elizabethville, Pennsylvania. 44 B. Ryder Howard from Calhoun, Kentucky. 52 Owen Gregory from Franklin, Kentucky. 4 Landon Nixon from Cranberry, PA. Number 55 Bennett West from Madisonville, Kentucky. The 66 Liam Clark from Pittman, Pennsylvania. 75 Nate Joyner from Huntsville, Ontario, Canada. The number 105 Colton Kane from Atwater, Ohio. The 111 Deacon Hughes from Scott Township, Pennsylvania. 269 Mason Mosley from Sumner, Illinois. The 404 Axon Moracle from Hoagland, Indiana. The 446 of Jimmy Baxter out of Commerce, Georgia. The 518. The 537 of Burton Wilson from St. Johnsville, New York. And Adeline Moracle out of Hoagland, Indiana on the 808. That's your field of 20 signed up in today's racing. The question at this point, who's going to be coming out on top? Obviously, with a number like 1, you would expect that Dominic Weiss will be one to reckon with here today on the Foundation Motorsports Pipers Heating and Cooling back ride. We'll see, though, whether or not that number 1 is truly the number 1 ride, and it is exactly that. Making his way over the infield jump now and the hard right-hand turn. Here as we head up and over net. Position, the 75 machine in the number 2 spot is Nate Joyner out of Muscola Rental, Muscola Power Sports, Hall Racing Fuel back machine. And at the finish line stripe, the gap between first and second,
at 1.9. Now back to the number 3 spot. Dominic Wise in the number 1 spot. Nate Joyner in second. Sammy Baxter, the number 518, 4.6 seconds back in third. Then Jackson Schiffer, another 4.8 in the number 4 spot on a JCM machine. Bennett West, another 5 seconds off pace on his Cobra in the 5th place position, riding the double nickels. In 6th place, the number 7, Tucker Burke. Then in 7th place, Owen Gregory on the number 52. The 8th place ride of Landon Nixon is 54. Axon Moracle, the 404 in 9th, and Bradley Schaff rounds out your top 10. Looks like Owen Gregory and Tucker Burke got a good battle going on, or had a good battle as they went past the finish line anyway for the 6th place spot back there. Also just outside the top 10, Reed Thompson, Bradley Schaff, and Axon Moracle all going at it for that 9th place spot. So we try to get things sorted out on this first lap, and now heading into lap number 2, we should start to see the pecking order start to kind of fall into place on this one. But I can tell you right now, Joyner does not want to be a part of that order. He wants to rearrange it just a little bit as we check with them coming off the back long freeway there, and now winding their way into the second of the Joyner still in second behind the number 1 of Weiss. And the gap isn't much, folks. It might say 2 seconds on the clock, but I have to figure that in the minds and hearts of both these riders right now, that is a much tighter gap. 2 seconds. Here comes your leader now, and wow, a little bit more time gained by that 2nd place ride, the 75 Joyner. Is Joyner going to clip away some of that deficit? 1.9 is what it said last time around, and I don't think it's going to be much different at the end of 2. And at the end of 2, turns Weiss a 2:17.8, a 2:16.8. So 1 second faster. So yes, we are just 1 second separating first and second. And as we look out onto this course out front, that second gap has gotten even tighter. Sammy Baxter by himself back in the number 3 spot. Jackson Schiffer in 4th, but look at that side by side. We just seen the needle threaded by Nate Joyner. Joyner just took over the lead. Into the switchbacks we go now, and it is option lanes, and they are side by side coming out of that. Heading toward the freeway now. Joyner on the outside, on the inside of this next turn. Weiss, will he have the advantage as they head down that long backstretch? And it looks like Nate Joyner has secured the number 1 spot on that 75 machine. Out of Huntsville, Ontario, Canada, on a Muskoka rental, Muskoka, I should say. It's Muskoka rental, Muskoka Power Sports Hall race fuel back ride. It's also backed by Edmunds GM and RP Race, as well as Worx. What a performance there. And he is putting some real estate between himself and second now. So, wow, what a battle, and what a, all of a sudden, how quickly it subsides. That pecking order we were talking about, he didn't want a piece of, and this is why, because he wanted to be at the top. He's got his own order here that he wants to set. So it's Joyner, Wise, Baxter back in third. Again, the big question might be now for that third, 4th, 5th, and 6th place position, as we saw some battling going on there as well. Actually, it was more like 6, 7, 8 place positions. Over the big foot, there go your leaders now, Joyner and Wise. There's Baxter still holding steadily in third, but the rest of the field and the crew coming around now. Mercy sakes. What a day, what a race, what a way to wrap up the 2025 championship. For it to be done in any better style than what we're looking at right now. Here comes your 4th place ride. We're looking at least a 15-second gap. I'm going to say that's opened up even more now between 3rd and 4th, but things are still tight back there. The 52, I believe, of Owen Gregory
And that might be Jackson Schiffer. Actually, I might have missed Jackson there. But Jackson may have dropped off a spot. So we got Joyner, Wise, and Sammy Baxter, 1, 2, and 3. Owen Gregory is up to the number 4 spot. A little bit of a change back there as Schiffer has seen some problems, it looks like. Tucker Burke, the number 7 in the 5th. Landon Nixon now up to 6th. Ryder Howard at the white flag is running in 7th. Axon Moracle is 8th. Reed Thompson checks in now in 9th. And Declan Putker, the number 3 out of Jackson, in the number 10 spot. So 3 laps down. A couple of battles going on. Nixon and Burke battling for 5th right now, and about a half second separating those guys. And Axon Moracle and Ryder Howard also. It looks like Moracle is closing up the gap, trying to take over the 7th place position away from Howard. Might have some time to get her done. And look at this. Here comes your leaders now into the heart of the track now as we are headed into that right-hand option lane. And it is still Joyner heading to, but Weiss is within striking distance. Any mistakes leave the door open in any way, shape, or form. That number 1 machine could thread a needle. We'll see, though. Time is running out over the final tunnel jump. And to the checker flag, Nate Joyner takes the Moto 1 win here today. 2:15.303. Weiss picked it up on that last lap. A 2:14.5. 0.8 of a second faster, but still finishes 0.525 deficit in second place. So it's Joyner and Wise. Sammy Baxter should be able to hold on for 3rd. Owen Gregory, we expect, would be your 4th place position, but again, time tells the story. Yeah, Baxter is already in. 35 seconds back to 4th place the last time around, so I'm expecting this to probably be like 40, 45 seconds back this time. Hey, we got some position jockeying going on. 4th, now 5th and 6th, still nose to tail right now. As Tucker Burke holds on to 5th, but look out, here comes Landon Nixon. Last-ditch dive, not going to make it. Burke hangs on to that, so it's Joyner, Wise, Baxter, Owen Gregory in 4th, Tucker Burke 5th, Landon Nixon in 6th. Looking at Ryder Howard in 7th, Axon Moracle 8th, Reed Thompson 9th, or Thomason. And Declan Putker, I believe, will round out your top 10 here at Briarcliff. Actually, it's Liam Clock getting that 10th position on the final lap.
Looking like we're going to do a little track maintenance, get a little water, get a job going on. Right now, before we go racing for race number 11. Our Production C class coming up next. 2 divisions of this one. We are going to do a little track maintenance, get a little water and a little till job before we drop the gate on race number 11.
Well, folks, I tell you, you picked a great day to come racing here and watch racing at Briarcliff Motocross Park as we are in the midst of, well, our Triple Crown Moto 1 under our belt so far. We've seen 2 rounds of qualifying this morning in Moto 1, and wow, what a big shakeup. Joel Hetrick having that issue in that first turn, gets bumped out, then gets taken out, so to speak. So the perfect season that we were looking at, possibly, obviously, I think in that respect, but at the same time, it's not the end of the season because this is the kind of things that we're looking for. Maybe Joel's perfect season from a race fan standpoint. A lot of great racing, and this is still the perfect season.
It's funny that you say that because all season long, you know,
I'll turn mine off, see if that'll help.
It's funny that you say about the perfect season. My perfect work. it's a perfect season because
All right. I tried this one.
all right, Rodney. So it's funny that you say that because we've said all season long that the class has been so competitive despite how dominant Joel Hetrick has been, and Bryce Ford's been dominant in his own right as well. But we've been talking about and thinking about this Triple Crown at the finale being the one thing that could season. I mean, the Triple Crown being at the finale is kind of like the Joel Hetrick rule. It was going to make things more interesting at the finale no matter what. That being said, what happened in the first moto had nothing to do with the Triple Crown. Joel Hetrick got a little bit, locked tires, a little tangled as the guys were fighting for that hole shot at the front of the pack, and he was, in contact with another rider and ended up being stuck in that first corner with somebody else. So we've been talking about all season long that the Triple Crown is going to make things interesting at the finale, and it does, and it will, and it is. But it really had nothing to do with the craziness that we saw unfold at the beginning of that first moto. The only thing I could say is that shorter moto, he stopped Joel from, racing up through the pack any farther, but he still put together a valiant effort to get all the way up to 8th spot.
Well, let's hope that I didn't jinx it. Because I said it ain't over yet. I did that one time to Chad Weenan and got blamed. But I don't think that was my fault by no stretch of the imagination. But you can take whatever you want to in it. We know what the situation was coming into this round. I don't know necessarily that Joel felt the weight of the world on his shoulders, whether or not he was thinking about it when he even lined up on the track. Because oftentimes, they try to dismiss things like and try to live in that moment and what's taking place. And I think you're absolutely right. It has nothing to do with the Triple Crown. That happened on the gate drop. I think that could have happened in the first moto of a 2 moto. It's just the fact that everybody's hungry. We've got a little fuller gate here today than what we traditionally run. I mean, you look at that, that's what, 5-6 more riders on the line than what traditionally we see at most of the ATV Motocross National Championship rounds, and that gets a little bit tighter in that first turn.
Yeah, it does. I mean, the one thing I will say, too, about this hole shot, perfect, beautiful hole shot, good run into that first corner, but the way that we use the left side of the hole shot for the start straight, where it's a little bit more packed in, it's a little bit quicker, you'll see some guys be on the outside of this hole shot and make a good run at the first corner. And I sometimes wonder if that makes things a little more interesting as well, because otherwise you have all the fast guys still probably on the inside of the doghouse down there, but there's guys on the outside making a good run at it, and that makes the corner a little more dicey.
Well, it does make the first corner a little more dicey, but you have to wonder sometimes when you get everybody going in, if maybe the outside might not be a good place to go, especially if you can slingshot around. You're going to have to hit every mark in the process of doing so in order to pull it off, just like you would if you were trying to dive first to the inside and pull out of that turn first. But, if you're going to go at it like that, you're going to have to think and hope that, well, those guys are going to get tangled up in that first turn. They're going to stutter for a second or so, and that's going to be my advantage with the momentum on the outside, that I can pull the whole shot in the early lead in this one. Sometimes it works, sometimes it don't.
And I guess what cued me to that was I was seeing in some of the amateur classes these guys lining up on what would be the outside of the first corner. And I was like, man, why are they starting so far outside? And it's because it's packed in. It's packed in from using it on the racetrack every lap.
Yep.
So again, it's just an interesting little tidbit. I think that we're seeing it more in the amateur classes than the pros.
Yep.
I think we're tilling up that hole shot really well for the pros. But just a little sidebar, because even if you're amateur or pro class, if you got a big run going around the outside, that's great. But if you got somebody racing up the inside that could take that spot away from you, you might find yourself out in the pickers in that first corner.
Yeah. like you said, with that being packed around the outside, like it does give you a little bit of an advantage. But I guess in the grand scheme of things, the big picture, maybe it evens it out a little bit.
I think it does probably make it, that's a really fair gate down there.
Yeah,
There
yeah,
are
absolutely.
not many bad gates on this hole shot, so you love to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to tend to agree. Hey, special thanks to Forklift Training Systems, forklifttrainingsystems.com on the World Wide Web, one of the proud local sponsors of Briarcliff Motocross Racing. Also, and our friends at Spencer Complete Debris Services and Caldwell Banker Realty, the Wyndham team. Love where you live. And those folks around here in the Newark area taking very good care of you there on the Wyndham team of Caldwell Banker Realty. So right now we're tealing the track, putting some water down. Thirsty Track, the first of 2 divisions of production C classes. That's race 11. Coming up next, race 12. In staging would be the 250 mod. Those riders would be 13 to 15-year-old riders. Full gate on that one. WMX is also going to be hitting the track. Race number 13 here this afternoon. And also don't forget, coming up this evening at 5 o'clock, the WMX autographs will be taking place, and we'll have that under the tent up there in the main concourse over by where rider registration and everything is located.
Yeah, we got some fun races coming up, Rodney, because I think that WMX class basically kind of being a winner-take-all situation for those riders at the front of that one, Kinsey Osborne and Emma Ray. That's going to be a race that all of us here at the racetrack have all been waiting for since the finishing laps. The checkered flag flew on the race previous to this one at Pleasure Valley a few weeks ago. We've all been waiting for these 2 decisive WMX motos. They've been battling hard all season long. Just a few more races, a few more gate drops away from this first moto for those ladies. And I can't wait for that one, because this is one that this is a battle that has been literally can't to miss at every race all season long. So I can't wait for that one.
Absolutely. And I being watching and listening from a distance, I was a little surprised and shocked that the competition that we had in the early part of the season. And I thought, oh well, Kinsey will get it all together, and by the time we reach the end of the championship, it'll probably be kind of one-sided, and Kinsey will have pretty much established dominance. But that's the beauty of racing. That's why we go out and race every race, because you cannot make that prediction and know that that's what's going to happen, because what we have seen is we've seen that international flavor, and we're starting to see that international flair. We've seen it several years with a lot of South American riders. We've seen a handful of European riders, and of course with Kevin Saar, 5-time European national champion and 7-time Estonia champion, laying his sights over here. You have to recognize that there's going to be other countries and other nations, and you almost have to think that Emma's there in Ireland thinking, I can do that. I can go over there. I can beat her. I can beat those other girls. She believes it, so she gets on a plane this way, and lo and behold, she's got her hat right there in the ring in the thick of things, and it's made for one of the most exciting WMX seasons. I mean, they've all been exciting, but each year there's some sort of new element that comes in that brings a whole different angle to it, I think, Cody. And the elevation of women's racing just keeps going higher and higher. And when you have folks coming from other continents, it goes to show you there's something there. And Kinsey had a target on her back across the world.
Oh yeah, but that goes without saying. That goes without saying. I think there was words, going on between European ATV racers and stateside ATV racers dating back a whole season of, what it would be like if these two linked up, and it's been an absolute treat watching it all season long. It's been so competitive. It's been so close. Kinsey, she was dealt difficult cards, crashing at the first race, absolutely going for it. Crashes at the first race. She's been on the comeback trail ever since. Emma, who's a world-class athlete, CrossFit, world competitor, all these things. Truly a famous athlete, comes here to ATV motocross, and it's you gotta give her a lot of credit, because she's racing on tracks she's never been to, and in a place that's unfamiliar to her. But at the same time, Kinsey was 2.5 years undefeated, and it would have been a whole lot easier for her to just step down from the fight and she stood up to it and has been a gamer all season long. And again, I can't wait to see what's going to happen today, because it all truly, Rodney, it all comes down to this. So we're a couple races away from that. We got a couple races between that one and that first moto, and right now where we got our production C guys on the line. But again, I can't wait for it.
I'm just going to say we needed it. We needed it. All right, Production C, Division 1, the number 06, Logan Leffel out of Stafford, Wisconsin. Number 10, Bennett Mansky from La Crosse, Wisconsin. Number 20, Mason Bostic from Vandalia, Missouri. The 20X, Brandon Gucknick out of Bloomington, Wisconsin. Number 24, Ethan Lee from Clarksville, Tennessee. 34, Tommy Simpson from Goshen, Indiana. Number 71, Cody Starkey from Bellevue, Ohio. The 74, Hunter Biddle from Fumble, Pennsylvania. The 100, Maddox Ingram from Erie, PA. The 211, Cody Paquet from Vassar, Michigan. The 212, Jesse Baber from South Bend, Indiana. The 621, James McKee from Newark, Ohio.
Everything getting slowed down a little bit, Rodney, with that till job.
Yep.
Little till in water slows the pace a little bit.
Which nothing wrong with that whatsoever. Still keeping it very even, though, for those riders as they work their way in and through that first turn and try to sort it out here on this first lap.
I think that's going to be Mason Bostic leading these guys around in that first division of this Production C-Class race number 11.
Whoa!
Big crash. Mason Bostic gets up into the berm, and he's going to end up being flipped over and stuck. He was out leading in this one, and things got a little sketchy quickly with Mason Bostic leading early, but no more.
Well, I'll tell you, if that is Mason Bostic, I got to give him a tip of the hat. He just pushed one guy's bike over whenever it was tipping over to help him, and then went over and helped the other rider, and then went to his machine and started working on his machine.
Yeah, credit to him for sure. I don't know if you felt a little bit of responsibility because you started that whole stack up, but yeah, Mason Bostic, credit to him for helping those other riders out. But now we got the second division coming through, and Mason Bostic still kind of in that lane, getting a little tight here, but it looks like all riders are able to execute their way by. And that's going to be, I'm certain, Rodney, that's the 777 leading the second division. That's Corey Cum, number 2, the second.
All right, so other riders in that Production C Division 2, Trey Rollins on the number 3, the number 18, Keaton English, number 33, James Brakebill, 55, Rylan Miller, number 56, Aaron Brown, number 61, Jake Twincheck, 158, Tyson Buss, 242, Patrick Sullivan, 414, Noah Sisk, 521, Aaron Vess, and the 777 of Corey Cum, the second. As we pointed out, lap 1 now in the history books.
All right, Rodney, first time around for these riders in this first division of the Production C class. That's going to be Jesse Baber out in front aboard his Yamaha number 212. That's James in the 2 running in the 3 spot aboard number 10. Then Maddox Ingram, Cody Logan, and Hunter Biddle rounding out the top 8 in that first division. And that is going to be the Liverpool, New York rider of Cody Cum. Cody Cum, the second, leading the way in that second division of racing. It's Tyson Bates running in the 2 ride. Keaton English in 3rd, Noah Sisk in 4th, and Patrick Sullivan running in the top 5 in that second division. So Jesse Baber continues to lead these guys around in the first division of Production C class. Jesse Baber on the 212 leading a nice little gap right now as they complete their second lap of racing. A battle also going on for the 3 spot in this first division. Looking like it's going to be Mansky and Ingram, I believe, battling it out for the 3rd and 4th spot.
Well, 2 laps down, as pointed out, 6 seconds separating first and second. Baber with a comfortable lead over the 6'2" of James McKee. Ben Mansky is still 3rd. Maddox Ingram in 4th. Cody Paquet is 5th. Logan Leffel, the number 06 in 6th. Hunter Biddle, after 2 laps, the 74 machine on that Honda is running in 7th place with Tommy Simpson in 8th. Brandon Ganuk is your 9th place ride aboard the 20X, and looks like Cody Starkey still rounds out the top 10 aboard this 71.
Lap number 3 of this race number 11 of production C class. In that second division, the number 777 of Corey Cum continues to lead. Keaton English now up to the 2 spot with Noah Sisk in 3rd. Patrick Sullivan 4th. And it looks like John Twinchick running in the 5 spot. A lot of changes going on in that second division. But if we look out front in that first division, it continues to be Jesse Baber. Though, yes, Jesse Baber continues to lead. But the 2nd and 3rd place positions possibly tightening up ever so slightly. White flag coming out for Jesse Baber on the number 212, your production C class division 1 leader. 1 lap to go, and again things tightening up for the 2 spot between James McKee and Maddox Ingram. Mansky falling back to 4th now, and I think that's probably going to be Paquette. In the 5th spot it is on the number 212. The Baber to the back side of the racetrack. Battle continues on for 2nd and 3rd in that first division. And the battle rages on for the top spot in the 2nd division, with Corey Cum, the 2nd, continuing to lead, but it's Keaton English now in tow, and they are on top of each other in that 2nd division of racing. Continues out front in the 1st division. And did we lose a rider? I think we did. I think that might be Maddox Ingram now up to 2nd. James McKee, I think, is going to come through in 3rd this time by, but that's a change from a lap ago. It is. No problems out front for Jesse Baber into the final corner. And Jesse Baber, our Division 1 in the C class, goes to Jesse Baber. Behind him going to be Maddox Ingram in the 2 spot. And that is going to be James McKee coming through in 3rd in this first division of production C class racing. It's going to be Paquette the final lap to move. Bennett Mansky, going to round out the top 5 in 5th. Let's find our leaders for that second division. And we're going to see some changes here as well, because that is going to be on the final lap of racing. Going to the top of the board and winning division number 2.
Oh, gates are up or down. The revs are up. The gates are 14 to 15, 250 mod. Rocking.
Styles West out front, Rodney. Styles West ripping the whole shot. This race number 12, our 250 mod class.
Well, the riders include the number 4, Colin Michael out of Butler, PA, the number 6, Dylan Albert out of Goodrich, Michigan, the number 7X, Blaze Kemp from Lebanon, Pennsylvania, the 8 of Hayden Korn from Macedonia, Illinois, the 8 of Josh McKinsley out of Atwater, Ohio, number 10, Jackson Lamp from Beckner, Minnesota, the 11 of Colton Nieper from Clearfield, Pennsylvania, number 12, Styles West, your early leader out of Owensboro, number 20, Cash Jackson from Burnsville, Ohio on the Yamaha, number 24, Jaden Powell from Ellsbury, Missouri, 31, Brock Alexander from Crown Point, Indiana, number 72, Drew Wolford from out of Marnie, Michigan. Here in Ohio, Seth Fitzgerald of Magnolia, Texas, Carter Edwards, Andrew Klutwick, the 141 out of Michigan City, Indiana, the 454, Jonas Chappelle from Camden, Tennessee, 620, Trevor Hughes from Scott Township, PA, 720, Blair Wilson, St. Johnsville, New York.
All right, Rodney, to the back of the racetrack, these riders already are, and it is Styles West continuing to lead. That's going to be Jaden Powell in the spot, and that is going to be Andrew Kludwick in third. Highly competitive 250 mod class. 15. Styles West out front. Jaden Powell in second and Andrew Kludwick in third. And that's going to be the 72 of Drew Wofford running in the fourth spot. It's a rider battle at the front of this one. Around the outside goes Andrew Kludwick. For a moment, it looked like he was going to make a pass for the lead. The way that that section plays out, he files back into line in the third spot. But Jaden Powell pressuring, he is the one in second and pressuring our leader, Styles West, right now. Styles flying around the backside of this racetrack, looking like his mentor, Brandon Hogue, absolutely riding the rail. Riding the rail around that outside line, that split section on the backside of the racetrack. And these riders just tightening up. These guys have been battling each other their whole lives. Styles West, Jaden Powell, Andrew Kludwick coming with them. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I'm thinking that's going to be the number 4 of Colin Michael in the 5 spot. But man, at the front, it just keeps getting tighter. Styles West to the outside. And now it's Kludwick trying to make a move as well. It is a knockdown, drag out war at the front of this one. 2 laps down. 2 to Battle rages on at the front of this one. Styles West continues to lead. Jaden Powell in second. Andrew Kludwick third. White flag coming out next time by, and these guys could not be closer. As white flag comes out, white flag coming out for Styles West, race number 12, our 250 mod class. 1, 2, and 3 on top of each other right now with 1 lap to go. Half a lap. It's still just as close as it's ever been. At the finish, Andrew Kludwick watching it all go down as he sits third. Jaden Powell to the bottom of the racetrack as Styles West is on the outside at the top of it. And Andrew Kludwick is right there. Andrew Kludwick to the inside. Styles West and Jaden Powell to the outside. 2 corners to go. West coming up towards Bigfoot. Kludwick, a last-ditch effort on the outside. I don't think it's going to work. Into the final corner, it is West, Powell, and Kludwick. 1, 2, and 3. And that's how they will finish. Styles West, Jaden Powell, Andrew Kludwick, 1, 2, and 3 in Moto 1 of race number 12, 250 mod. Race number 13 now on the gate. The one we've all been waiting for. Moto number 1 in this WMX class. Words can't almost describe how competitive this class has been between our front 2 and throughout the pack. But the battle at the front of this one between Emma Ray from Ireland and Kinsey Osborne from right here in Nashport has been as competitive a WMX battle as we have ever seen. And this title is going to be determined right here today in Kinsey's backyard. Let's see what happens. If Kinsey wins one moto today, she just needs to finish second in the other one to wrap it up. Here we go. As we point across the line, board flips, board sideways, revs are up, gate is down. Kinsey Osborne and Emma Ray racing into the first corner. And it is going to be Emma Ray. Emma Ray is going to lead them around Kinsey Osborne in the 2 ride. And your front 2 racers, the battle we've all been waiting for, now on track, riders 1 and 2. To the backside of the racetrack they go, both taking that same outside line in the split section, becomes the inside line here. Emma Ray on the 175 leads on the backside of this racetrack. Kinsey right there. Kinsey Osborne nearly side by side right here. And making her move. We have contact. We have contact. Tires rubbing on the first lap of racing already. It's Emma Ray continuing to lead Kinsey Osborne here a half a lap down. This is a 5-lap race. Again, Kinsey wins one moto. She'll own the tiebreaker. So even if Emma were to lead and win later today, I should say, Kinsey would be your champion. But we're going to let it all play out and see how it's going to play out for us. Emma Ray leading. And Kinsey right there in second. Couldn't be closer. Up over Bigfoot, the fastest 2 women in the world. The best of Europe, the best of the United States. A battle that we've seen all season long. These riders 1-2. Emma Ray leads them the first time around. Olivia Joyner running in the 3 spot. A strong ride for her. I think that might be Kludwick in 4th and Tegan Brancher 5th. It's going to be Cabrando in the 6th spot. Shaw 7th. But we got to take our focus back up front in the battle we've all been waiting for. Emma Ray continues to lead, but Kinsey Osborne could not be closer. A champion going to be crowned today. It all comes down to this. To the backside of the racetrack they go. Emma continues to lead. Kinsey Osborne trying to pick her spot. She's fast right there. Makes up ground each lap, it seems, on that anthill on the backside of the racetrack. Kinsey's got a hot line right there on the outside as well. As we make our way towards these S corners, a little slow down section, a little slower than a year ago. Up over the step. And these 2 riders, watching them ride yesterday, running some of the fastest times in the pro sport practice. Absolutely insane. And Kinsey goes to the back side of the racetrack trying to find a spot. Couple bike lengths between them right now. Emma continuing to lead. Emma Ray continuing to lead. Up towards Bigfoot, they're going to go. Little body English by Emma Ray there. 2 laps, 3 to go. Emma Ray continues to lead 2 laps down. And if what we've seen on the season so far, this is about the time where Kinsey likes to make her run. Take a couple laps to figure it out. Figure this track out, and now she's going to think about making a run at Emma Ray. She's got a couple hot lines on the backside of this racetrack, and we'll see what she can do as they make their way back towards the pond. 2 different lines coming together right now. On the back side of the racetrack, Emma Ray's goes to the outside. Kinsey to the inside. Ends up being a moot point at the end of it. They're just as close as they've been. And again, Kinsey's really fast back here. Gap no more. Kinsey closes the gap on the backside of the racetrack. This outside line, she doesn't use it this time. She doesn't use it this time. The same lines back there. We are at the exact midway point of this racetrack. This over the step up and into the back side of this racetrack. Emma Ray continues to lead. If there's a 2-lap board coming out right now, 2 to go this time by. Starting to see some urgency from Kinsey Osborne because they're closer than they were a lap ago. Down the start straight. They go. Kinsey now putting the pressure on. They are tighter than they've been. They are tighter than they've been. To the backside of the racetrack they go. I wonder if Kinsey's going to try this opposite line back here. Because last time by it was close, but I think they're going to pick the same line. They're going to pick the same line this time around, so no pass going to come in this section. Kinsey must have another place where she wants to pull the trigger, but she is as tight as she's been. To the backside of the racetrack, Kinsey hot line on the outside. Emma shuts her again. They're as close as they've been, side by side. Kinsey makes it stick. Kinsey makes it stick. The here. Kinsey out in front, and this one's for all the marbles. Wins one moto, she doesn't need to win the next one. Are going to see Emma Ray do everything that she can right now, because this one moto means everything. Kinsey now out in front. The crowd getting ready to salute her, now leading for the first time up and over Bigfoot. And into the final corner she goes on this second racing. The out. Flag is out for Kinsey Osborne. 1 to go. Kinsey winning the last race at Pleasure Valley meant all she needed to do was win one moto today. And now out in front and setting the pace at her family's track in her backyard here at Briarcliff. So we look back at Olivia Joyner continuing to run in third. I'm certain that it is Neve Shaw in the 5th spot. But out front it is Kinsey Osborne. Kinsey Osborne leading this batch of riders around this decisive first moto when it comes to the championship. She absolutely today, and she's a half a lap away from doing it. She passes the track that she made the lap up to the back side of the racetrack. Few corners to go. A few Osborne from winning this first WMX moto today here at Briarcliff. 2 corners to go. She makes her way around hander heading up towards Bigfoot. One last time. Up over Bigfoot is Kinsey Osborne, your reigning champ. But it has been tough. It's been a dogfight all season long, but Kinsey Osborne wins Moto 1 at Briarcliff. And she looks to the sky as she is able to know how pivotal that Moto 1 was. If Kinsey finishes second in Moto 2 today, she wraps up the title. Kinsey Osborne, your winner in Moto 1 at Briarcliff. Respect to Emma Ray finishing second. And it is going to be Olivia Joyner rounding out the podium in this WMX class, but we're going to send it down to Rodney Tomlin with what is for sure a happy Kinsey Osborne.
up, we'll have it for later.
All right.
All righty, folks, we made our way down here to the podium. And we've got some celebrating to get underway here as we've got some sight laps or something going on over there, I think, for some of our pro class racing maybe, or we got something going. Oh, that was a gate drop there. But how about it? Put your hands together right here for Caitlin Osborne taking the win in Moto. And Kenzie, God bless. I'm sorry, it's been a minute. But but anyway, let's talk a little bit about this. I know coming into this one, wow, what a season, what a championship. It's come right down to the wire right here. Pole shot takes off, and it looks like you're behind the 8-ball right off the bat, but you go to work.
Yeah, a lot of emotions going into this one, a lot of nerves. I was just focused on riding my own race, treating it like a normal race, and that's all you really can do. I didn't get the whole shot. Emma was bumping as soon as we got off the gate, and I knew that would be her plan the whole time. That's just how she rides, but I was anticipating that. She bumped me a couple times. That's just racing. She was doing her best to defend the insides, and she chose the wrong line in the split lane in the back, and I capitalized on it because I was losing seconds there actually a couple laps prior, and she finally chose that line. And I got lucky there, but I managed to hang on for another lap. I was getting tired, but excited at the same time. I didn't know if I pull it off this moto. I wanted to get it done this moto instead of last. But I'm so thankful to be up here and to be safe this season. So,
Amen on that one, sister. I tell you, did you ever think that it would come? I mean, coming into this season, I know you had a lot of hopes, you had a lot of dreams. You thought, hey, man, get some competition, but I'm really going outright. But did you ever dream that the competition would be this stiff this year?
no, I don't think anyone thought she would be as fast as she is. She's definitely quick. There's no doubt about that. Everyone knows that now. I kind of got off to a bad start on the beginning of the season and kind of just tried to work my way up, pick myself back up, and stay positive through all the negatives and challenges I faced. I definitely had to work for this one a lot more, and it feels extra special, I feel like. And, I mean, nothing means as much to me as this right here.
That's awesome. That is great. One more step to go. You got one more moto to go. Kenzie, who do you want to say thanks to?
Of course, my mom, my dad, my whole family and friends. Throughout the whole season, they've been supporting me, uplifting me when I was getting down on myself. So I want to thank them for always being there, supporting me. My dad always keeping my bike in check. We've had so many things go wrong this season, and I feel bad for him. I know his stress level is mine or way higher. So I'm just glad to finish this one out and have a long break and relax. But my grandparents, I'm out of breath, sorry. WRM, the Roush family, the Deckards, they were helping me this weekend. Cody's my mechanic. CST Tires, Mid-Ohio, Forklift Training Systems, Clutch, SSI. I don't got any words left, sorry. But everyone who helped me get up here, I want to thank them as well. I'm just got to catch my breath.
There you go. Do your talking on the track right there. That's where you're going to get it all smoked the best. Anyway, put your hands together once again. Kenzie Osborne. One close title.
All right, Rodney, as we rejoin the action on the racetrack, we're going to have one more moto before Pro Moto number 2 of 3 here, Triple Crown action here at Briarcliff. But on the track right now, race number 14, our Senior 40A and Senior 40 Plus B class. And it looks like our Senior 40A leader, Sebastian Foch, leading these guys around on the number 74. It's Chase Cunningham in second, Ernie Powers in third, Brian Jenkins in fourth, Tim Notarani in fifth, Jason Kludwick in sixth. That's a fast batch of riders right there. In the B class, it's Justin Fisher leading them around on the 929. Jason Porterfield in second, Chris Thomas third, Joe Thomas fourth, and Jeremy Kruger in the fifth. But we already got 3 laps in the books in this one. And that is going to Sebastian Foch out in front of this one. That's Chase Cunningham running second, trying to put pressure on our leader. Ernie Powers continuing to run in third, but that's Foch out front. Up over the finish line as he takes the white flag is Justin Fisher, your leader in the Senior 40 Plus B class. I believe that is going to be Porterfield, still continuing to run, still running in the second spot. Chris Thomas continuing to finish out the podium in third. Half a lap to go in this one. Sebastian Foch continues to lead. Chase Cunningham keeping him honest. 2 corners to go now, as they're going to make their way towards Bigfoot one last time. And things are getting tight as they take 2 different lines heading up towards Bigfoot. Foch makes his way over Bigfoot, stretches his lead a little bit as he heads up towards the finish line, and he's going to take the win in this race number 14, Senior 40A. Sebastian Foch, your winner in moto number 1. Chase Cunningham second, and that's going to be Ernie Powers rounding out the top 3. Our Senior 40 Plus B class, leading them are making the win in is Justin Fisher on the 929. Justin Fisher takes the win. It's going to be Jason Porterfield second. And I believe it's going to be Chris Thomas rounding out the top 3 in that Senior 40 Plus B class. And well, look what we have here. Pro Moto number 2 on the line and ready to take their sight lap ahead of Pro Moto number 2. Leading these guys around once again, Timmy Farr on the two-stroke. Can't miss him out there. Make sure you give this guy a little love as he makes his way towards us. Timmy Farr, a 4-time champion of this series, a legend for so many years in this ATV racing series. Our Grand Marshal today is Timmy Farr, that iconic and legendary number 4, hailing from right here in Ohio. It's only right that he be with us and be our Grand Marshal here today. And it is hard to even put into words what we saw in that first moto earlier today. We saw a perfect season come to an end. We saw Joel Hetrick get tied up in the first corner, race all the way back to 8th, which was crazy impressive. We saw Chad Wienen on a day where he calls it a career, win the opening moto here at Briarcliff. And on that same sentiment, on that same idea, 3 of our 4 riders, or 3 riders I should say, that are stepping away from the sport, Chad Wienen, Jeffrey Rastrelli, Nick Janusa, all finished in the top 4 today with only Max Lindquist splitting them. So what an amazing ride for those guys as they get set to call it a career. Bryce Ford, valiant ride for him, warrior-like effort as he battles back from some serious injuries a week ago. He was out there running inside the top 3, top 5. And then we crowned a champion. We'll crown him later today, but Joel Hetrick clinched a championship in that first moto. Now a 6-time champion. And Rodney, we got so much going on, hard to even take into account everything going on as Tim Farr races by us here on his sight lap. But so much ahead in this second moto to monitor as we're only at the midway point of this race day.
Absolutely. And the great thing about it is the fact that, everyone's coming out. It's the last round of the season, and whether they're healthy or not, they're bringing everything they got. The old adage, leaving everything on the racetrack. And I think that's kind of the idea that, you were talking about these final 3 efforts from these 3 riders out here today. That's exactly what they're doing. They're leaving everything they brought out there on the racetrack today because they don't want to walk away from this saying, hey, I kind of laxed off on my last race. I cruised. No, they want to say I pushed as hard as I could, and this is how I finished in the end. And that's going to be saying a whole lot.
Yeah, like I said, Rodney, I've talked to these guys on my show, each one of these guys over the last couple weeks, and the sentiment was the same. These guys all want to leave it all on the racetrack. They want to empty the tank. One final time, they want to push the edge, push the limit one final time, and that's exactly what we saw in the first moto. And it sure would be fun to see it again in Moto 2 because, again, these guys want to add to their stats before this thing is over. Each one of them wants to add to their win stats, their podium stats. And I just want to be realistic with you. There's probably a win out there to be had right now for one of these guys because Joel Hetrick logged an 8 in that first moto, which was still amazing from where he had to come from. But an 8 is going to be hard to win the overall today, having that 8.
Yeah,
And
especially whenever you look at these riders. Consistency play a huge key in these 3 motos. And I can tell you right now, the consistent part of this is going to be every going out, gloves off on this one. So this first turn is going to be exciting. Joel's got a lot of ground to make up, and he's going to try to establish things right off the bat.
I want you to look at something. We talked about how the outside on this hole shot being packed in was going to be a factor. We didn't get a big till job before this moto, and I want you to look where Joel Hetrick is. He's almost all the way on the outside, on the fast track into that first corner. And it's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out in comparison to all the fast guys, other fast guys on the inside of this gate.
Very, very good observation, Cody Jansen. And, of course, these riders have made their way down onto the starting line. Mere moments away from getting the starting sequence underway. Sight laps have been taken, and now it's just a matter of waiting for the officials to say time to go racing. Now, you've been down here. You know what it's like, this juncture of the race. And, this is always a tough part of the race, that waiting game on the starting line, the anticipation of the race just getting underway. But how much higher do you think the anticipation level is right now?
Man, especially for those guys calling it a career, there is so much going through their minds right now. But when I say that, that board goes up and the world goes quiet. because all that matters is you in that machine. And I want you to look too, there's another guy that would love to play spoiler in this moto, a guy we didn't see out there for Moto 1. It's something going on with that machine. Brandon Hogue is back on the line and also on that fast track on the outside of this racetrack, this start straight. So this 30-second board is going to go up here pretty quickly. And again, that first corner is going to be one to watch because you're going to have some guys raging into that start straight, that first corner from the outside.
So the 30-second card is out. We'll see it go sideways, and Fevers will reach a high pitch here in just a moment. But the sounds of the machines on the starting line that we're about to go racing.
That whole shot going to be so important. It was like the blink of an eye. That first moto was over, Rodney.
Very critical. Bryce Ford putting pressure on Chad Ween in that first moto. Couldn't make a pass. He was able to take it from whole shot to checkers to see if he can do it or someone else can do it again.
Revs are up, gate is down, and it's going to be Chad Weenan again. Chad Weenan ripping another clutch hole shot, and look who's in second. It's Jeffrey Rastrelli coming with him. Nick Janusa as well. Almost a replay of Moto 1. It's Weenan. It's Rastrelli. It's Decker now sneaking into the third spot. It's Janusa going to hang on to fourth, I believe. That might be Mason Jackson running fifth.
Well, Jackson up there definitely trying to play some spoiler. How about that for Chad Weenan? I mean, he had the perfect line into that first turn. He didn't play his cards any differently, and it worked out just perfectly for him as one lead. In the number 2 spot, as you said, is Rastrelli. Now, my big question is, where is Bryce Ford back there in the mix of all this?
We're watching what's going on. We got something going on in the back of the racetrack. I see Brandon Hogue and Bryce Ford.
Yep.
Brandon Hogue and Bryce Ford getting hung up on the back of the racetrack. But out front, it's going to be Chad Weenan, Jeffrey Rastrelli, Zach Decker, Joel Hetrick, now going from 6th to about 4th. And that's going to be Nick Janusa rounding out the top 5 on this opening lap. But Chad Weenan has visions of making a break for it and doing what he did in that first moto right now in Moto 2.
Oh, rock and roll we are doing here in the AMA Pro ATV. Chad Weenan making his way around on this first lap of the second moto. Launches Bigfoot right behind him, Jeffrey Rastrelli, and settling into that number 3 spot now, the number 1 of Joel Hetrick. Decker back there in the number 4 spot. And the green flag waves on this one, Cody Jansen. Here comes Hetrick. Oh, Hetrick a little close to the inside, gets a little bobbly as we head toward the first turn region. He's putting pressure on Rastrelli. He wants to make quick work of Rastrelli. Put that pressure on Chad Weenan, and I know he's got a lot of respect for him, but the one thing that Joel Hetrick wants to do is leave Chad Weenan going in the retirement with that feeling that, yes, I still couldn't beat Joel there at the end.
I'm sure you're right, Rodney. I would say that right now there ain't nobody on this racetrack that's got the gear that Joel Hetrick does. You can tell this is an angry dude right now who's not happy with that first moto, the way that it went, not happy that his perfect season was soiled in that first moto. He's now found his way to second, found his way around Jeffrey Rastrelli in the split section of the back of this racetrack, and he is now stalking Chad Weenan because Chad Weenan side by side with Joel Hetrick with a little bump. These guys are battling at the front of the pack.
Open wheel racing, close racing at that. Little bump in action going on. Hetrick able to gather himself side by side. Hetrick pulling the trigger over that tabletop on the inside. Ball turn.
Close they get, Rodney. Close they get, but we got a change for the lead. It's Joel Hetrick now in front. He used those CST tires to cut up the inside of Chad Weenan, and we got a new leader.
It is poetry in motion as Joel Hetrick takes that Yamaha back by Phoenix Racing to the front of the pack and proving why he is the champion. Chad Weenan running in second. Zach Decker in the number 3 spot. Nick Janusa in the number 4 spot. And there is Jeffrey Rastrelli now in 5th.
Yeah, we got changes going on, Rodney. That's Zach Decker going with Joel Hetrick now in 3rd. So it's Hetrick leading. Chad Weenan 2nd. Zach Decker now running in the 3 spot. And we had more changes going on because now that's Nick Janusa fourth with Jeffrey Rastrelli running in fifth. So something happened to Rastrelli where he got slowed down ever so slightly, and Jeffrey has now fallen from inside the top three back to fifth. And I believe that's Kevin Saar now running with these guys now in the sixth spot.
Yeah, Saar, a five-time European champion, six-time Estonian champion, has really been making some waves as of recently. And we saw it in qualifying earlier today. First had some pulling off here in moto number 2 of these 3 motos of racing action today at Briarcliff. Hetrick still out front, starting to put a little distance between himself and Weenan. Weenan, is he still some pressure from that third place ride of Decker now? That's the question that might get answered here real soon, Cody Jansen.
Absolutely, Rodney. You know, Zach has been riding so well. We talked about how he rode so well at the last race, moto, before heading here to Briarcliff. An absolute tear coming from the back of the pack. And we're seeing some of that right now where he's running with Chad Weenan in the third spot. And it goes without saying how much this finale meant to these 3 guys that are in a career. But you can see how much it meant to them because they're all running inside the top 5 after finishing 4th just a moto ago. So Joel Hetrick continues to stretch his lead. Chad Weenan running in the 2 spot. And again, Chad Weenan has a full rear view mirror full of Zach Decker right now. When Chad is open, he's just going to hang on to this thing and ride it home to log another good finish. Zach Decker's making him push the pace.
Well, got to recognize the real that Chad was kind of at this point right now. I would go on the flip side of saying that not only is he trying to push the pace for Chad, but I think he's actually trying to latch on and hang with Chad at this particular point, because as much as he's pushing him, I believe he's being pulled as well. They are riding at a fever pitch right now.
Yeah, they are, Rodney. And like I said, Chad Weenan, he wants to just go out there and do his thing. He logged a win already on the day. If he can finish second right now, he's going to be sitting so pretty to add to that total of 66 overall wins in his career, trying to make it 67 today. And where he's running right now, things are looking very, very good for him.
Yeah, that's the one thing that we got to take into account. Joel Hetrick's Moto 1 score. That's what's going to be the big factor whenever we go to deciding the overall wins here today.
You know, it was just a few weeks ago where we saw Jeremy Martin call it a career at Millville, and he went out with a moto win. And Chad Weenan, who I know is a friend Hetrick leads him around. He takes the white flag one last time. Back towards the pond one last time for Joel Hetrick. Taking out a little aggression after that disappointing first moto. Joel Hetrick leads them around one last time, half a lap to go. The number one out front after logging an 8th in the first moto. And we'll have one more moto later today in this Triple Crown format. Max Lindquist around the outside of Nick Janusa. So that could be a battle for a podium spot. Max Lindquist making the pass for 4th on Nick Janusa on the final lap of this second moto. Still an awesome ride for Nick Janusa, running inside the top 5 in both motos today. But it's just 2 corners to go for Joel Hetrick. 2 corners to go. He takes a look back, sees Chad Wienen, sees Zach Decker. But there's some 4 or 5 seconds back because it's all Joel Hetrick out front right now. And Joel Hetrick not happy. He's gesturing. He's feeling it right now. But up over the checkered flag, Joel Hetrick goes. Joel Hetrick, your Moto 2 winner. Your Moto 2 winner at Briarcliff. Chad Wienen second. Zach Decker, a heck of a ride in 3rd. Max Lindquist 4th. And Nick Janusa rounding out your top 5. Kevin Sarr 6th. Mason Jackson 7th. Jeffrey Rastrelli finishes 8th. 1 moto to go later today, but it is Joel Hetrick, our moto winner. We will send it down to the podium with Rodney and Joel Hetrick.
All righty, thanks a lot there, Cody Jansen, for, wow, what a race, what a call, and what a day. Moto 2 of 3, our Triple Crown race, our final round of 2025 is certainly upon us as right it cool down. I know they have got to be roasting right now, especially old Big himself, Chad Wienen, as he dumps a bottle of water on his head down, trying to cool things off as quickly as possible. Donnie standing by to congratulate him on another job well done and one step closer to win number 67 for Chad Wienen as he makes his way up onto the podium. Put your hands together for one of the greatest in our sport, Chad Wienen, grabbing the whole shot here. SSI decals, brick construction, all coming together with that one. Chad, wow, another great start, man. You have those starts dialed in. You had the perfect line in that first turn.
Thank you, Rodney. Man, yeah, launched out of there so good. I came out clean and just held it to the bars all the way to the first turn, and man, that feels so good. Joel had a good pace. I was able to latch on for a little bit, but man, I'm excited. This is awesome. I just want to keep it rolling for one more.
There you go, 1-2 so far. You're on the road to possibly winning this. And put your hands together, Chad Wienen. Whole shot. And how about for this guy right here? He's got the Moto 2 win. He left us with our jaw dropped wide open at the end of the first turn in Moto number 1, but gets back on track here in Moto 2. Put your hands together for Joel Hetrick. Just trying to get that new, fresh number 1 jersey, national champion on there. Here he is, your 6-time AMA ATV Nationals. Joel, congratulations to you. It's just a moto win, but after that first moto, that right there's almost got to feel like a race win.
Yeah, I mean, it felt good. Obviously, losing my massive win streak burned a little bit, but I got pushed super wide on the first start, and Kevin was locked up with me and unfortunately bent my Nerf bar pretty bad, and took me a minute to get going, but I was able to get going, salvaged 8th in the moto, first moto, Bryce was in 6th, so that gave me the championship. Number 6 for me, which feels really good. I might not look like it right now, but I still have more work to do. Job's not done yet, so we're ready to go out there and work again. And yeah, we're getting dicey out there a little bit. You know, I gotta make sure I try to end on top here and let everybody know that two almost undefeated seasons weren't by fluke. So we're up here, and I'm gonna go ride really hard this third moto, and I would love to have someone battle me out there. So if someone wants to push me off the start again, I'll be coming for you.
All righty. That's Joel Hetrick right there. Joel, man, thanks for the great memories here in this season. And, of course, before you get out of here, I've got a gentleman here that wants to come over here and present you with something. Mr. Mike Burkeen from the American Motorcyclists Association.
I don't need to say anything. Everybody knows. So Joel, at the AMA, we give out these awards every year. They're called Rider of the Year awards. And back when I first started, they just put them in the mail and sent them to people. And Mike Pelletier and I got together and we said, that's the end of that. It may take us all year to get them all given out, and this is about 7 months late, but I got a little something for you.
As Mike Burkeen steps over there, ladies and gentlemen, he hands him the the AMA Athlete of the Year 24, Joel Hetrick.
So this is not just the ATV Rider of the Year. This is the Athlete of the Year. This encompasses all discipline. It's our biggest award we can give. You earned it last year with your performance and through this year, so congratulations.
Joe, I'm sure you got a couple things you want to say.
Yeah, absolutely. Not about this award. I think we're supposed to do it sooner than later. Like Mike said, he usually calls and delivers it just by mail. So to have it delivered here, and for it not just to be with the ATVs, this is Athlete of the Year of everyone. So the bikes and whoever was in this category at least. But I'm so pumped to earn this, and just with the overall wins and the moto wins and the championships, and we're just striding right now. We're on an uphill trend, and I'm having a really good time doing it. The Phoenix Racing Yamaha crew got me dialed in on a great machine. Just everyone here for this weekend. We got B. Neal, the GNCC champ over there, just viewing for the day. That's super cool. And the rest of the guys that came out with Phoenix today, I appreciate that just for the viewing, and my family that's here. Thank you all. Feels really good to get my 6th championship. Just a little fired up today, but man, I should be happy. This is a really good treat for me. This is my livelihood. I love racing, and to gain my 6th championship in that first moto, it sucked at first because I was mad, but I'm really happy now. And you know, I'm pumped to be up here talking. And you know, we got one more moto, like I said. Job's not done yet, and we'll try to get up here on the podium today with an 8-1-1 hopefully. And yeah, I'll talk to you again hopefully.
Alrighty, sounds good. Put your hands together for one of the greatest of our time, Joel Hetrick. Your 6-time 2025 now ATV National Champion. And that's going to wrap things up down here on the podium. I believe we're looking at a little maintenance work going on this racetrack right now. A great opportunity for me to remind you to stop over and see our good friends over at 7S Racing, as Ron has got, well, the bottom dropped out. Some amazing deals. They got goggles over there, some of the high-dollar goggles for as low as $30. But here's the thing that I'm thinking. Racing apparel and also casual attire apparel. Select items 50% off over there at 7S Cycles. So stop on over and see those folks and see what they may have for you. Gas cans, normally $38. Those VP Racing Fuel plastic gas cans, just $25 today. Whether you're here to race or whether you're here spectating and you need a new gas can, that's a great opportunity for you right there, friends. But, Cody, I tell you, it's certainly a spectacular day. 2 motos of AMA Pro ATV racing under our belt. Still one more to go. We had an intense moto of WMX racing there a little bit ago. And wow, this day isn't even over yet, my friend.
Well, folks, I tell you, I've been witnessing some amazing racing here today. It's a great opportunity for you to stop down and get yourself a cold drink. We're giving the track a drink. You can only think that maybe you're needing a cold drink as well. Got plenty of that down there. Got some great grub to get your fill the hunger pain there that might be starting to tickle in and trickle in there, and get yourself energized and ready to go and fueled up for our third and final moto of AMA Pro ATV Racing coming up here at 4 o'clock, about an hour and a half out. Little track rework going on right now. The pros certainly, the amateur racing plus this pro moto that we just saw really putting a pounding on this racetrack. And got to hand it to the crew here at Briarcliff Motocross Park, digging deep and going out and, basically transforming this entire surface back into, a fresh racetrack. And lots of moisture going in, and, of course, it's being worked at the same time. So when these riders resume racing here in just a few moments, we are going to have a exquisite track, a prime track, one that I'm sure you folks that may be watching at home on the stream, welcome aboard. Hope that you're enjoying that, and thanks to our fine sponsors that have helped make this possible. But what a beautiful day here in Central Ohio, Nashport, Ohio, and we are racing ATVs. It's getting ready for the big international race coming up tomorrow. And, of course, we still got to decide the Women's National Championship with Kenzie Osborne and Emma Ray, I guess you could say the foreign invader from Ireland that is made her way into American motocross to come and try to steal Kenzie's crown. And there's no other way to put it. The words were flying before she even made her way in. Folks didn't know what to expect, but even Kenzie will tell you she's fast. But will it be enough in the end for her to dethrone Kenzie Osborne from her WMX title? One more moto will tell the story on that one. And, man, what a nail-biter we have got on our way here in ATV motocross racing on the WMX side of things. Get to meet these young ladies about 5 o'clock. We'll have a WMX autograph signing coming up here in a little bit. We'll invite everyone over for that and encourage you to come over and give these ladies a pat on the back and tell them thanks for the great and wonderful shows they've been putting on all season long, and look forward to what the future holds in these championship battles. Good to see so many faces out here today. I know a lot of folks coming to watch this historical event. The history of it being some of our top riders stepping away from professional racing on a regular basis, and one of those being one of the greatest of all time himself. And, it's hard to dispute what Cody Jansen said there of Chad Wienen being the GOAT of ATV. It goes without saying, working on win number 67 quite possibly here today. He's already got 66 under his belt, as well as the number of professional podiums that he's been able to score. And you just keep digging deeper and deeper on that record, and the more you dig into it, the more enlightening and the more exciting it actually is. And we know that we've got another great champion in Joel Hetrick as well. But I'll tell you, it's hard to beat somebody like Chad Wienen, and Joel Hetrick will be the first one to tell you that.
Yeah, you got that right, Rodney. It's comes down to, those two, Gary Denton, when you're thinking about greatest of all time. And Joel Hetrick with every win. I mean, he's already got the win total, but with every win, every championship, as we look towards the future, there's a day where there may be no debate. But as of right now, nobody's got more championships than Chad Wienen. Only one guy's got as many. But Joel's on his way, wrapping up number 6 earlier today. Can't wait to see what the future looks like as far as that argument goes. And that's why I try to stay away from the greatest of all time talk, because I've shifted it to more a Mount Rushmore talk, because then there's debate, but not quite as much. We know that Chad Wienen is on the Mount Rushmore, Joel Hetrick's on the Mount Rushmore, and as a as it comes down to current ATV racing. Those two guys surely on the Mount Rushmore, at least that much we cannot debate. But Joel Hatchick righting the ship after that first corner debacle. Righting the ship in that second moto, taking a moto win in Moto 2. We'll see how that plays out. I mean, don't be afraid. Don't count him out for an overall podium for sure. Couple riders that are going to try to make it interesting as well. I would think that Max Lindquist would be one of them. He was up in the running in the top 5 at both motos. Same can be said for Nick Janusa. So if we highlight those guys, and Jeffrey Rastrelli was good in that first moto, fell back to 8th in Moto 2. But with a good run, could also put himself back in the podium mix here before day's end. But it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. A lot of things yet up in the air heading into that third moto of action. Chad Wienen sitting in the catbird seat as far as overalls go. Like Rodney said, it would be win number 67 for Chad Wienen. It would be podium number 145 for Chad Wienen. And one thing that we haven't said yet today, two things. First thing is Michelle Jenkins. Her quad is down here near her memorial plaque, down here in the middle of the viewing area, down here the spectator area. Her quad is down here by the memorial plaque near the American flag. And there are also some posters down there for you guys to take, free to take, Michelle Jenkins posters. So please make your way down to the American flag, see that memorial, see her quad, grab a poster or 2 or 3 or 4. And then the other thing I want to highlight is the bracelets continuing to be sold in support of Jaden Launderville. Those bracelets can be found at the Brandon Hogue tent near JH Racing. So head down to the Pro Pits. You can't miss that beautiful Brandon Hogue pop-up tent that is down there. So check that out. Great opportunity to support JJ Launderville. We also posted on our Digging Deep pages the PayPal account if you just want to be able to support JJ Launderville but don't necessarily want a bracelet. So there's another way to help him as well. But I want to take my photo back to the start gate because on the line we have race number 15, our pro sport class. And most of these riders, 16 entries, 16 riders on the gate, most of them do not need any introduction. The 00 of Cale Deal, the number 9 of Cody Houghton, the number 9 slash of Talon Trimble, the number 9X of Zach Natarani, the number 10 of Devin Jensen, the number 27 of Damian Hubert, the 44 of Josh Deemer, the 55 of Sam Ambrosia, the number 61 of Heath Hanna, 66 of Justice McDaniel, the 71 of Ian Juka, the 88 of Noah Arnold, the 91 of Caden McPhee, the number 93 of Jeremiah Newton, the 99 of Gage Beebe, and the number 144 of Juan Ondachu. And we have a few more riders in this one as well. I believe Carter Buff on the 192. The 218 of Mike Graff and the 488 of Vincent Dillon. So looks like actually 19 entries in this one. A full gate of riders for the Pro Sport class. And I think we are going to get ready, get engines fired up after a little track prep post-pro class racing. And we are going to get ready to go Pro Sport racing here. Race number 15, Saturday here at Briarcliff, the finale, of course. And we are going to give these guys a sight lap. Not a typical thing for them, I think, probably because they got a little water on the track. We're going to give a sight lap to our Pro Sport riders. And we've been talking about it for 2 days now. There's going to be a champion crowned in this class today. Coming down to a few guys. Cody Houghton. Damian Hubert, Cale Deal, all in the running for this one, as well as Noah Arnold, Ohio boy. This is the moment that these guys have been waiting for. And this pro sport class, one of the most fun classes that we have in all of ATV motocross. 2 motos both being raced today in this class. Pro-Am happening tomorrow. So these guys will, there's 3 guys that'll stand on the podium today in the pro sport class. And every one of these 19 think, hope, and believe it's going to be them right now. We'll soon settle at least the first chapter of this pro sport equation as these guys make it around on their sighting lap to check out this track before they uncork it and turn this thing up to 10 on the opening lap of Pro Sport Moto 1. Sight lap going on right now, race number 15. Sight lap finishing up for our Pro Sport Moto 1 riders. Pro Sport Moto number 1 on deck. Again, championship hanging in the balance today between riders like Cale Deal, Cody Houghton, Damian Hubert, Noah Arnold, all vying for this pro sport title. And as we re-rack them post a sight lap, a couple last words of encouragement, maybe a drink of water, pull a tear off. And these guys are going to go racing in this highly anticipated pro sport first moto. A full gate, 19 guys. 19 riders on the gate for this one. And there's one thing about the pro sport class is there is no quit in any of these riders out here. We are going to see this thing get crazy. Like I said, they're going to crank it up to level 10 right away. As the card goes up, card goes sideways, revs up, gate down. And it's going to be the guy that's been on a heater, Juan Ondachu. Juani out in front in this one. And that's going to be Cody Houghton, your championship contender, trying to go right to the front. So it is going to be Juani in the lead, Cody Houghton in second. And I am wondering if that's potentially Noah Arnold in the 3 ride. But one thing we know is Juan Ondachu on the 144 ripped the whole shot. That was clear. And that's Cody Houghton on the number 9 in the 2 ride. Another guy who is a TT racer at his core. Loving these hard-packed, fast conditions at Briarcliff. And Cody Houghton and possibly in second. Now I think it's going to be Noah Arnold because him and Cody Houghton battling inside the top 3. And that's Cody Houghton getting shuffled back to the 3 ride. I'm certain that's got to be Noah Arnold now running second. So it's Juan Ondichu. That's got to be Noah Arnold in the 2 ride. Cody Houghton in 3rd. Cale Deal in 4th and Damian Hubert in 5th. All of your players for that title here this weekend, all running inside the top 5. But Juan Ondichu told me yesterday that those guys had found something in that program, but it wasn't enough. At least at the end of the opening lap, it's Noah Arnold now out in front. And Cody Houghton knows he needs to go with them. Whoa, big crash, big crash, big crash. Juan Ondichu and Cody Houghton, big crash. And Wani and Cody Houghton, big crash there after the start straight section, locking tires and going flipping. I hope everybody's okay. Cody Houghton was battling for a championship here this weekend. And now it's going to be Noah Arnold completely out in front. It's going to be... No. So as we wait for a little action, a little movement down where that crash took place, on the other side of the racetrack we look, and it's Noah Arnold now all out in front. It's Cale Deal in 2nd. It's going to be Damian Hubert now running in the 3 spot. Trimble in 4th. And I'll get a number on that 5th place rider. Looks like Juan Ondichu for sure up. I think Cody Houghton, Rodney, doesn't look like he's maybe gotten up yet.
He's gotten up, but I think they moved him over to the medical station. I mean, they're working with him at the medic. Oh, down goes your leader. He gets cross-rutted. That was crazy. Just flip-flop back inside, and he goes high-side.
Now it's Noah Arnold. Noah Arnold goes flipping. Noah Arnold goes flipping, and he was the championship. He was your championship leader after that craziness. So now, oh my gosh, now it's Cale Deal all alone out in front with his title combatant, Damian Hubert, in 2nd.
Well, Hubert is 2nd, Talon Trimble up to 3rd. Zach Notarani is in the number 5 spot. Noah Arnold back into the flow, back in a 6th place position. He lost that quickly. It was just simple, a swap out back and forth, and he high sides off the bike, quickly rebounds, but wow, they came in fast and hot on him. Arnold going to try to maybe regain some ground there. Brugia back in the number 7 spot. Carter Buff is 8th, Ian Chuka in 9th, and Devin Jensen rounds out your top 10.
Yeah, Rodney, you can tell the intensity that Damian Hubert is riding with right now because he knows he probably needs to win today to have a chance at this title. Then he is racing now up, trying to get his way into the top 5. I believe he just made the pass. So it's going to be Cale Deal out in front. A little gap. Damian Hubert in 2nd. I think that's going to be Notarani in 3rd now. That's Trimble in 4th. Now Noah Arnold running in the 5th spot.
Well, Arnold going to try to chip his way back up through the pack. Deal making his way now back into the track all by himself, but look at this. 4-rider shootout for 2nd place, making a 5-rider shootout.
No, this guy deserves a shout out. That's Heath Hanna. That's Heath Hanna running in 3rd. And he deserves a shout out because he's been battling inside the top 3. Oh, and another near miss. With Heath Hanna coming up short on Bigfoot. Locking tires for a moment with Trimble. In one lap, after Noah Arnold just flipped, killed his quad, and was off the machine, he's back inside the top 3.
This kid is crazy fast. out of South Amherst, Ohio. Not real far from where we're at right now. This kid come gunning through that youth ranks into the amateur ranks. Man, he has not looked back. Look at this. He's challenging Hubert right now through those option lines for the second position.
Absolutely, Rodney. They're as close as they can be right now. Damian Hubert, Noah Arnold taking the fast track around the outside. And my goodness, Damian Hubert shuts him down. But Noah Arnold absolutely leaving it all on the racetrack right now. He's got a line figured out here. I don't know if he can make it stick this time, but he's been fast there through. So it's Cale Deal leading. It's Hubert in second. Noah Arnold third. That's Heath Hanna fourth. Alan Trumbull running in the fifth spot.
So right here's where Arnold can make some magic with these big turns. Got some option lanes coming up as well, so this could get exciting as Cale Deal makes his way in and through here in the infield. This is where the battle and all eyes are for second place. Noah Arnold challenging Damian Hubert as a one more turn before Bigfoot. What will Arnold pull out for the Bigfoot now?
Cale Deal leads him around. Damian Hubert looks back. He sees Noah Arnold. Noah Arnold's got the speed right now. He's got the speed running in third, but it's Hubert continuing to lead Noah around anyway. It's Deal in the lead. Hubert in second, Noah Arnold third, Heath Hanna in fourth, Trimble in the fifth spot. But again, we got a champion going to be crowned today in this class, and these guys are leaving it all on the racetrack.
Cale Deal 157.254, Noah Arnold a 157.639, and he did that trying to fend his position and get around Damian Hubert at the same time. Can Arnold get into the right position here? Time is going to tell the story here as we head down the back stretch of this motocross track. It is still wheel to wheel, nose to tail. Arnold trying to pull up side by side now. A little different line choice. Arnold in a little different position and might be able to force the pass this time.
Absolutely, Rodney. All this action going on behind Cale Deal.
And he did it.
But Noah Arnold makes the pass stick. He makes it happen, and I told you a lap ago, that was a section he's been making passes all moto long. And Noah Arnold goes to second. It was just a couple laps to go. He was flipping down here before the finish line, and he's now up to the second place ride. And that machine, Rodney, flipped too. Got to think that that thing's a little bent up. And yet he's on an absolute rail racing up to second.
Absolutely. It has to be a little tweak that he took out there a few moments ago, but it doesn't seem to be affecting him. He's riding the machine. Got white flag coming out on this one. What a valiant effort for Noah Arnold, now second place position. Though Cale Deal checks in with a white flag. Now Noah Arnold in the number 2 spot, and the gap back to second place was 6 seconds. 5. It's already down under 5. Noah will be tough for him to actually chip away nearly 5 seconds, but what a showing. A 156.185, a second fast that last time around.
And look at this, Rodney, as we look to the back of the racetrack. It's Heath Hanna, rider on the move right now, trying to vie for that third place position. Damian Hubert racing for a title today, but I believe Heath Hanna might make this thing stick. Not quite. It's going to be Damian Hubert continuing to hold on to the third place ride. And remember, the way that this class is scored for points, this moto means a lot, but it doesn't mean everything. It's going to be overall how they score these guys. You're going to want just the best finish log. As Damian Hubert continues to hold off Heath Hanna for third. Back of the racetrack they go. Less than a half a lap, just a few corners now. Cale Deal out in front on the 00. Cale Deal leading them around 2 corners to go. It's going to be Noah Arnold running in the 2 spot. Second is as good as a first in Moto 1. Damian Hubert continues to run in third, Rodney.
Yes, he does. And Heath Hanna still right back there in that number 4 position. He's still got some opportunities to strike here, but they're running thin as they head through the final turn and over the final tunnel jump. Cale will take the checkers. Noah Arnold in second and holding on for third. That 27 of Damian Hubert. Heath Hanna will finish in fourth right behind him. I'm going to say .277 is what timing and scoring has given us. Just of a second. That was knit racing there. High pressure situations, all right, rising to the occasion.
Absolutely, Rodney. Man, was that some good racing. That was crazy. Can't believe that was only 6 laps. It felt like double that. The action we saw from a couple different flips and crashes. And
that was only a 6-lap race. Oh, my gosh. Wow, that was intense.
Felt like 12 laps, like I said.
It felt like it.
So, yeah, we'll see how that math is going to work out later on today for that title. But 3 of the riders racing for that title, Cale Deal, Noah Arnold, and Damian Hubert running in the top 3 in that one, first, second, and third. Heath Hanna fourth, and Talon Trimble rounding out the top 5.
Well, I'll tell you, not only do I miss the sweet seeing it, the 2-stroke, but I also miss the price of a 2.
A lot cheaper to rebuild those things, Rodney.
Absolutely it is. A lot cheaper to get an entry-level machine, too. Imagine that. Wouldn't it be great if somebody started producing 2 strokes only and we got 2 strokes back out here all the time?
We gotta get some eyes on who we got. 2-stroke class now on the track. Race number 16, the 2-stroke vintage class.
Well,
want to see who we got leading these guys around, Rodney, if you want to do the rundown.
All right, well, I'll give you the roster. We'll run them down as soon as they get through. The 18 of Troy Barnhart out of Zalenople, Pennsylvania. 43, Billy Cottage out of Midland, PA. The 64, Gutnick out of Bloomington, Wisconsin. 64, Eric Baker from Gambier, Ohio. 67, Jack Moore from East Springfield. Patrick McClaskey. 76, 94, Kevin Klimek out of Tomas out of Oroville, Ohio. 111, Castle, Polk, Ohio. Wisconsin. 151, Charles Lancer from Muricksville. 198, Edward Hayden from Macomb, Michigan. 370. That is the 517.
Absolutely, Rodney. Yeah. Austin Senting in the 2-ride Senting. But I got a guy that both of us know very well, Rodney, running in third. He's trying to make the pass for second. That's Billy Cottage on the backside of this racetrack. And I think we might see him running second by the time they make it out of the split line section.
You don't find many people that's got more passion for ATV motocross than one Billy Cottage. There's no doubt about that in my mind. Even when he's not on the race, so very into the sport and racing in this. I know he has really got to feel great about being able to be out here and race this class. And what's cool about it, like you said, these are the machines that we can work on. We can afford. And, man, wouldn't it be nice to see more of these out? Somebody's backyard so we can start affordable from top to bottom. Vintage, 2-stroke vintage, race 16 on the track. 50 open, 4 to 8, race 17 on the get to roll next.
This battle is heating up. First, second, and third stacked up on the backside of the Cottage. Third, but he's one of the riders trying to make some moves, set some, put some pressure on our lead. Around the outside. And the lead, no. No, it's going to be Barnhart continuing to lead. It's and Cottage still running in the 3 spot. And there might be your pass. There might be your pass, taking the long way around. Billy Cottage, I think, is going to make that pass for the 2nd spot, and he does. Billy Cottage now running 2nd.
Wow. Very beautifully executed pass. Ooh, he put that right where he wanted to, and now he's going for the lead.
Billy Cottage might have made it stick, Rodney, to the backside of the racetrack. Out jumped your leader, and he's going to be your leader when they come out of this split line section. Billy Cottage, your new leader in the vintage 2-stroke class. I think riding Robert Nagy's quad, I believe. He gave us a little whip there. He's about a lap and a half away from taking the first moto win in this vintage 2-stroke class. But just like you were saying before, Billy Cottage, so much sport, has for 2 decades.
Yeah.
And we've been lucky enough to have him as a co-host on many of our podcasts here. He's
not only an avid rider, but he, like you, is a historian of our sport.
He's a fan, man. He's a great fan. He knows what he's talking about, and he's showing us that he knows how to make it happen on the racetrack too, with just over a lap to go. But this is going to be his first time. He's going to lead him around up towards Bigfoot and towards the finish line. Billy Cottage, your leader. Giving us a little style now that he's out in front now, Rodney. Billy's giving us a little style on some of these jumps here.
Under.
White flag coming out. White flag out now for Billy Cottage, making it look cherry, making it look easy, running some of these outside lines. He's looking so good right now. Is Billy Cottage leading on your white flag lap, your final lap of racing in the vintage 2-stroke class, race number 16. I believe that's Sensing still sitting in the 2 spot, Barnhart in 3rd, Haslow running 4th, Wyatt Tom 5th, J.R. Hines, another name many of you will recognize, running in the 6th spot. And you'd love to see it. Love to see guys coming out here and still racing with us many years after. Man, I remember looking up to J.R. Hines when I was a kid. I wanted to be J.R. Hines. Toward the backside of the racetrack, lap to go. Lap to go for Billy Cottage. Trying to take this Moto 1 win in the vintage 2-stroke class. We'll see him later today. We will see him later today in the 25 plus class, where he will try to put it on the top of the boxes there as well. But Billy Cottage just a couple corners away from a Moto 1 in the vintage 2-stroke class.
Well, I'll tell you, for someone that isn't necessarily I think he's trained the entire time of being off the bike. He is trained just in case he gets a chance to go ATV racing.
Yeah, that might be Rodney, but he's having a lot of fun out there. He takes that Moto 1 win, and I'll tell people that didn't see it, he uncorked Bigfoot on the last lap on that old 2-stroke. He making it look like it's not such an old 2-stroke right now here, taking the Moto 1 win in the vintage 2-stroke class.
So Cottage takes a win. Sensenig in the number 2 spot aboard the number 517. Troy Barnhart will get credit for the number 3 spot. Meanwhile, Nick Haslow will be your 4th finish. Spot J.R. Hines in 6th, Patrick McClaskey in 7th, Eric Baker 8th, Edward Hayden in 9th, and Brandon Gutnick. What do? All right, there we go. So Billy Cottage, Sensitig, Barnhart, Hazelo, Patrick McClaskey in 5th, Wyatt Tom in 6th, J.R. Hines in 7th, Eric Baker in 8th, Edward Hayden in 9th, and 10th place is Brandon Gutnick. All right, that's race 16. Race 17, our 54 to 8 open class. They got riders like the number 1 Weston Nixon out of Cranberry Township, Pennsylvania. The number 2 Owen Johnson from Portland, Tennessee. Number 26 Jackson Shipper from Elizabethville, Pennsylvania. 39 Dean Schroeder from Tip City, Ohio. 52 Owen Gregory, Franklin, Kentucky. Kane rides the 105 from Atwater, Ohio. The 111 Deacon Hughes from Scott Township, Pennsylvania. 118 Gavin Bauer from Warren, Ohio. 373 is Kason Korn from Macedonia, Illinois. 404 Axon Moore from Hoagland, Indiana. 412 Calvin Houston from Newcastle, Pennsylvania. And a 903 of Presley Paduznak out of Stone Ridge, New York. Schoolgirl 13 to 17, race 18 rolling to the gate next. Race 19, 450C Divisions 1 and 2 will follow.
And Rodney, this is one of those classes where they are giving out youth hole shot awards. So a reminder that for anybody the hole shots in these youth classes, those awards today or prizes today are going to be down at the JC Racing trailer. So if you or your rider gets a hole shot in one of the youth classes today, JC Racing is where you're going to make your way to when the moto ends.
Something in your bag leaking?
No, it's from... some numbers on these that make the racetrack. I believe that to be that see Cooper Gregory, Owen Gregory actually as well, running in the 3 spot. Let's figure out who's running second as they come back for the first time. Who's your leader? Bauer in second, and it was Owen Gregory running in the 3 spot.
Number 1 Weston Nixon, the number. It's actually your 4th place position on the 39. Then it's Weston Nixon, the number 1. In 6th place, the 105 will be Colton Kane. 7th place, Calvin Houston, the number 412. The number 2 of Owen Johnson running in the 8th place position. Then it's Presley Paduznak, the number 903 in 9th place position. 12 riders in this. Still more riders to check in, but your leader once again, Deacon Hughes. On the JC Racing Engines back machine.
On at the front of this one, Rodney. Battle going on at the front of to lead. But Gavin Bauer right there, and something has happened to Deacon Hughes. Maybe a big hit on the landing of that step up. I don't know if that's going to have played a factor, but he has rolled to a stop on the backside of this racetrack. Kind of looked down at his machine. Now he's kicking. But the one thing is for certain, he's stranded on the side of the track. So that is going to be Gavin Bauer on the machine. In front, all alone is Gavin Bauer out in front of this one. So coming out next time by. Leading us around. White flag is out. White flag is out for Gavin Bauer. Gavin Bauer continues to lead on the number 118. I believe that's going to be Weston Nixon now coming by in the 2 spot. And it is on the number 1. He's got a 10-second gap behind your leader, but he's been the rider on the move. Like I said earlier today, a second is as good as a first in this opening moto for this race number 17, our 50 open 4-8 class. To the backside of the racetrack we go. Half a lap to go for Gavin Bauer. Weston Nixon still running in second, all alone in second. And Owen Gregory with a big gap behind as well. So our Top 3 riders all comfortably in their positions right now. And you love to see it. Nothing better than kicking off your race day with a moto win. That is going to be Gavin. Corners away is Gavin Bauer from taking this Moto 1 win. Up over Bigfoot. He doubles up Bigfoot. He's got one corner to go. Gavin Bauer into the final corner. And it's Gavin Bauer going to be one winner in the 50 Open 4-8 class. We're going to give it a look back to Weston Nixon on the number 1. He's going to finish second. It's going to be the number 52 of Owen Gregory. Now finishing in the 3rd spot. Shout out to the rest of our riders. Colton Kane, Calvin Houston, Johnson, Dean Schroeder, Presley Poduznak, Kazan Korn, and Deacon Hughes, who was up front early. Was up front early in this one. Heartbreaker for him. But at the finish, it is all Gavin Bauer in this 50 Open 4-8 class, our race number 17. It's race number 18 now. Race number 18 on the starting line as the revs go up. 13 class schoolgirl. 13 to 14 on the line. Schoolgirl 13 to 17. Go.
Tell you what, Cody, let your mic take a break there for a second. We'll catch up with what's going on out here with our schoolboy, our schoolgirl 13 to 17. Once again, Brooke Crossley out of Midway, Ontario, Canada on the PRP machine. The 110, Skylar Fraley from Manhattan, Illinois on a JC Racing backed Honda. Number 212 will be Gracie Howard from Calhoun, Kentucky. Went over to Calhoun County and catches a coon. AOT, Hannes Creek Farms and Ignite, as well as JC Racing. 415, Hannah Michael from Butler, Pennsylvania on the Bulba Motorsports JB Racing back ride. The 720, Blair Wilson from St. Johnsville, New York. And the 808 of Olivia Dennis from Mogador, Ohio. And the t-shirt cannon is firing off, friends. Try to make sure folks get out of here with some special memories. Look at this battle going on. Schoolgirl 13 to 17, far side of the racetrack now, disappearing out of my sight over here, but the battle is on.
Back at the start of this one, Rodney, for the first time, leading for the first time. I believe that's the 744 of Casey Bear.
Well, I'll tell you, Casey Bear had an excellent showing last week when we were over in PA. And, of course, the special event that took place there at Schiffer's Place. And what a great event. And what a great show out she had for District 6 racing, as well as, in general, she looked like she was ready to go racing and come here to Briarcliff and wrap up this 2025 season. As she wraps up lap 1 out front on the 744, it is Blair Wilson, the 720, in the number 2 spot. Hannah Michael, 415, is third. Skylar Fraley in fourth. Grace Howard is your 5th place ride, and Olivia Dennis back in the number 6 spot. 7th place then would be Brooke Crosley. Crosley riding the number 4. I believe Crosley is the youngest and smallest of our riders out there with us. Meanwhile, a 3-way shootout up there. Cody Jansen for first place to the schoolgirl 13 to 17.
Absolutely, it's getting dicey up inside the top 3. I believe that you continue. But I know Hannah Michael and Blair Wilson got a raging battle going on behind your. And these guys, these girls have all the top 3 have found each other on the racetrack right now. They're all in the same corner trying to take up the same real estate. Casey Bear continuing to lead. Big run by Hannah Michael. Side, Hannah Michael making the pass for second. She's going to try to make a run at your leader before this thing is over. We're about halfway through this one. Two down, 2 to go. Casey Bear continuing to lead Hannah Michael. Hannah Michael, the rider on the move, now up to second and trying to shadow your leader with the thoughts and hopes of going to the front herself as they go to the backside of the racetrack towards the pond. The one thing that we've seen Hannah Michael, she might be airing just a little more than her counterparts right now. 2 different lines, section on the back of the racetrack. It's Bear to the outside. It's Hannah Michael to the inside. They're going to be on top of each other. They're going to be on top of each other as they make their way to the back of the racetrack. Bumper to grab bar they go. About a lap and a half to go in this one. Girl 13 to 17 class, race number 18. And again, Hannah Michael, your rider on the move, putting major pressure. Leader Casey Bear coming all the way from New York. And on the back side of this racetrack, it is tight. Up, back to the end. Hannah Michael continues to out-jump the rest of the competition. White flag looming. Flag looming one corner before they will see that flag.
White flag is flying down here. Cody Jansen as your leaders make their way over the tunnel jump, and now the final jump over the tabletop, and it's still that number 744 of Casey Bear out front. She has risen to the occasion. It looked like the pressure was being applied by that second place ride of Hannah Michael there for just a few moments. As you look at the lap times right now, a 2:12.8 for Casey Bear that last time around, a 2:13.079, so only a couple of tenths of a second difference, but it's just enough to give Casey Bear, at least for the moment, a little bit of breathing room. But will she have the breathing room on this final lap? The gloves are off on this final lap, it looks like, Cody Jansen, and we see that Casey Bear has got what it takes. She has dug deep, and she has started to put a little distance between herself now in second place as they continue to walk away from that third place ride of Blair Wilson. I'm sure some wind out of the sails of Wilson after being passed.
And man, Casey, I just wonder, was she just laying there with a little bit of extra energy, laying in wait to kind of try and demoralize these other girls in her class? They ride with her for more than half the race, but at the second half of the race, that's where she lights it up. Out of sight from the far side of the racetrack for just a moment. Back into sight. You still have Bear out front. That's your lap rider, or excuse me, your sixth place rider. Could be a lap rider by the end of this one if Bear keeps this pace. Through the infield down, Cody Jansen, our leader's roll. Hard right-hand turn, heading towards Bigfoot now. And Casey Bear, one more sweeping turn to go, a tunnel jump. And the finish line belongs to Casey Bear, the 744 out of St. Johnsville, New York. On a fell off the truck deals, FXR, Rath, Leaf, Liat, Worx, JB Racing, JSR, and Engine Ice backed ride, also ODI and Twin Air for Casey Bear from St. Johnsville, New York. Wrapping it up, the Moto 1 win and the schoolgirl 13-17. Second place will go to Hannah Michael. Third place to Blaine Wilson. Fourth place then to Skylar Fraley. Gracie Howard, Olivia Danis will go 5 and 6 with Brooke Crossley in the 7th place position. All righty, up next, 450C, Division 1 and 2. Division 1, the number 3 of Trey Rollins from Alliston, Alabama. The 14 out of Goshen, Indiana, Maverick Simpson. The number 15 from Athens, Pennsylvania, Caden Hill. Number 18 from Iverness, Florida, is Keaton English. Number 20, Mason Bostic out of Vandalia, Missouri. The number 20X of Brandon Gutnick out of Bloomington, Wisconsin. The 56 of Aaron Brown out of Dahlonega, Georgia. 99, Robert Tomasati out of Orville, Ohio. The 100, Maddox Ingram from Erie, PA. The 220, Braden Crawford from Crocker, Missouri. And the 794 of Ryan Patterson from Adrian, Missouri. Division 2, number 22, Gary Barnhart Jr. out of Zelienople, Pennsylvania. The number 23, Kyle Davis from Lagoda, Indiana. 33, James Brakeville from Marysville, Ohio. 158, Tyson Buss from Potosi, Wisconsin. Number 211, Cody Paquet from Vassar, Michigan. Number 212, Jesse Baber from South Bend, Indiana. The 621, James McKee from Newark, Ohio. The 777 of Corey Cum, the second of Liverpool, New York. 929, Keaton Thomas out of Quincy, Illinois, and out of Conneaut, Ohio. The 998 of Chris Barnum. And that's your field of 10 in Division 2. Leaders in Division 1 making their way on the far side of the racetrack now as they're working on the back side. They'll sweep around here and start to mosey their way into the heart of this race course and towards Bigfoot here in just a moment. .450C, race 19 on the track. Race 20, Schoolboy Senior taking to the gate next. Race 21. 90 automatic, 8 to 13. And don't forget, folks, here sometime around 4 o'clock, third and final moto of AMA Pro ATV Racing. Plus we got WMX and Pro Sports second motos we'll be looking into a little later as well, I believe.
Rodney, it continues to be Mason Bostic out in front of this first division. He had a tough break earlier today in one of his other classes. Little mistake running out front, but he's back out in front of this one, making right of what happened earlier today. It's 450C Division 1, and its leader Mason Bostic out in front of division number 1. I'll let everybody know that the garden is open. Beer garden is open, and all proceeds from that are going to 88 Live to Ride. So the beer garden's open. All proceeds going to 88 Live to Ride on the racetrack. Mason Boss continuing the 450C class. Mason Bostic his way to a big old lead in this Division 1 of the 4. He's even tripling his way over battle raging on behind him for second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth is kind of right there as well. Got Ryder division. It's Simpson now to the spot. English third, Rollins fourth, Crawford fifth, and Patterson running in front. Some 17 seconds in front of the rest of the pack. So as we give ourselves a look at division number 2 of this 450C class, it's 1, 2, 3, Jackie Baber and Chris Brandt in 5th. So the second division, a little more tighter the action in that second division, as they are making their way through lap 3. Mason one lap polishing off a Moto 1 win in this 450C class. Raging on battle for the lead happening in our second division. Ethan Lee, your leader. Raging on in that second division, Ethan Lee out front, but not by. And side by side they go. We'll see how this split lane works out this time. And it's Keaton Thomas making the pass for the lead on the last lap of this second division. 450 C-Class Racing, race number 19. In the other division, the first division, it's Mason Bostic, seconds up front. But we got a battle raging in that second division. And Keaton Thomas, your leader. Over around the last corner one more time, and he is coming up towards the finish line, seeing the checkers. For one last time, it's Mason Bostic taking the Moto 1 win in the 450C Division number 1. It's going to be Keaton English in the 2 ride. Maverick Simpson finishing third in that first division. So we look towards our second division. We got a battle going right down to finish. A new rider in David. Get it, but just by a hair. By a hair, it is going to be Keaton in the Division II win at the finish. Wow.
Wow, what a finish and what a race there. That 450C class. Boyd Senior 13 to 17, I believe, are off and rolling already. Number 2, Camden Lanham out of Marion, Kentucky. Number 6, Dylan Albert out of Goodrich, Michigan. 7X Blaze Kim from Lebanon, PA. The number 9, Joshua McClenzy from Atwater, Ohio. The 11, Colton Nepper out of Clearfield, Pennsylvania. Styles West out of Owensboro, Kentucky, aboard the number 12. The 14, of Mechanicsville, Maryland's Braden Brodus. 31, Brock Alexander out of Crown Point, Indiana. 55, Dirk Campbell from Modesto, Illinois. Drew Wolford on the 72 from Newark. The 73, Levi Zimmer from Marnie, Michigan. Number 80, Zach Darns from Newark, Ohio. The 99, Austin Cox from Hannibal, Missouri. 101, Carter Edwards from Magnolia, Texas. 141, Andrew Klutwick out of Michigan City, Indiana. The 454 of Jonah Campbell, or Chappelle, out of Camden, Tennessee. Race 20, I believe, is on the track right now. Well, our front three over Bigfoot, and what a dog-eat-dog battle we got going on there, especially for the number 2 spot. Riders checking in at the end of lap number 1. It's going to be the number 12, Styles West, followed by that 72 machine of Drew Wolford. Behind Wolford then is Jason Powell. Powell followed by the 31 of Brock Alexander. Colton Nieper in 5th. Jonah Chappelle is 6th. Zach Darns in the number 7 spot. 8th place position in is Blaze Kim, Dirk Campbell Knight, and Dylan Albert rounds out your top 10. That's after 1. Again, Styles West is your leader on board the number 12. Drew Wolford running 2nd. Timing and scoring reflecting a little differently, I believe, right now, as I don't see West even accounted for in that first lap of Moto 1, but I can assure you he was the rider up front. And appears still to be that way as they work their way and wind their way into the far back stretch off the freeway now. Side-by-side battling going on. We got a challenge for the lead.
Cody, your mic's not working for whatever reason. I don't know, man. Maybe switch him up a little bit.
I mean, we've had all kinds of action going on in this top three. Opening lap 2 of racing. Out front, Wolford took the lead just for a. And then he went off the side of the racetrack. He's now back to third. Styles West is now second because Andrew Kludwick went to the front of this pack after racing. It's Kludwick, Wolford, West, and Powell. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I believe to be
amazing how quickly things can change from first to third for West there. But, man, what a battle. What a race up front. Klutwick and Drew Wolford. Wolford dropping off the second after establishing the lead about a lap ago. So, what a nail-biter there. Here's the way your field looks. Klutwick out front. Wolford in second. Styles West third. Jaden Powell in fourth. Brock Alexander then would be your fifth place ride. Colton Nieper in sixth. And seventh is Noah Chappelle. Eighth, Zach Darns. Ninth then is Dirk Campbell. And rounding out the top 10, old Dylan Albert aboard the, I believe that's number 6 machine, checking in the top 10 there a few moments ago. Meanwhile, up front, wow, that is a tough row to hoe. Styles West, I believe, has dropped all the way back to 5th now, Cody Jansen.
Styles West might have something going on because he's lost touch at the front of this pack. Andrew Kludwick continuing. To the back side of the track we
there,
go.
Cody, I believe we're keep kicking.
Andrew
breakers up
Kludwick
here,
continuing to lead. That's going to be Drew Wolford in the 2 ride. Jaden Powell continuing to run in 3rd. Brock Alexander 4th. I believe we still have Styles West hanging on to 5th, though he's must have something going on because he's not up to speed, but is still running in 5th. But out front, it's all Kludwick with probably about a second lead, maybe just a touch over a second lead over the rest of our pack, including Drew Wolford running in 2nd. Up towards Bigfoot. 2 corners to go. Andrew Kludwick and Drew Kludwick. Drew Wolford. Formation, 2 different lines here, but it's Andrew Kludwick taking the long way around, and he's just got 1 more corner to go. 1 corner to go for Andrew Kludwick as the checkered flag comes into sight. Andrew Kludwick takes the Moto 1 win in the schoolboy senior class race number 20. It's going to be Drew Wolford second. Jaden Powell finishes in the 3 ride. Brock Alexander fourth. Styles West limping his machine home to 5th here in this opening moto of race number 20. Race number 20 now in the books. Looking like we're maybe going to get a little track prep. Maybe get a little track prep before race number 21. Our 90 automatic 8 to 13 class set to take to the racetrack next. And then I wouldn't be surprised if we go pro class racing shortly thereafter for their 3rd and final moto of the day. Little track prep going down ahead of potentially race number 21, our 90 auto 813 class. And like I said, we have our sights set on moto number 3 for our AMA ATV Pros. One final moto for riders like Chad Wienen, riders like Jeffrey Ostrelli, riders like Nick Janusa, all 3 kind of in the mix right now for an overall podium on the day, depending on how things are going to play out. Joel Hetrick, of course, in the mix for a podium as well, despite that 8th place finish in Moto 1. And Nick, I mentioned Nick Janusa already, also Max Lindquist. Max Lindquist, another rider to watch for that overall podium today, is Max Lindquist. And it goes without saying, like I said earlier, the guy in the catbird seat, the guy at the top of the totem pole as far as overalls go today as we look forward to Moto 3, this Triple Crown format, is Chad Wienen. Chad Wienen with a 1 and a 2. There's a nice little buffer over the rest of the pack when it comes to looking at the overall win for today, trying to make it win number 67 in his legendary career, as we are within 20 minutes of the final moto of this 2025 AMA ATV Pro Class Championship season. And we've seen some of the best racing we have all year long today here at Briarcliff. What a great host Briarcliff is. Beautiful weather, perfect track. As the track personnel are out there right now making that track beautiful for the motos that are left today, but also our AMA ATV Pro Class, like we said. We'll see if we're going to get one moto off before the pros or not. Race number 21 is sitting on the gate, so we'll see how that's going to play out. But again, one last ride. We're 20 minutes away from one last ride for some of our fan favorite riders here in this sport of ATV motocross, this great sport of ATV motocross. Chad Wienen sitting at 144 podium finishes, 66 career wins, overall wins for Chad Wienen. He said at the start of the day he wanted to add to those totals before the day was over, and he has put himself in position to go out of this great sport with a win, which would be amazing. First corner tie up for Joel Hetrick might have put stop to his perfect season, second consecutive season we saw come to an end here today. That being said, he still wrapped up his title number 6 for Joel Hetrick, and that's what really matters. So championship number 6 now in the bag for Joel Hetrick, putting himself clearly up against the greats in ATV motocross. He's, like I said earlier, certainly on your Mount Rushmore. Got more wins than anybody else ever. So depending on how your GOAT conversation goes, Joel Hetrick may already be at the top of the list, and he's now just a couple championships away from matching the all-time record. This racetrack getting a nice little drink, nice till job. We'll slow things down a little bit in these opening corners, and that's a good thing. So again, Chad Wienen, looking at the overall, if it would have just been a 2-moto format, of course, Chad Wienen would have taken the win 1-2. As we go down the board, I think Max Lindquist, sitting with 7 points, would have finished 2nd overall. So he's P2 heading into race number 3 here. And it would be a tie for 3rd overall between Joel Hetrick and Nick Janusa. So they're tied for 3rd going into this final moto. And guys that are right there on the cusp of it as well, Jeffrey Rastrelli and Zach Decker both sitting on 10. So Chad Wienen on 3 points so far on the day. Max Lindquist on 7. So Chad Wienen got a nice little buffer right now. It's a tie for 3rd between Joel Hetrick and Nick Janusa, both vying for a podium here today. And then, like I said, Jeffrey Rastrelli and Zach Decker right there as well, sitting on 10. But I think we are going to get one last moto in before the pros. Race number 21. Our 90 auto 8 to 13 class going to go down before our pro class racing today. Track these 8 to 13 riders going to get the privilege of running this track in a little bit before our pro moto number 3. Track prep finishing up. 2-minute board is up. As we check with our riders, it gets flipped. It's going to go sideways. Revs up, gate down. On our race number 21, our 90 auto 8 to 13 class. And we will see who's going to be leading us around. So a reminder for all you youth riders, you rip a hole shot today. Make sure you get your award, your prize, down at the JC Racing trailer, JC Racing rig today. A little bit different tomorrow. Tomorrow you're going to head to the podium. You're going to get an award down there and then your prize at JC Racing. So make a mental note of that if you or your rider rips a hole shot today in the youth classes. And we will get a number on our leaders as they make their way around. Coming here up towards Bigfoot is our leader, and then a battle raging on for second, third, and fourth. I'm thinking that's going to be the 8-8-8 of Gavin Sowers. Gavin Sowers, I believe, is going to be your current leader first time around. And I take that back. That's going to be Madison Shepard. Madison Shepard out in front of the number 100. I tried to make sense of that number, but I was wrong. 100, Madison Shepard out front. I should have known better, because we see this rider out front very often. It's going to be Levi Jenkins in the 2 spot. Hudson Nilsson in the 3 spot. Wyatt Waller third. Jaden Jaskar in the 5 spot. But that battle, as Madison Shepard makes a break for it out front, that battle for second, third, and fourth is tight. Jenkins, Nilsson, and Waller, second, third, and fourth. The battle raging on. So back towards Bigfoot they come, back towards our tower. Going to be Madison Shepard continuing to lead. She's setting the pace in this one. And I'll tell you, you wanted to be out in clean air right now, because third and fourth, eating a little roost in this one. Front of their machines are covered. Madison Shepard perfectly clean out front. There's a big enough gap back to the 43 of Levi Jenkins that Levi's not really eating any roost. But that battle for third and fourth now. That battle for third and fourth between Nilsson and Waller is heating up as this track continues to get run in. Whoa. Backside of the racetrack. Again, that battle raging on for third. And it got interesting back there as one of our riders aired out that double back there heading towards the pond. But out front, Madison Shepard sets the pace on the number 1 white flag coming out next time by. Madison Shepard up over the step up back to the bottom of this racetrack.
Hey, Cody,
real quick update for you. You know how we're figuring these points? We got to remember, I forgot about it too, and as we were refiguring a few things, I thought, wait a minute. We score these 20 points for first and so forth. This is a totally different scoring system, and I've got the scoring system, and I've got the standings for you. It's 20 for first, second pays 18, third place pays 16 for these Pro Motos and this Triple Crown, fourth place 14, fifth place 13, sixth place is 12, seventh place is 11, eighth place is 8, ninth place is 9, and then it goes 1 point down to 16th at 2. Drops 1 point, but then 17 through 20 is 1 point each. So way it works out right now, Chad Weenan with 38 points has the lead going into Moto 3. Joel Hedrick with an 8 and a 1, scoring a total of 30 points, is second. He is tied with Max Lindquist. And again, the second best finish in the second moto, the later moto, is the one that breaks ties. So it's actually Joel sitting in second with 30. Max Lindquist is third on the box right now with 30. Jeffrey Rastrelli just 2 points back with 28. And Zach Decker and Nick Janusa both tied with 27 points apiece heading into the final moto.
Rodney, so all the key players, we knew that part. The points may be a little different than you had originally figured out, but I think
it's about the same, yeah.
It's about the same. All the key players are right there, right? You know Chad sitting out front. You knew Joel was right there. You knew Max Lindquist was in play. You knew Nick Janusa was in play. Then a little bit of a gap back to Jeffrey Rastrelli and Zach Decker. So we are we're this third moto is going to be really fun, Rodney. We don't have it all figured out. We'll let these guys figure it out on the racetrack, but we know who all the key players are. That's for sure.
That's it. We'll have our calculators out burning it down coming up in Moto 3 in a little bit. Right now it is 90 automatic 8 to 13. Madison Shepard and the rest of the crew have taken the white flag. Levi Jenkins in second, Hudson Nielsen in third, Wyatt Walker in fourth. Jaden Janskar is fifth, and Bentley Dursky is sixth. Kaylee Murphy in the number 7 spot. Gavin Sowers is eighth. Bradley Schaff in ninth, and Kenton Lewis rounds out your top 10.
All right, Rodney, Madison Shepard continuing to lead here. Testing, 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 testing. Test, test, test. Got a little sound there. Finally got a little sound. We're trying to make this thing work as we got our pros on track for Pro Moto number 3. Our sight lap going down right now. Timmy Farr is going to head in front of the crowd one more time. Our Grand Marshal for today. Give him a salute. On the iconic number 4, a 4-time champion of this series. One more moto to go. One more moto to go on this 2025 season for these AMA ATV pros. And we've been talking about it all day. There's 3 riders out here right now that only got one more moto before they call it a career. Nick Janusa, Jeffrey Rastrelli, Chad Wienen have been in the mix all day. And we'll see if they got magic in store. It's over. But an absolute special moment here for 3 of our fan favorite riders here in ATV Motocross. Nick Janusa getting ready to re-rack it in the start gate one more time. Jeffrey Rastrelli ready to do the same. And as we look at this pack of riders making their last sight lap on the 2025 season, Chad Wienen comes by one more time, trying to cap his career with an overall win today. Sitting in the top spot right now after a win in the opening moto and a second in Moto 2. 66 wins in his career, and he's trying to make it 67 before the day is over, before his career is over. One more moto. One more time. We're going to line these guys up in 2025. 19 riders on the gate. Zach Decker, absolutely fire in that second moto. He's going to look to do something special here again in Moto 3, sorry. Brandon Hogue, trying to play spoiler. He's got nothing to lose after 2 motos that weren't up to his standard. One with a mechanical and getting tangled at the start of Moto 2. But it all comes down to this. Championship already in the bag for Joel Hetrick, our 2025 champion. He's got nothing to lose. He's going to want to get out front and set the pace here early, get some clean laps in. But we're going to see how this is all going to play out as these guys are getting amped up and ready to go for Moto number 3, our Triple Crown action here at Briarcliff. The 30-second board is up for one final time. A final time for Nick Janusa, a final time for Jeffrey Rastrelli, a final time for Chad Wienen, and a final time for this 2025 season. One more moto.
Wow, one more moto. That's hard to believe. Chad Wienen looking at the possibility, maybe the likelihood of a 67th win right here as the revs are up and we're about to go racing.
You're right, Rodney, and it's the champions, it's the legends right at the front of this thing. Chad Wienen. Chad Wienen's going to be second. It's going to be Joel Hetrick with the whole shot. And Zach Decker's going to be right there as well. I think he's going to be running third. It's going to be Joel Hetrick, Chad Wienen, Zach Decker, Jeffrey Rastrelli, Mason Jackson. That's going to be your top 5. Brandon Hogue looking like he's in the 6th spot. Adam Ulrich right up there as well.
Man, what a mad dash in that first turn. Chad Weenan getting another beautiful start, but somehow or another, Joe Hedrick was able to grip gears and make it happen and grab that early lead. Now he's got all the work behind him, and he's going to try to work this free and clear air up front. But look at that. It is position jockeying galore going on third, fourth, fifth, and sixth place position. Those guys are putting the heat on each other, Cody.
Absolutely, Rodney. This is what Joel Hedrick wanted to do, was get out front, but Chad Weenan as well wanted to do just the same, get out front and get in some clean air, make this math easy for us. But we had a shake-up. Five, because it's now Mason Jackson in the 3 spot, Brandon Hogue now 4th, and Max Lindquist in 5th. So we lost Zach Decker and Jeffrey Rastrelli, who I believe were both right up there inside the top 5. Yes, now Jeffrey Rastrelli is all the way at the back of the pack.
Well, leaders making their way around for that first lap complete. Green flag is out. Joel Hedrick, Chad Weenan, and right on his rear grab bar is the young Mason Jackson. Jackson trying to do it to the old legend right now as we go through the first turn region. Chad Weenan doing double checks back to see who that is knocking on the door. Back at the number 4 spot now, it is Brandon Hogue. Max Lindquist in 5th. Adam Ulrich is 6th, 7th. Bryce Ford, Nick Janusa in 8th. Zach Decker in 9th. Kevin Sarr rounds out your top 10. It is the GNCCer, John Glotta, back in the number 11 spot after lap 1. So back out front, watching this one unfold. Hedrick trying to stretch the distance out between himself and second. Not getting a lot of real estate there, but all the while, Chad Weenan has got this little net buzzing around his ear right now. And that little net, well, not so little really. That is Mason Jackson that is making all the noise back there from the 3rd place position. And don't think that that he is trying to run on his morals and run on respect. He wants to beat the legend in his last race, and he's putting everything he can out on the line to make it happen.
Absolutely, Rodney. Mason Jackson saving his very best moto of the season right now. And you're right, he's giving Chad he can handle. Chad's like, man, I'm trying to last. He's got to hold him off heading up towards Bigfoot. Mason Jackson is going to force Chad Weenan to the outside, and I think Mason Jackson's going to make the pass. No, they're side by side, and Chad Weenan is going to hold him off. Chad Weenan's off Mason Jackson up towards the finish line. Brandon Hogue sitting 4th, and he's making up time on these guys as well.
The new era coming at you full force as you look at it, and Mason Jackson leading the wave of the new era right here in Moto number 3. Brandon Hogue back in the number 4 position right now as he's got a bird's eye view of everything taking place as his idol and so many of our idol right there. Chad Weenan under pressure and under fire from the young Mason Jackson. Through the switch turns and option lanes, it is Jackson right on the rear grab bar of Chad Weenan, not giving him any breathing room whatsoever as he tries to pull up side by side as we drop down on the back highway.
You're absolutely right, Rodney. They're almost side by side, and for a moment they are. Chad Weenan gets his back to the ground and back into the 2 spot, but Mason Jackson going everywhere right now that Chad Weenan is not. And don't look now, but Brandon Hogue is right there as well. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th all together right now on the racetrack. And Chad Weenan's trying to stay out of harm's way with an overall in sight in this 3rd moto of racing. But Max Lindquist too, man, right there in 5th. It's Joel Hedrick, a little bit of a gap. Chad Weenan, Mason Jackson, Brandon Hogue, and Max Lindquist, your top 5.
I'll tell you right now, Chad Weenan's saving grace might be Brandon Hogue putting that pressure on young Mason Jackson right now. That is putting Mason Jackson in a position of defense. Oh, mercy.
What have we got going on here? Cross flags are out. Joel Hetrick checks in with the lead. And Mason Jackson, your second place ride, as he is able to thread the needle on Chad Weenan. And as I was saying, I thought it might give Chad Weenan a little breathing room to have Hogue there, but that's not the case. It lit the fire on the 53. Now Chad Weenan is trying to hang on to that third place spot. And every time that Chad Weenan drops back a spot, it only puts a better position for Joel Hetrick. But it's going to take a lot of spots for Chad Weenan to drop back to put Joel Hetrick in a position to take this overall today. But he's riding the best race that he can ride right now in hopes of something happening in his favor. Meanwhile, Jackson in second. Chad Weenan under fire from Brandon Hogue in that number 3 spot.
You got that right, Rodney. Mason Jackson making that pass over here before Bigfoot. And now he's got a little bit of a gap back to Chad Weenan, because Chad Weenan got to be worried about the guys behind. He was very much in position for this overall, but if he lets any more riders go by, it's going to get interesting. Chad Weenan sitting in third, Brandon Hogue fourth, and Max Lindquist running in the 5th spot. Raging on. Chad Weenan's so good at weathering the storm. He's going to have to weather it a little longer with some of the fastest young bucks in this sport on his back grab bar right now. I think he's going to want to, or maybe he can make a pass later in this moto, but he can't let any more riders get by. Joel Hetrick continuing to lead. Mason Jackson second, Chad Weenan third, Brandon Hogue fourth, Max Lindquist in the 5th spot, Zach Decker up to 6th, Kevin Sarr 7th, Nick Janusa 8th, Adam Ulrich 9th. Then going to find Bryce Ford in the 10 spot with Jeffrey Rastrelli right there, and Bryce Ford waves Jeffrey Rastrelli by.
Right now, the way I have it figured, Chad Weenan with a 54 and Joel Hetrick with 50 points at the end of this moto. If it finishes the way it is, a spot or two back could definitely change the face of the overall on this one. Just wanted to give you a heads up as we roll through this third moto of AMA Pro ATV Racing.
Rodney, what you're telling me is if you're Chad Weenan, it is too close for comfort right now. You got to hold on to that 3 spot.
Yeah, he don't want to lose much more ground than where he's at right now. If he drops the 4th, he'll lose another couple of points there, and that will certainly tighten things up. And you got to think, once the wind gets knocked out of your sails, it's tough to get that momentum back. But Chad Weenan is one of those guys, he could have the wind out of his sails in one moment, and a full-blown gust will be raging before you know it. So we'll just sit back and watch this one unfold.
It's getting dicey down here, Rodney. Brandon Hogue and Chad Weenan side by side before the corner, before Bigfoot. Chad Weenan files back in line. He continues to hold on to the 3 spot. Hogue relentless in his pressure for 3rd and 4th is the one to watch. And Max Lindquist sitting in 5th is watching it all go down.
So one thing right now we're keeping an eye on too is the number 2, Max Lindquist, back there in the number 5 position. He is sitting in the possibility for an overall top 3 position today. Jeffrey Rastrelli with his issues here in the 3rd moto, he's looking at 10th place position, so that may take him out of the running for a top 3 overall. And Nick Janusa, another rider that might be in position depending on what takes place here and what happens to Max Lindquist and where he finishes himself. So we're kind of on the we're teetering for some of these. We're teetering basically for third place. We pretty much have first and second wrapped up. It's third that we don't know how it's going to unfold.
I don't know if you saw that, Rodney. We had a pass on the backside of the racetrack for third. Brandon Hogue now running in third, slipping his way by Chad Wienen. So then, like you're talking about, the question comes down to if that 1, 2, 4, if that is going to be a good enough score to hold on to this win for Chad Wienen, as Joel Hetrick, I believe, is going to get the 2-lap board. 2 laps to go in this one, Rodney.
Joel Hetrick grabs the 2-lap board, just as you said. Here comes Mason Jackson in second. Third place position, Brandon Hogue. Fourth place, the 44 of Chad Wienen. And Max Lindquist is now locked in a heated battle with his mentor of Chad Wienen. The mentor and the study going at it now. Just 5 years ago, these two were virtually inseparable, and now they're inseparable as they battle on the race course for that fourth place position here in the third and final moto. It means a lot to both riders. Max needs the points to stay in position for an overall top 3. Chad needs the points to stay in contention for the overall win.
Rodney, Max being Chad's understudy, you had to wonder if he was going to give Chad a little bit of break, but he is definitely not. About a lap and a half to go in this one. Chad's still sitting in fourth, thinking about ending his career with an overall win. Out front, it's Joel Hetrick. About a 5-second gap back to Mason Jackson. Brandon Hogue now on the move, trying to catch Mason Jackson before the end of this one. And we're trying to see if Chad Wienen has weathered the storm of Max Lindquist with just over 1 lap to go. And it's Brandon Hogue to the inside, nearly side by side for second with Mason Jackson with just over 1 lap to go. White flag coming out. White flag coming out for our leader, Joel Hetrick. Mason Jackson continues to run in second. Brandon Hogue third. And as the white flag comes out, Chad Wienen runs in the fourth spot. Max Lindquist right there in fifth. Just a half a lap to go, and Brandon Hogue makes the pass. Brandon Hogue has made the pass for second on Mason Jackson on the final lap of racing. It hasn't been the day that Brandon wanted, but on the final lap, he moves into second, trying to end this season of his with a strong final moto at. And we look for Chad Wienen, who continues to hold off Max Lindquist for fourth. Joel Hetrick. Corners to go. Your 2025 AMA ATV Pro Class National Champion. A now 6-time champion after what he did here today. 1 corner to go for Joel Hetrick. Brandon Hogue by as well. It's Mason Jackson as Joel Hetrick takes the checkered on Moto 3. But it is Chad Wienen with Max Lindquist. Chad Wienen finishes fourth. So, Rodney, do it?
Well, the way that I see it, I see Chad Wienen taking a 4th place position according to this. Give me just a moment to figure this out.
It was so loud down here. Once you have it figured out, let me know.
All right, so he got 4th, right?
He got 4th. He's got
Yeah, that's
1,
4.
2, 4. Joel Hetrick. Joel Hetrick with that first moto.
All right, the way that I've got this is unofficial, but the way that I've got it, I've got a 52 points total for Chad Weenan. I got 50 points total for looks like Joel Hetrick, and again, this is unofficial, but the way I see it, I've got looks like Max Lindquist with that 5th place finish in that moto right there. That 13 points will give him 43 points, which should unofficially secure 3rd place overall. So as soon as we get the official word from that, we'll pull him up to the podium. But wow, we have got some excitement down here that is about ready to unfold. It looks like win number 67 for Chad Weenan.
Rodney, absolutely unbelievable. I didn't want to be the guy to call it if it didn't happen. I knew the points were going to be tight. But Chad Weenan going out, calling it a career with an overall win today here at Briarcliff. 1, 2, 4 scores. Enough to make it happen here today at Briarcliff for his not only his 145th podium of his career, but capping his legendary career after 8 titles over the years, capping his career with a 67th overall victory here at Briarcliff. Absolutely legendary. Let the festivities begin down at that podium, Rodney.
Check. Hey. Check.
All right, that's not working. Well, I guess it must be official. As Max made his way up onto the podium, ladies and gentlemen, taking 3rd place overall. And sort of a surreal moment, a great moment and a sad moment, all wrapped up in one. His final time here to the podium, but a final time in the middle of the box with win number 67. Put your hands together for one of the greatest of all time, Chad Weenan. Wow. Yes. And, of course, sealing the deal on championship number 6. And 2nd overall here today. Put your hands together for Joel Hetrick. A 6-time. Lots to celebrate. Let's make some noise for all 3 of these guys, folks. This is ATV Motocross. It don't get any better than this. A triple crown to wrap it up today, keeping us sitting on the edge of our seat, biting our nails and wondering what is going to take place. And, well, my friends, this is what happened. Who would have ever guessed that 3 motos would make so many people so nervous? Were you nervous, Max?
Man, I was so nervous for that gate to drop. That was like the biggest relief ever for that thing to drop. It's been a great day, and just everything going on here is such a special moment. Like, it's so surreal for me to be standing here. I got my first with these 2 guys on the podium with me, and then with Chad walking away to be at his last. It's a extra special moment to share with everyone here. Just so many family and friends, and man, I've been grinding for this all year long, and we've been so close but haven't got it. So to finish the year off like this, I just can't look forward to what's to come, and just thank everyone so much, because it's been a hard year, like a lot of ups and downs, but we've made it up here, and boy, does it feel good and it pays off.
It absolutely does. Max Lindquist, ladies and gentlemen. Max, I'm sure, like you said, I mean, I was talking about it there on the track. You know, Chad kind of your mentor, and to be able to race wheel to wheel with him like that in his final battle, that had to mean something too.
Man, Chad's been my mentor for years now since I've been little on, and they've taken me in like family. So hats off to the whole Weenan crew, Weenan Motorsports, Chad himself. Like, he's like, it started off as a mentor, now he's like a brother to me, I'd almost say. Like, just so cool to share this moment with him, and so proud of him for everything he's done, and I look forward to what we have to come together. Just super fun relationship, and I just can't wait to see what the future does. And then from there, just really need to thank it to Binky's Forever ATC, that crew coming out here this weekend. Just all the guys behind the scenes, Binky's, Huntscapes, Alaska Motorsports, Tom, it's great to see him out here. Yamaha Outdoors for providing an awesome machine. And then Fuel Customs, JSR, FMF, 4130 Motorsports. Jaden Launderville's obviously not here this weekend, and hoping for a speedy recovery there with him and Wesley. But from there, Mike Walsh, good to see him here, and look forward to continuing that success with them. And DID Chains, Renthal, DP Brake Pads, Precision Racing, Worx Connection, RWI Wheels. This is their first pro podium, so hats off to them for their support this season. Fox Shocks, Jay Agobel at Impact Solutions. We've really figured this thing out the last half the year, and as we can see, it's paying off. So Wrath Racing, JSR Moto Designs. Anyone else that I missed, big shout out to Doc Trent. He called this, so he told me and Chad were on the box today, and we made it happen. So hats off to him. And then my whole family, mom and dad, can't do it without them. My girlfriend, her family for showing up. My uncle, my mechanic Dave, he's just here every weekend getting through it with us. So, and anyone else that I forgot, thank you all so much. This is quite the way to end the season. Couldn't have wrote it better.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, Max Lindquist, third place overall here today as he takes the big trophy. Moving over here to second place and the chip title. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, Joel Hetrick, six-time champion. And I tell you, you know, it seems like a little deflation, but at the same time, you can't take anything away from this championship. 6 of them, and of course, what it feels like to be on top right now.
Yeah, it feels really good. After the dust settled, got my stuff taken care of after Moto 1, and really just after that wanted to start my streak back up again. And you know, I did that, got the 2 Moto wins there. Feels good. Obviously bummed out to lose the perfect season. But these guys put on a hard fight today, and it was good racing. Short Triple Crown. No way I was coming back from 8th with the bent Nerf bar to 1st. No way I could do that today. But I tried my hardest, which I always do, and I go out there and ride my best every single time. And I'm provided a really nice machine from Phoenix Racing Yamaha. Got a sick Yamaha 450. CST tires hooking up great today. DASA is in the house today. Thanks for them for coming. Mikey Walsh, David Ellers over there. Like I said earlier, Bryson Neal's here. A lot of family and friends. It's my 6th championship, so I appreciate everybody coming out, congratulating me, talking to me. Bummed, obviously, I couldn't win, but props to Chad, leaving on a high note for him. That's pretty cool, and props to Max on his finish today. So thank you all. Man, I got the I love you 88. Thank you, Quinn. So it's just the support I have is unreal. I really appreciate you all. Little bummed, but I'm very happy to be up here. I'm healthy. We're ready to go overseas and show them boys what we got.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen, Joel Hetrick, 2nd overall today, and again, the national title, 6 of them. And Joel,
I got to thank a couple more people. Jay Goebel's here at Impact Solutions. He probably wouldn't call me on Monday if I didn't thank him. So obviously, thank you, Jay. He's been a lifetime partner of mine here doing shocks for me. So like, you know, like my buddy. So my dad's here today. My mom, wife Carly, where are they at? Oh, my baby's sleeping over there. I couldn't do a huge rev limiter because the baby's sleeping. Maybe later on I'll blow this thing up. I don't know. So we'll have a good time. David, close your ears. You might have to go somewhere. But we're going to have fun, and thank you all.
Thank you. Joel Hetrick, 2nd place. And I'll tell you, I think Joel can probably say if you're going to have to lose that streak to anybody, this guy right here is the guy to lose it to. Put your hands together. 67 times, the number 44, Chad Whedon. Chad, I don't know. I think I can just hand you the microphone. You probably got a lot to say, man, because what a career, dude.
I'm speechless, Rodney, man. Man, it's been such an amazing ride. It all starts with my family behind me. Day one, my pops, my mother up above, my wife, my kids. Love every one of them. Gosh, this is something. But man, just an amazing career that I've been able to live and lifestyle. It's so many friends along the way, and you know, just I've cherished it a lot. And Rodney, you've called a lot of these races for me, and this one's pretty sweet. Man, I just honestly came into the race. I had some focus. I had a lot of focus and riding really well. My starts today were unreal, and yeah, I just so happy to share this moment with everybody here, and you know, everybody that's you know, not here, that's backing me as well. There's been a lot of people that have backed me since the beginning, and man, Mikey Walsh, man, we revolutionized this YFZ 450R, and we made it into a championship winning machine, and look at the class now, like, it's full of them. And that's a testament to the Yamaha brand. Donnie Luce, Scott Newby, Steve Nessel. There's so many more people that are behind that program. They believe in ATV racing, and you know, big reason why I'm here today is because of making this amazing machine and being able to, you know, win 8 championships, win my last AMA Pro race. Man, I couldn't dream of a better script. And you know, last year having kind of ground zero and fighting back from that, and gosh, like, it's kind of like if you told me that I was going to win 8 championships or I was going to come back from that and win my final race, like, you would have to pinch me. And it's a bittersweet moment. I love this community. I love this racing, and man, to share the podium up here, Joel, great champion. I told him that he helped create me. So this is man, it's been great. And Max, we said we were gonna get up here, and we did. And gosh, it's sweet, man. I can't wait for what's ahead. I think in the next one.
It's a long way. I keep thinking back to Oak Hill when you were broke down on that Honda, pushing that machine off the racetrack, so heartbroken, and it wasn't just a few weeks later your life turned around and got on this road, man, and led to here.
Gosh, the past that my life has gone, and it's incredible. You know, just a small young kid from Galena, Illinois, and man.
And now, an 8-time and one of the greatest ATV motocross champions of all time, Chad Whedon!
A couple more, man. Ryan Cox, he's not here, but man, between the three group, thank Doc. Man, gosh, it's been amazing to meet all these people and bring them into my circle, and yeah, awesome. And man, my family that's here, my friends that have come across the country, I love you all. My grandma at home, my aunt, both my aunts are here. This is incredible, and I'm gonna cherish this moment for the rest of my life. And people, you were in that group as well. Thank you so much. You brought me in, man, when I was young. Took me to races. This is as sweet as it gets, man. And thank you to the Moto Motorsports, Yamaha, Maxxis Tires, Fox Shocks, Vortex ECUs, Rats Racing, FMF, CP Carrillo, guys from Keaton, right there, buddy. Thank you for all your support. Gage, man, RP, you guys hopped in. Thank you, Alex Andrix, for your hospitality and bringing me into your family. Trusted me to train your son, and he's growing, man. He's gonna be special. And thank you Thank you. I got so many people to thank, but we got to get on with this, and thank you all for being here.
There it is. Absolutely. And we've got not only that award there, but we've got the Icon Award there that we've got a nice little presentation that you get there, Chad. It says ATV MX Legend Pro right there. And I think it says it as best as it can. Legendary Pro, Chad Wienen. And
let's keep this ATV racing alive. Let's we gotta go back up. We're going back up. All right.
Amen. We got it. I'm on board with that, man. Believe me, I'm on board. Let's go ahead and let's celebrate. Let's grab those bottles of champagne and move out front. I guess, or you guys want to do this? Let's do the photos first. You want to do photos first? All right, we'll do photos first, and then we'll do champagne, guys. By the way, these whole shot checks, $750 to Joel Hedrick.
There's 2 special awards. One week they have to come and get them. It's
Okay.
Nick Janusa.
I also need Nick Janusa and Jeffrey Rastrelli up here. And one of the legends in and of himself is up here on the podium with us right now. I'm just going to microphone to him.
Hey, Rodney, thanks, man. There's one more here for Joel. Triple Crown champion. Amazing seasons, man. You're killing it. Just keep it up. Stay safe, man. Fun to watch.
Just Triple Crown wins, great for me. Tim being the Grand Marshal today, I looked up to Tim for a long time growing up. I have one of probably his first jerseys he was in, a long time ago. I got a bunch of jerseys from him, and I just really think this is awesome that you presented with this and that you're the Grand Marshal today. I love seeing it on the 250R. So thank you so much, and we look forward to have back next year.
Thanks, man. I'll be back.
How about it for Tim Farr? One of our best, one of our greats as well. Grand Marshal here this weekend and presenting the goods there. All right, so let's get our photos real quick, and then we'll get our celebrations. We'll get back on the track with racing. But ladies and gentlemen, let them feel the love one more time. Your top 3 overall: Max Linquist in 3rd, Joel Hedrick in 2nd, and Chad Wienen, your Briarcliff ATV Motocross champion. Ain't gonna be no sweeter champagne spray than this. Got a big bonus check back here from Yamaha Blue Crew for Chad Wienen as well, on top of all these other bonuses that he's going to be getting. And ladies and gentlemen, as I always like to say, in the sport of ATV motocross, to the victor goes the spoils. And today, the spoils, I don't know that they could be much, much sweeter than what they are. And of course, as Chad uncorks that bottle, Joel gets his ready for one final celebration for Chad Wienen. To the victor goes the spoils, and the spoil of ATV motocross, the sweet, sweet spray of champagne. Love it. I love it. Thank you for letting me be a part of this. I feel so honored and so blessed to be here today. We got some celebrations. Of course, Joel will be celebrating with his big bonus checks here for his championship win. And we'll be celebrating the championship. Chad will be signing autographs, taking photos, and all that good stuff. Give him a chance to get cooled off. If he says, I need to go take a break for a minute, give him a chance to take a break. But thanks, guys, for being out here. But we aren't done yet. All right. Don't go anywhere because we got a couple more folks to honor right here. Okay, we're going to do this next. All right, let's do this. I need Nick Janusa and I need Jeffrey Rastrelli over here also. But Donnie Luce from Yamaha's Blue Crew.
Thanks. It's an honor to be here today for this last race. A lot of history with all these riders on top. I'd like to present Joel Hedrick with $15,000 bonus from the Blue Crew. And also I'd like to present Chad Wienen, the 8-time champion, ATV legend, with his bonus for $3,500. And thanks for everybody for showing up. It's an honor to be up here with this podium with this great group of ATV racers. Thank you.
Alrighty, is Nick Janusa and Jeffrey Rastrelli close by? There's Jeffrey Rastrelli, there's Nick Janusa. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know and we've heard, and I talked about it this morning, it's the end of an era, and a new era begins today at the same time. And part of that era that is ending today includes not only Big Chad Weenan here, but also our good friends and confidants here in Nick Janusa and Jeffrey Rastrelli. So can you help me decide what's what there? Nick Janusa. All right. Nick, since you're standing here closer to me and I've got yours first, let me take the honor right here saying congratulations on an amazing career. I was here through a lot of it, and it's been a joy and an honor to be a part of it. Congratulations on an amazing ATV racing career.
Thank you, Rodney. It's crazy because I remember being in this class for years and being 19 and feeling like I was the youngest one for a long time, and I'm still pretty young, but man, the years go by fast, and I think that's something that all the kids should take into consideration of just, the ATV racing goes by fast and life goes by fast. So, not to sound corny, but you got to really enjoy every moment and every race, you go to with your parents, and you'll realize one day what your parents do for you because, I definitely realize how much my father and mom have done for me. So, you're nothing without them. So at the end of the day, all the kids, just be appreciative of your parents. And the biggest thing, you got to have fun with this because once you don't have fun, you get burnt out really quick. And, it's something we came into this sport, every single one of us, because we had a lot of fun and enjoyed it. So I think it's my best advice to just keep having fun. Everybody should, and try to look at the positive and not take the negative out of things here.
Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Janusa, an amazing career, an amazing part of this sport as well. And another rider as well, right here. I think you can say as much as anybody and as anything for this rider right here. ATV Motocross is as much him as he is a part of ATV Motocross. Put your hands together for Jeffrey Rastrelli. Jeffrey, again, it's an honor and a privilege to be able to stand here with you today at the closing moments. It's hard for me to see you guys and see you guys stepping away, man. But again, like Nick, and they go fast, man.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm kind of baffled myself. It's didn't really set in until I came off the track that third moto, and we gave our life to this, So it's been 22 years at the Nationals, and 14 years pro. So it's been a hell of a ride, man. I can't thank you guys all enough. I can't thank my family for the sacrifices they made for me, and getting me up here. And I wish I was up here today. We started out good, and second, the last two motos just didn't work out, but that's all right. I had one good moto today. I showed it. I still got a little bit of fight in me, and I'll take that to the next step in my life, and go home, my family safe, and I'm hyped on my career. I've accepted of what I've done. I'm happy with what I've done. I've done a lot, and I had to race against the two best guys to ever do it. I had to race against Chad Weenan and Joel Hetrick my whole life. So I say, I'm pretty happy with having to race against those guys and competing with those guys because they're the best that ever did it. So just to compete with those guys is something to hold my head high to. And thanks to all the fans, all the love that I felt, all the love that I felt today. And yesterday was, I can't explain it. I appreciate you all. I appreciate all the support, and like I said, I appreciate all my family and friends, fans, sponsors, all the people that's got me to where I am today. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of steps, a lot of things that happen to lead me here, and I can't thank everybody enough, and can't. It's tough to walk away, but it's time, and I appreciate you all. Thank you.
We appreciate you, Jeffrey Rastrelli, ladies and gentlemen. An amazing career, 14 years pro, 22 years as an ATV National star. Man, so as this era ends, the new one begins right out here on the racetrack behind us right now as the gate drops and racing action continues here at Briarcliff.
Rodney, hard to put into words what we just saw happen down there at the podium. Hard to put into words the amazing racing we saw today. Want to give a congratulations on their retirement to both Nick Janusa and Jeffrey Rastrelli, our last two riders that we from there. But the biggest congratulations of all to Chad Wienen, who went out, called it a career, going out today with his 67th overall win. Not very often a rider gets to call it a career, going out with a win, but probably fitting for a rider as legendary as any in the history of this great sport of ours, that Chad Wienen goes out with an overall victory today at Briarcliff. So congrats to him. Congrats to Joel Hetrick, polishing off a 6th AMA title of his own. Congrats to Max Lindquist as well. I had a sneaking suspicion that he was sitting in position for a 3rd overall spot. We didn't have those calculations here in the tower. And with that 3-moto format, got to do some quick math. So I'm glad that we had an idea of what was going on, and I'm glad that we didn't call anything wrong as we were watching that 3rd and final moto. So congrats again to all riders involved. Absolutely amazing racing today here in this AMA ATV Pro class. And as we look out front, we have race number 22 on the track as we shift gears and turn the page back to amateur racing. About 14-ish motos left on the day. Race number 22 on the track, our production B class. And we're going to go right to the front of the pack where I believe it's Aiden Hartle on the number 12 out in front of this one. We've had a battle going on in the first couple laps between our first and second place riders. I believe that was Corelli and Hartle battling early. It's now Hartle out in the lead, with Corelli in the 2 ride, and I believe that is going to be Blaine Thomas on the number 126, now running 3rd. Up over Bigfoot for the 2nd time. It's Hartle, it's Corelli, it's Thomas. Hartle continuing to stretch his lead at the front of this one. This race number 22 as we get back to amateur racing. And I believe we have a big one on the gate after this. Race number 23, our WMX class. Barn burner of a moto earlier today. The WMX class taking the win in that first moto. Amaray coming in 2nd, Olivia Joyner 3rd. We're going to crown another champion. We are going to crown another champion after that one. All right, up towards Bigfoot for the 3rd time. Our leaders, Aiden Hartle out front. Corelli still sits in 2nd. Thomas in the 3 spot. Corelli the only one continuing to hit Bigfoot. And I believe that is Morehouse on the move up to 4th. White flag out for our leaders. Hartle out front. Corelli second. Thomas third. Morehouse fourth. As these riders navigate this racetrack one last time for this Production B Moto race number 22. Back side of the racetrack in the books down the rhythm section on the back side of this racetrack. Through these couple S corners. A little slow down section. Passing point, but looking like it's getting a little choppy over there. Heading up towards the step up halfway through this last lap of racing. Navigates that perfectly as Aiden Hartle out towards the towards Bigfoot one last time. Just a few corners to go now for Aiden Hartle, trying to polish off a Moto 1 win in this Production B class race number 22. 2 corners to go for him, but battle rages on. For second, third, and fourth, it's Kyle Morehouse, the rider on the move. He's made it up to third. He's gotten by Thomas, but he's going to try to get by Corelli as well. But Corelli uncorks Bigfoot one last time, and he's going to hold on. It's Hartle at the finish, followed by Corelli, Morehouse, and Thomas. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, y'all, that is race number 22 in the books, which means race number 23, our WMX Moto 2, now on the gate. And we're going to go right into racing as the board is up. It is flipped. It is sideways. Revs up. Gate down. Kinsey Osborne with the early advantage. Kinsey Osborne leads them around. Amaray going to take the other line. No, they're both going to file in. Kinsey Osborne, your early leader. Remember, Kinsey, your Moto 1 winner earlier today. And if things hold serve, she'll grab another WMX title for her trophy room by Moto's end. But we are side by side at the back of the racetrack with her and Emma Ray. Split lane section. See how this is going to play out, but it's Kinsey Osborne right where she wants to be, out in front of this one at the family's racetrack here in Nashport, Ohio. These two have been battling all season long. And as competitive of a championship as we've seen in any class this season, seems like one swings and the other swings back. That's what we've seen all season long in this WMX class. It's unreal how fast these two ladies have went. Emma traveling here all the way from Europe and giving Kinsey everything she could handle. Kinsey, unfortunate opener, being on the comeback trail ever since. Pivotal win at the last race at Pleasure Valley. Moto 1 win earlier today. And now Kinsey Osborne leads them around on the first lap of racing at Briarcliff. WMX Moto 2, here we are, up over Bigfoot. Kinsey Osborne leads, Ray in tow. It's Shelby Cabrando in the 3 spot. Uncorking Bigfoot herself, Tegan Bratcher 4th, Olivia Joyner 5th, Neve Shaw 6th. But back out front, it's Kinsey Osborne continuing to lead these ladies around. The battle raging on at the front of this one. Just a few quad lengths separating our front two riders, the two fastest female riders in the world. Tight as they go to the back side of this racetrack. And Emma Ray has proven that there's no quit in her all season long. We haven't seen her relent at all. So I wouldn't have expected anything different here as they get tight on the back side of the racetrack. We're going to go up over the step up, just a few quad lengths separating first and second in this WMX battle for supremacy. And oh boy, are they tight. They're as tight as they've been right now. To the middle of the racetrack, nearing us here in the announcer's tower, up towards Bigfoot. And this is as good as it gets. Emma Ray just about up the inside. Kinsey shuts her down. Two quads going for one quad real estate there. Heading into the corner before Bigfoot. 2 down, 3 laps to go. This is a 5-lapper in the WMX class. And I feel like I got to tell myself to cherish this one because this has been some of the most fun racing we've seen all year long has been in this WMX class. Kinsey Osborne back towards the pond we go. A few quad length lead as we head back towards the backside of this racetrack. Into the split line section. Both riders are going to take the same line in this one. We're nearing the midway point of this race right now.
Well,
Go ahead, Rodney.
I was just going to say, I've been watching both battles, the battle up front between Kinsey and Emma Ray, and I've also been watching that battle back there for third with Shelby, also Tegan and Olivia Joyner as they're battling back for that number 3 spot. There's like 4 riders that are swapping back and forth for that right now. Right now it's Shelby Cambrando in the number 3 spot. Tegan Bratcher is 4th. Olivia Joyner in 5th, and Neve Shaw back in the number 6 spot aboard the number 53 Slash. As we see those 4 riders making their way into the far back section of the track, tightening things up. They are nose to tail right now as we see Kinsey and Emma nose to tail as well.
You're on battle for third, 4th, 5th, and 6th between Cabrando, Joyner, Shaw, and Bratcher. That's a fun battle to watch too. Sure is hard to take your eyes off this battle for the lead though. We're going to be 2 to go this time by. Kinsey Osborne going to be 2 to go this time by with Emma Ray in tow. These two have basically been this close in every moto all season long is how it's felt. It's only fitting that this is how it's going to go in the last moto of the season. In that gap, just about a second now on lap 4 of 5.
Well, looks like Kinsey's starting to stretch her legs a little bit here in the waning moments of this battle that is going on and waging on. But what a hole that Kinsey Osborne has had to dig herself out of since the first of the season. It all started in the off-season with the words flying and Emma Ray's announcement that she was coming to try and dethrone American motocross and take it back home to Ireland. Well, as of right now, folks, it looks like Kinsey, at least with a lap and a half left to go, has control of the title at this moment.
Roddy, you want to know how gnarly Emma Ray is? She's representing Team Ireland at the Quad Cross of Nations. So that shows you how fast Emma Ray is. Not that we need to be told that with the battles going on in front of us on the racetrack. But Kinsey Osborne is now stretching that lead ever so slightly. It's going to be white flag out next time by. Kinsey Osborne didn't necessarily have to win this one. Trying to leave no doubt. Trying to take all the tiebreakers in math not to be considered. This is her biggest lead of the race so far. She's got 2 corners to go until the white flag comes out. Up towards Bigfoot. Kinsey Osborne goes. White flag gonna come out. Kinsey Osborne heading towards the finish line. White flag in sight. And Rodney, you're gonna be greeted by some exhausted ladies when you get down to the podium, because these girls are leaving it all on the track right now.
Oh, they have left it all on the track today. They have left it out there all season long. And I know Emma wanting to write those, cash the checks that she was writing in the off season. And, we'll see what happened. It has been a long road to hoe for both of these championship contenders all season. And what an amazing fight it has been for sure. But Kinsey Osborne on her way home to a second moto win, a seal on the deal, and the national championship once again in the WMX class here in the ATV Motocross National Championship Series. World premiere ATV Motocross Series right here. We got a 7-time Estonian champion and a 5-time European champion making his bid. Folks from Ireland, folks from all over the globe have set their sights on America for ATV racing, and for rightful reason. This is where the competition is. This is where the tracks are. And this is where Kinsey Osborne lives, if you happen to be making a stake for the claim in the WMX.
Rodney, one last time, 2 corners to go for Kinsey Osborne. Past the crowd one last time. Champion in the WMX class. Final corner we go. And she did it, Rodney. She did it. Kinsey Osborne wins at Briarcliff to win the WMX National Championship. Kinsey Osborne, your champion. Emma Ray second. Congrats to her on a hell of a fight. But it's Kinsey Osborne, your champion here at Briarcliff and in the WMX class.
Emma Ray stops to congratulate Kinsey on a season well done and a championship and a race well done. What a season of memories unfolding here for us all in ATV Motocross, and to be able to bring it to this moment here at Briarcliff has been extra special for so many of us in the racing world. Checking in third place there, the 17 machine.
All right, Rodney, we'll take care of the racing over here if you have to make your way down to the podium for WMX. But look at the celebration. You'd think it was the pro class down there. You'd think it was the pro class down there for all of the crew, all of the fans making their way down to the podium for Kinsey Osborne, your WMX national champion. What a fitting end. What a great end to a great championship. And what a tight battle. Again, credit to Emma Ray. Came across the world, gave it her best on a bunch of tracks she didn't know. And you love to see it. You love to see the way that Emma fought. But I've been saying all season long on my Digging Deep ATV MX podcast that, you know, Kinsey, as a rider with multiple national championships in a row, an undefeated streak that stretched to 2.5 seasons, would have been a lot easy for her. It would have been easy for her to shy away from the fight. She didn't shy away from it. She stepped up to the plate and knocked that friggin' thing out of the park. And she wrapped up another championship here today at Briarcliff. Put icing on the cake, put the cherry on top, winning today, going 1-1 at the finale to clinch that title. Again, credit to Kinsey Osborne. What a fitting champion. Awesome to see.
women's podiums here in just a moment. And a lot to take into account here. All righty, so first, second, third, I believe it's Kenzie, Emma, and Olivia, 1, 2, and 3, if I'm not mistaken. So let's get them on up here. Olivia, if you want to come up first. We'll get you on our third place position. And then we will get Kenzie in the middle, and Emma will be there on the end. Emma's got some checks to pick up from her first moto, as well as some things to celebrate as well here in the second and final moto. All righty, where is second place? Emma Ray. Is Emma going to be making it over to the podium? Yeah, if you'll care. Yeah. There she is. All right. Now we got a complete podium up here. So I'm going to go ahead and give you this check now for your whole shot in Moto 2. This is for your whole shot, Emma, in 1. So got the big bucks here today, it looks like. Lots of money flowing through the WMX. All righty. All righty, I think we're in position now. And we can begin our celebrations, if you would. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our top 3 overall here at Briarcliff, the WMX. Olivia Joyner in second, or third. In second, Emma Ray, and your winner, Kenzie Osborne. As we stop here in third place to talk with Olivia first. Congratulations, Olivia. Lord, honey, you had your work cut out for you for that third place position.
I think I was close to last.
I imagine so, but it doesn't go without a lot of hard work and a lot of effort to get you there. Congratulations. Paying off for you, Olivia. Anybody you want to say thank you?
They're amazing. They get me down here to do what I love. I'm very grateful for them. All my family back home, they're cheering me on. Muskoka Rental, Muskoka Power Sports, RP Race, McLaren Equipment, the Sport Lab, Hall Race Fuel, Edmonds GM, JC Racing, and my boyfriend Landon, who supported me all year. And
LC Landon Corn?
Yeah.
Oh, I know that boy. There he is. Well, hey, good to see you, LC. Put your hands together for Olivia Joyner, third place here today. Even though she is keeping bad company. All right, over here to second place. How about it for this young lady? She had a dream of her own. She came to try to live it. She came to America to race motocross. Put your hands together for Emma Ray. Let those guys start. Emma, as this next class takes off, I think that's our pro sport taking off. We'll catch up with them in a moment, but congratulations on a stellar year, a stellar performance here today, and again, just a great one. Let's talk about this one. Great start in that first moto out there, it looked like.
Oh yeah, it was awesome to lead a few laps in front of Kenzie, obviously, in her home track. I didn't actually think I would lead a lap, so I was really, really proud of that first moto, and yeah, it was great.
So talk about it. You've got 10 races under your belt. You've been here for the entire season. I know it was a lot of work and a big dream for you. How's it feel at the end of this first season?
Oh, it was awesome. Like 13-year break from this racing to come second to these ladies is absolutely amazing. I definitely surprised myself, and even just to take a few wins, a few hole shots, has been awesome.
Absolutely. I understand you're going to be racing in the Quad Cross of Nations for Ireland, I guess, huh?
Yeah. Going to be the first female to race at the Quad Nations. That's going to be awesome, and obviously it's always a privilege to represent your country, so I'm excited. And
we're excited for you, Emma. It's a joy and awesome to have you over here. Just a quick question. Oh, look at that. That's how excited you are. It popped all on its own right there. Are you coming back next year?
We never say never.
I love it. All right, so good day today. You're satisfied with this, as you said. Who do you want to say thanks to for making this dream possible?
Obviously, I want to thank my husband. Like, without him, none of this is possible, and I'm trying to sweeten up for next year as well. The Shaw family, they've opened their doors to me and treated me like a daughter. It's been amazing. And obviously, I have to thank JH Racing. Again, those guys have helped me, went above and beyond. Wayne from PEP, Hinson Racing, Jeremiah Jones, and Goldspeed Tires. Thank you.
Emma Ray, ladies and gentlemen, second place here at Briarcliff. And Kenzie, I tell you, wow, had a hole to dig yourself out of in 2025, but your sir made it happen, and you put the exclamation point on it here today at your home track.
This whole season kept us all safe, and I'm just glad for that, for number one. Also, I mean, there's a lot of talk all season. People say what they want. I stay out of it. The only way I even know what is said is people tell me because I don't get on Facebook. But, yeah, people can say what they want, but, I mean, I got this trophy and they don't, and I'm so blessed to be standing here. So, yeah.
There you go. And with the road that got you here, obviously, you had to fight for it. It wasn't an easy task. Tell me, is this going to be probably more memorable than even your first championship?
Oh, yeah, 100%. First championship was really special to me, but, I mean, nothing beats this kind of racing. I mean, all year people were saying it's the best racing they've seen, and they rather watch it than the pro class, which is really cool to hear. Yeah, I definitely had to work for this one. A lot of stress, a lot of challenges, but also a lot of good moments as well, and I'm just happy to be here. So.
We're happy that you were able to make it through it. Come out on top as well, Kenzie. Who do you want to say thanks to?
My dad, my mom, my sisters, my grandparents, my friends, keep me motivated throughout the season, picking me up when I'm down. My boyfriend Miles, who can't make it here, but I'm sure he's listening. Yeah, just everyone who's lifted me up. My dad has been through a lot with the bike this year, more than previous years for sure. Been battling that stuff. But I mean, it's part of it. It's part of the season, part of racing. But yeah, forklift training systems, I'd like to thank them as well. Wiseco, Doug Schiltz, CST Tires, DASA Racing, TDR, ATV Talk Podcast, TDR, Factory 43, FXR, Vampire Tear-Offs, DID Racing Chains, Raw Connection, White River Marine, the Roush family, Cody for being my mechanic this weekend. Let me think here. 241 Powder Coating, Mid-Ohio, Moto Waz, F43, SSI, PRP, Dave Porter from PRP, Rocket. Yeah, I don't know if I'm forgetting anyone, but anyone I might have forgotten, I want to thank them as well. And thank you guys all for watching us this season. It's been great. So.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kenzie Osborne, your Briarcliff and WMX overall champion for 2025.
All right, Rodney, if you guys are finished up at the podium, we're going to go back to the racetrack. Looking like we are going to go back to the racetrack, and it's with a big one, our Pro Sport Moto number 2. And we've had all kinds of action with a round after this one. So, Rodney, you might as well stay down there if you can hear me. Damian Hubert, our early leader in this one, gave way to Cody Houghton, now out in front. But one of the riders, go ahead, Rodney. One of our riders battling for Noah Arnold, suffering a big crash on the back side of the Bigfoot Triple up in the middle of this racetrack. Again, he's vying for a championship today in this pro sport class. And it's been topsy-turvy, because if you remember back to Moto 1, Cody Houghton had been leading, had likely been in position to potentially win a championship of his own today. And he finished all the way at the back of the pack, but he's leading Moto 2, trying to play spoiler. So if Arnold is out of this title chase, if Houghton is potentially out of this title chase, now with pro sport you never know with tiebreakers, but our top two finishers then, who haven't had a problem, now sit second and third, Damian Hubert and your Moto 1 winner, Cale Deal. Juan Ondichu sitting right behind them as well. He's in the fourth spot. Heath Hanna in fifth. Cale Deal now moving up into second. So it's Deal now in the 2 ride. So it's Cody Houghton making a break for it out front, but remember, he's not in the running for the overall. Cale Deal now running second, absolutely is. I would think your likely podium contenders in this one are Cale Deal sitting second, Damian Hubert sitting third, Juan Ondichu fourth, Heath Hanna in the fifth spot. Right now, the math looking easy, at least for our leader, Cale Deal. His 1-2 moto scores would make him your overall winner. Second overall with 3-3 scores, and Heath Hanna. Right now, Heath Hanna running third overall. 4 or 5 scores on his 4 or 5 scores are enough. Third place podium finish. Because Juan Ondichu, after that issue in the first moto, very much not in the running for a podium today. So white flag gonna come out this next time by. Cody Houghton playing spoiler out front with a big gap back to Cale Deal. Cale Deal running in position to win the overall. Damian Hubert running third, in position for second overall. Juan on fourth, and Heath Hanna. Heath Hanna, one more lap to go, in position to secure a third place overall finish. Outside the top 3, it's Trimble, Buff, Juka, Jensen. I'm sorry, that was the overall. So outside the top 5, we'll give you the whole rundown. It's Houghton, Deal, Hubert, Ondichu, Hanna. Then it's Trimble, Buff, Jensen, Juka, and Beatty running your top 10. It's Cody Houghton all alone out front, wishing and thinking what could have been after that moto earlier today where he took that big crash, that big get off. Credit to him for just being out there, let alone leading these guys around. Then it's Cale Deal in second, and third, fourth, and fifth are all tight together. Cale Deal still running in second, Hubert third, Wani in fourth, Heath Hanna fifth. No changes to that potential overall. Cale Deal running in position to take the overall win. Hubert second. Heath Hanna would finish third overall. If we run, they finish as they're running now, and there's only 2 corners to go. One time over Bigfoot, one last time for Cody Houghton. Cale Deal does the same, and overall for Cale Deal, Hubert, Wani, and Hannah, and that's going to be your podium. Cody Houghton takes the moto win, but it's going to be Cale Deal winning the overall, and I wonder if that means the championship too. Hubert third, Wani fourth, Hannah running and finishing in the 5th place spot. We'll head down to the podium with Rodney.
We got our Heath Hanna. All right, so we got it. Heath Hanna is your 3rd place position finisher, folks, according to this, I believe. Yep. No toe stepping here. Hey, let's get them up here. Top 3, Heath Hanna in 3rd place. 2nd place, Damian Hubert, who also won the national championship in this class, I believe. But how about it? I come back and I give old Cale the wind in his wings that he needs to take the win here today. Cale D with a big win. He said that, not me. All righty, put your hands together. Heath Hanna up on the podium now. That's your 3rd place. How about it for this guy right here? Big smiles and all, the double aughts of Cale Deal. Center of the box. And, of course, coming up in 2nd and with the championship at hand, it is Damian Hubert, 2025 champion. All right, let's step on up here and come on up here, Heath. Let's stand and you want to stand behind. All right, let's stand behind. This is perfect. This is a little probably a little windier back here and more heat rolling off that motor that way. All right, so put your hands together. 3rd place overall. Once again, Heath Hanna. Heath, you got some guys quad, some other guys quad set up about
That dude's just kind enough to let me borrow this powerful thing. Just let me get up here on the podium today.
Well, it sure did the trick. Let's talk a little bit about that. Congratulations, by the way. Third place position in a stacked and heated field of competition out there today.
Yes, sir. It was stacked out there. It was fun to compete against these boys today. They keep you honest and they keep you working. But today was rough. The first moto came out 8th, but still came out the 4th, which was good. Second moto, I knew I was 5th, but I forgot that Wani and Houghton had trouble in the first moto, so I was lucky enough to get up here today. Thank the Lord to be able to put me up here today.
That's awesome, man. Congratulations on the job well done. Who do you want to say thanks to?
First and foremost, thank the Lord in heaven above for just letting me be able to bless me to be here today and be able to race. Bish Motorsports for letting me be able to ride this bike today, and to being nice just to let me test it out and ride it and see where I could do on it. United Motorsports, me All-Star, 4-9 Fitness for keeping me in shape. My mom and dad, if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be here for sure. They're the one that sacrificed so much to put me up here. It's a blessing. Kenda Tires, All 4, TDR, just everybody out there. If I forgot you, I'm sorry. Just thank you for all that you do.
There he is. He's a blessed man. Heath Hanna, ladies and gentlemen. Happy to be up in here in third place, and rightfully so. How about it for this guy right here? He takes second overall, but he is your 2025 Pro Sport overall champion, Damian Hubert. Damian, congratulations to you, man. I mean, wow. Do you ever think you're going to hear that?
Oh, it feels good. Let me tell you that. I put so much work behind closed doors, and yeah, it's emotional, man.
That right there. And he says behind closed doors. I think that's, that right there tells it a lot. I mean, that's heart. That's compassion. That's passion. It's not compassion. It's passion for this sport and for winning, man. And good job. And take us out. Take us through this day. Take us through the series in this championship and how you got this championship, if you would like.
Man, it's been a long road. Had many problems throughout the season, and we kept digging, and we made it through, and had a good crash last race, and thankfully we were good from that, and able to come on top, and yeah, it feels great.
Awesome, man. And I'm going to let you revel in this moment. Anything you want to say about today's race?
I just want to thank my mom and dad. They sacrificed so much for me, and without them, I just wouldn't be up here. But Johnny, he put so much work in. Shocks and motor was great. Ended up on the practice bike, but it's all part of it. And I just want to thank everyone else. Thank you so much. And yeah.
Damian Hubert, ladies and gentlemen, your Pro Sport champion, second overall here today. But we can't take anything away from this guy right here. Here is your Ohio State Buckeye ATV Motocross champion and Motocross champion, Cale Deal. Cale, I tell you, this is a great way to put an explanation on the end of a season like that. And boy, did you ever today.
Oh, man, I've had a rough season. Haven't got one good gate pick. Been digging from the back all season. I finally came out here with 2 good starts. Man, I feel like whenever I get my starts, it really shows. Johnny Hale has this bike moving, man. I just need to get better starts.
Well, I tell you, obviously you proved the point that you can run up front, and there's no doubt about that. And I'm looking forward to what next year holds for you. What does next year hold for you?
Oh, man, I don't think there's going to be much of a next year besides some few races here and there, and definitely going to try out some GNCC. So, but first and foremost, this whole thing was for the Molander family. My best friend Dane died 2 years ago today, and it's for him. But my mom and dad, they sacrifice weekends out of their summer every year. Man, it's awesome to, bring some happiness to them, getting home first, and ready to get home safe and see what my life has ahead of me.
Ladies and gentlemen, Cale here. Cliff, a big deal for Cale Deal for sure. And what an amazing way to end a championship and a season and a race here at Briarcliff. So this is a brotherhood up here, guys. I'm going to let you guys go up here on the main PA, and I'm going to keep it down here.
All right, Rodney, thanks for the podium celebration for our pro sport riders. Cale Deal, Damian Hubert, and Heath Hanna. Awesome action in that pro sport class earlier today. We also had race number 26 go down since then. Sammy Joe Baxter taking the win in the 70 shifter 6 to 11 class, followed by Coy Jackson and Liam Clock. Your top three in that 70 shift to 11 class. Race number 27. Race 27 on the racetrack. Our 50 automatic 4 to 6 class. One riders in Lincoln Rouse, Casey Murphy, Lane Osborne, Weston Nilsson, Rhett Stokes, and Harvey Schroeder. Riders to watch in this one, and it is Harvey Schroeder and the 309 out in front of this one. Big lead on the opening lap for Harvey Schroeder. It's Weston Nilsson in the 2 spot. Solidly in second is Mr. Weston Nilsson. Our youngest class of the weekend, 4 to 6. This 90 automatic class, 50 automatic class, excuse me. These riders waiting all day long to do a little riding here at Briarcliff. Track good and worn in at this point. I was just sitting here thinking about how perfect some of these berms look. They've been getting worked on all day, getting built up all day. Are some of these, even the inside lines, man. It's insane how polished up this track is right now. You love to see how the pros are able to open up this racetrack. And with being a little bit more on the track today, being a Triple Crown, you love to see it. So we look at our top three, Schroeder and Nilsson and Osborne. Lane Osborne in the 3 spot, 104. Harvey Schroeder continuing to lead. 7-year-old rider out of Tip City, Ohio on the DRR. Harvey Schroeder out in front. And a reminder, went over this a few times today, if you have a rider, if your rider rips one of the hole shots in that youth, in any of the youth classes, I should say, in any of the youth divisions, if you rip a hole shot or if your rider rips a hole shot, you can get your award at the JC Racing trailer today. Those youth hole shot awards going down. And I know we have a number of sponsors to thank for the youth for the Hole Shot Awards. Companies like G-Force and Wrath Racing, All Balls, the Cottrell family, Engine Ice, JS Motorsports, Guts Racing, DWT, JC Racing, Slick Racing Canopies, among others. We have a number of great companies, a number of great families, a number of great people helping put together that support for amateur. for those youth awards. A lot of great people come for that cool thing that they've been doing all season long. So 2 laps in the books for our leaders. White flag coming out next time by. To the back side of the racetrack we go, headed up towards the Bigfoot section. Is Harvey Schroeder. And I am thinking, if we look at the machine of Harvey Schroeder, I believe that is the 309 now has the number 1 on the front of it. So I'm wondering, thinking Harvey Schroeder probably wrapped up a championship, but the checkered flag actually going to come out on this one. Checkered flag coming out for Harvey Schroeder. Your testing. Okay. Testing. Oh, we're back. All right. Mics went down for a second, but we're back. Harvey Schroeder taking the win in that one, followed by Weston Nilsson finishing second, and I think it might be Lane Osborne. It is going to be Lane Osborne finishing third. Shout out to Rhett Stokes and Casey Murphy rounding out the top 5 in that race number 27, our 50 automatic 4-6 class. So track getting a little water ahead of race number 28. Race number 28 ready to take to the racetrack. That is our Master 50 Plus AB class. Riders.
Well, I'll tell you, folks, what a great day. Autograph signings going on right now with the pro riders. You see underneath the tent, what a line we had out there for that one, and rightfully so, man. They really put on a whale of a show here today, and it is, without a doubt, the best of the best that lined up on that starting line out there today. And, man, they gave everything they had to put on the show they put on today, and we thank them. And, of course, rider autographs still going on. The line is starting to dwindle down, so it's about done over there. Fresh water going down on the racetrack. It's been a thirsty one, and I imagine you might be as well, so don't forget to stop by, grab a Gatorade or cold drink of some kind from one of our great concession stands here. We've got hamburgers and cheeseburgers and hot dogs and fries and all that good stuff in one. We got pulled pork and barbecue in the other. Just good stuff, but both places have great Gatorade and things to wash water and things to wash it all down with, and as well keep you cool and also hydrated. Very critical. I think that we all, being athletes in an athletic world, realize and understand the importance of being hydrated, so make sure you are staying hydrated. And of course, stopping by these great concession stands down here and thanking them for being out here with us. Oh, looks like Rolls by the Pound. Are they open? I don't know. They may have been earlier. Nope. They're maybe not. I know I was here earlier this summer. I got a few Rolls by the Pound and put a couple pounds on in the process. But it was worth it. It was worth it. All right, we're taking a break. Again, Cody Jansen, Digging Deep podcast. He is one of the voices here today. Certainly an honor and a privilege to be able to work with Cody. And man, what a height he has taken his podcast to, and help keep the ATV racing world abreast of what's taking place here in American motocross. And we certainly appreciate that, and keep up the good work, Cody, with all that you're doing. And as well here at the racetrack with the race call, doing a great job as well. Again, concessions are open. Stop over and get those. And we are waiting right now to get started with race number 28. A little track prep going on right now.
Appreciate the kind words, Rodney. Been great to obviously work with you again this year. Always great to have you back at the ATV Racing Nationals, ATV Motocross Nationals. It is, we have a lot of memories, you and I. A lot of times I was the one standing next to you on the podium, you interviewing me after some of these races. Youth, amateur, pro, amateur. Brings back a lot of good memories. Love talking about the races with you here today, helping call the races with you.
Well, Cody, I think, you know, it's neat the roads that we have traveled together, and I've got to watch some of the highlights of your career and watch you grow into the media person that you've become and what you've been able to do for this sport. I remember the passion that you had as an amateur rider just for the racing in itself, and being able just to be out here at the racetrack, and the way you bring that passion to the rest of the world and present the things, man. Keep it up. Don't stop, man. go full throttle. And anybody out there that can help Cody out in this endeavors with sponsorships and things like that, please help him out, because every little bit helps. The more he can spend, the more time he can spend there on digging deep, the more word he gets out across the world. And Cody, you're right, man. It's a privilege being here with you too, because I've got to see you grow up. Like I said, I've got to be there for a lot of the highlights in your career and witness those. And thank you for being here working with us today.
Again, I appreciate that, Rodney. Appreciate that a lot. Had a great time over the years, a lot of great memories, and we're making some more today. We've seen a lot of great racing. We got about, I don't know, a little less than 10 races left. We got a lot of good racing left yet in store as these shadows get long on this racetrack. We got a good one in store right now. Race number 28, our Masters 50 Plus A-B class. And we're going to see these revs go up, as that 2 card is already up. So our track personnel points across. Make sure everybody's ready. Board gets flipped. It's now going to go sideways. Board sideways, revs up. Gate is down. And I think, Rodney, that's going to be the number 33 of Lane Coyle going out in front at the start of this one. I believe that's going to be Lane Coyle leading on the number 33, and I think that's going to be Chris Thomas now on the 23 in second, with maybe the rider to beat, Ernie Powers, running in the 3rd spot, Brian Jenkins 4th.
Well, I'll tell you, what a Masters 50-plus class in this A and B division. Seeing some new names and some new fighters in this, it looks like. But Lane has been around and a staple in ATV motocross for many, many years. And to see him out front in this class, no surprise. But also to see him under pressure and under fire on that first lap, no surprise either, because these guys are all hungry and itching to win in the Masters 50-plus class.
Yeah, like I kind of mentioned, Ernie Powers being the rider to beat in this one all season long. Testing, testing, testing. 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 We got our mics back, Rodney. We got our mics back. And as I was saying, Ernie Powers, the rider to beat all season long in this class, he's back out front. But it took him a couple of corners to get there, and he's not going to be very happy because the front of that machine is all dirty. He would have much rather got the whole shot and stayed clean on the front of that thing. Ernie Powers running in the lead. Chris Thomas still second. Brian Jenkins now third with Lane Coyle in fourth. Chris Miller rounding out the top 5. Then it's Sal Ambrosia running in the 6th spot. Jeremy Giles 7th. Timothy West in 8th. And Jason Adams running in the 9th spot. But out at the front of the pack, it's all Ernie Powers on the number 96. That hybrid-powered YFZ chassis. And he has been the class of the field all season long in this Masters 50 Plus AB class. Just about to the midway point of this one, nearly 2 laps down as we head toward testing. We're back. We got our mics back up and rolling. As the white flag comes out, white flag is out for Ernie Powers and the rest of this Masters 50 plus AB class. So it's Powers, Thomas, Jenkins, your top 3. Coyle in 4th, Miller 5th, Ambrosia, Giles, West, and rounding out the rest of our field in this race number 20, our Masters 50 plus class. And I'll tell you, last lap of racing, Brian Jenkins is trying to make a move to move himself up, already inside the top 3, but wanting to move a position up inside the top 3 from 3rd to 2nd. He's putting a little pressure on your your second place rider of Chris Thomas. Brian Jenkins trying to go hard. Checkered is Brian Jenkins. Brian Jenkins. 2 corners to go for him. Pressuring Thomas, but out front it's going to be Ernie as he heads into the final corner. It's going to be the number 96 of Ernie Powers taking the win. In race number 28, our Masters 50 plus class, it's going to be Thomas finishing 2nd. And Brian Jenkins going to round out the top 3. Shout out to Lane Coyle and Chris Miller. Going to round out the top five. But as we shift gears to race number 29, division number 1 of our 450A class, and into the first corner, it's going to be Casey Fancher. Casey Fancher leads in this one. Vincent Dillon going to be in second, and it was in second. That's going to be Landon Korn squeezing his way through into the second place spot. So it's going to be Fancher. It's going to be Fancher, your leader. Korn in second. Dillon in third. And as we drop the gate on division number 2, I think that's going to be Braden Orr. Braden Orr with the early lead. And I think that's going to be his number 28 counterpart, both running number 28, Trevor Borger, running in the second place spot in this second division of 450A class racing, race number 29. We'll go back to the front of division number 1. It's Casey Fancher. Casey Fancher leads them around. It's Landon Korn in second. Vince Dillon third. I believe that's going to be one of the Guon brothers running in the fourth spot. Think that might be the other brother in fifth. Let's see what E-Score has in store for us now. So it's Fancher, it's Korn, it's Dillon, and Parker Guon running third and fourth. As we look to the backside of the racetrack, it is Trevor Borger now leading division number 2, followed by Braden Orr. We'll get a number on that third place rider. That third place rider in division number 2 is Joey Mickley, with Justice McDaniel and Jace White rounding out the top 5. We've been watching Jace White all weekend long. TT rider throwing his hat in the ring on this motocross track. And you got a familiar face out there in this one too, because running about 6th right now with a whole pack of riders right in front of her is the of Kinsey Osborne, having already wrapped up a WMX championship today. She is out there and like a shark in the water wants to get by a number of these riders right in front of her in Division 2. As Casey Fancher continues to lead the division of this 450A class, Casey Fancher continues to lead. Korn second, Dillon third. We go to the other side of the track. It's Trevor Borger. Now with a gap over an absolute slew of fast riders. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, all stacked up right now. But it's Borger out front. Jace White now moving up into the 3 spot. So it's Borger, Orr, and White. 1, 2, 3. Joey Mickley now back to 4th with McDaniel running in 5th. And that's where we're going to find Kinsey Osborne still in 6th. But with 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th right in front of her.
And this is pretty much the way this battle has gone since the drop of the gate. Was watching this and right off the bat, they've been the same players in that one. They've just jockeyed around for position. Kinsey, in the early part of that, was actually for a few moments up to a 3rd place position, and then all that passing, all that position jockeying going on. But man, that is the heated battle I think to watch in these 2 divisions right now. Riders making their way on the backside of the track. Meanwhile, our lead riders for division number 1 making their way around for another lap complete here in just a moment. And as we check in, making sure we get the right order, I've got Kazim. No, that's not it. Trevor Borger, there he is in 3rd. Leading. Braden Orr in 2nd, Jace White in 3rd, Joey Mickley in 4th. This is Division 2. Justin McMichael in 5th, Kinsey Osborne in 6th, Dominic Chioka in 7th, Jaden Schiffer in 8th. 9th is Gavin McKinsley, and Clay Russell rounds out the top 10 in 458 Division 2. If I'm not mistaken, I believe we take the top 8. The rest go to an LCQ from which we take the top 4 from, to make our field of 20 riders on the starting line for our 2nd motos.
All right, Rodney, we're going to check out that 2nd division because things are tight. Trevor Borger out front. Then we got a gap. But it's Jace White now up to the 2 spot, getting more and more comfortable on this motocross track. And don't look now, but Kinsey Osborne is up to 4th and making her presence known for 3rd. Is off at this point. WMX Championship still in the bag. And Kinsey Osborne wants a piece of that A-class top 3. Division number 1 getting the white flag. Casey Fancher leads. That is Korn still running in the 2 spot. Dylan 3rd. We're stacked up 4th, 6th, 7th as they take the white flag in that 1st division. The Gwone brothers, Visnick, possibly Lemire in that one as well. That battle raging on. But Trevor Borger got a big, important moto still coming up yet today. But he's going to get the white flag lap as he continues to lead these guys around. Jace White, Joey Mickley 3rd, still 4th as the white flag comes out. All right, to the back side of the racetrack, we look to our division number 1. Division 1, Casey Fancher leading them around with just a couple corners to go. And on the other side of the racetrack, Kinsey Osborne has moved into 3rd. Joey Mickley making a little mistake. It's Kinsey Osborne up to 3rd. So on this side, Casey Fancher is going to take the lead in Division 1. Korn second, Dylan third. That's how our Division 1 is going to finish. And let's look to the other side of the racetrack for Division number 2, where Trevor Borger continues to lead. Jace White taking chunks out of his gap, his lead. Jace White now right there, running in the 2 spot, and it's Kinsey Osborne now up to 3rd. Checkered flag out, this time by Borger. Borger into the final corner. White in second, Kinsey Osborne third. Dominic fourth now, Mick fifth. But it's Borger at the finish with that Division 2 lead. Again, White second, Osborne third, Chioka fourth, and Mickley in the 5th spot.
All righty, as we look ahead to race 30 on the track now, so they're getting it sorted out. It's women 15-plus class. We got the number 10 of Abby Outley from Elkton, Florida. Number 15, Emma Napier from Worcester, Ohio, or Napper. My mom was a Napier, but she was from Wayne County, West Virginia. Napier was pronounced Napier down there. Olivia Joyner coming off of a podium in the WMX class, number 17 out of Huntsville, Ontario. Then the number 24, Tegan Bratcher from Carlsbad, New Mexico. 34, Kylie Campbell from Modesto, Illinois. 53, Ashley Brick from Orville, Ohio. 110, Skylar Fraley from Manhattan, Illinois. 124, Rayleigh Reister from Clyde, Texas. 131, Allison Klutwick from Michigan City, Indiana. Number 415, Hannah Michael from Butler, PA. And Grayson Guone out of Gladwin, Michigan rounds out the field of 11 riders. And it's Gracie Guone, women 15-plus. And Emma Napier is the, I make that Ashley Brick at 27 and Emma Napier at 21, the oldest. The rest of these girls are all teenagers, 16, 17, 18, 19 years old. But the women 15-plus getting her done out here today at this wonderful facility we know and love, Briarcliff Raceway. Such an iconic course. Had some great memories over the seasons of racing, 2 and 4 wheels. 17 machine wrapping up that first lap. Out front is going to be Olivia Joyner on a Muskoka rental, Muskoka Power Sports Hall Race Fuel Edmondson GM backed ride. I see Tegan Bratcher and Allison Klutwick also. Abby Outley on the number 10, I think would be in 4th. Skylar Fraley in 5th. Hannah Michael in 6th, Gracie Guone in 7th, Ashley Brick in 8th, and Emma Napier, I'm sorry, in 9th, 10th place, Bailey Reister. May have been a little off on my sorting and figuring there, but there's the 34, Kylie Campbell checking in, and that should be in an 11th place position if I'm counting that right. Joyner is your leader. Bratcher in 2nd, Klutwick in 3rd. At least that's the way they finished up lap number 1. Lap number 2, we'll see what story this tells us. Things look to be somewhat tight back there as they disappear out of my view for just a few moments. Bumper to grab bar racing is what we're looking at, or were when they went out of view. Working their way around that far back side there on the low side and back into view. And that's what we got, a battle for 2nd. Joyner trying to get around Bratcher. Or excuse me, Bratcher trying to get around. No, that is Klutwick trying to get around Bratcher. I'll get it right. I will get it right. Klutwick trying to get around Bratcher is what we're looking at.
Or are we? As Joyner checks in with 2 laps complete in the women 15 plus class. Second spot is that 24 machine of Tegan Bratcher, and that is Allison Klutwick in the number 3 spot, trying to put that pressure on to make that pass. And what a gap back to the 4th place position as they have really opened things up over the number 10 of Abby Outley now in 4th. The 110 of Skylar Fraley in 5th on a Honda. 6th place position checking in is the 53 of Ashley Brick, also on a Honda machine. Got to turn up that microphone.
Rodney, to the backside of this racetrack we go. And it's Olivia Joyner continuing to lead. It's good vibes only for her, finishing on the podium earlier today in the class. Olivia Joyner running in the top spot. Tegan Bratcher running in 2nd. And I believe that is going to be Allison Kludwick running in the 3rd. Rodney. Thinking Olivia Joyner might have a little bit of an air leak going on. We got some little thing going on her D-cell. Not gonna maybe necessarily hurt anything, but can't miss her on the racetrack right now when you hear a couple of those pops. So white flag coming out. White flag coming out for Olivia Joyner. Tegan Bratcher in the spot. Tegan Bratcher continues to run in the 2 spot with Allison Klutwick running in 3rd.
Oh, 3 laps down is a white flag. Waves on this one. Joyner, Bratcher, Klutwick. Still no change there. Skylar Fraley in 4th, and no change back to Ashley Brick. Hannah Michael is running 6th. Abby Outley now 7th. Grayson Guone in 8th. Emma Napier now up to 9th place position, and Rayleigh Reister will be your 10th place ride. Kylie Campbell in 11th.
About a half a lap to go here, Rodney. Olivia Joyner continuing to lead. I'm sorry, about a lap and a half to go. We got the white flag coming out this time by. Olivia Joyner continues to lead. That's Tegan Bratcher and Allison Kludwick continuing to run 2nd and 3rd. Nope, I take that back. I was right the first time. This is the white flag lap. Checkered flag coming out. Into the final corner they go. Olivia Joyner going to take the win in this race number 30. Our first moto for the women's 15 plus class. Olivia Joyner takes the win. Tegan Bratcher 2nd. Allison Klutwick rounding out the top 3. As these ladies get set to finish up, I believe that's going to be Skylar Fraley running in the 4th spot. It is. And then it is going to be Ashley Brick, I believe, rounding out the top 5 on the number 53 ride. But we're going to look down to the gate now that we know our top 5 in that one. Another youth class, so a reminder for these youth whole shot awards this weekend. Today you're going to go down to the JC Racing trailer. We'll worry about what we're going to do tomorrow. A little bit different process tomorrow, but gate is down. Revs up, gate down. And Ethan Cornell, a big run into the first corner, and I think it is going to be Cornell with the whole shot. Ethan Cornell, your early leader in this one. Looked like you just did a little two-wheel bicycle action to kick off this race number 31. This is our super mini class, 12 to 15. We've seen all kinds of great racing. We've seen these riders, most all of them, on the track multiple times this weekend. But we got a battle going on at the front as they split the two different lines. We're going to have a change for the lead. We are absolutely going to have a change for the lead here. I'm wondering if that's the 620 of Trevor Hughes out front right now. I know Cornell's in second, and I think that's Dirk Campbell in the 3 spot. Remember, he led earlier today in his other class before he went up in smoke with just about a lap to go, running in formation to win that thing. But I think we're going to see that's going to be Trevor Hughes coming by first time. I know it's Ethan Cornell in second, Dirk Campbell in third. And as they get closer to us, I'm going to get eyes on these riders. And I'll get you a number on our leader. I'll get you a number. I think we're going to find it's the 620. I think that is. I think that's the 620 of Trevor Hughes out in front. Ethan Cornell in second, Dirk Campbell in third, but losing a little bit of touch with our leaders at the end of the opening lap. And it is Trevor in front. So it's Hughes, it's Cornell, Campbell, Chappell, and Tatum, your top 5. Maharis in the 6th spot. Selfridge in 7th, Case 8th, Lamp 9th, and Cox rounding out the top 10. But out front, it is Trevor Hughes setting the pace. Shadows getting long here at Briarcliff late in the day on this Saturday. Action here at the finale. Race number 31 on the track. At 36 motos on 36 motos tap today. But this one, race number 31, it is Trevor Hughes. Trevor Hughes. Test. Trevor Hughes continues to lead them around. Trevor Hughes leading them around. Testing. So 2 laps in the books for Trevor Hughes. Ethan Cornell in the 2 spot. Dirk Campbell continues to run in third. Now that's Tatum making a run at him in fourth. And that is going to be Jonah Chappell rounding out the top five. Rounding out the top five is Chappell. A big gap now between second and third. Trevor Hughes, 14-year-old rider out of Scott Township, Pennsylvania, leading them around. Ethan Cornell running second. He's a 13-year-old rider out of Johnstown, New York. But this track, shadows are long. Track is rough. The track is also worked in at the same time. You can tell that this is a track that the pros rode with how open some of these corners are. You can rail just about every one of these berms right now. Love to see it worked in as good as it is. Ethan Cornell might be getting just a touch closer with the white flag coming out. This time by, they head up towards Bigfoot. Not much more than a second. Maybe 1.2, 1.3. Just like I say that, I think it's even closer. I think Ethan Cornell going for it right now. And it's definitely closer. It is definitely closer than a second and a half that it was a lap ago. White flag coming out. Hughes and Ethan Cornell first and second in this super mini class. It's about a half second separating your first and second place riders. We have a change for, as I saw Tatum make the move on Campbell. And Jonah Chappell continues to run in the 5 spot. But white flag is out as Trevor Hughes continues to lead on the backside of this racetrack. But there is no quit in Ethan Cornell, who is as close as he has been. He's as close as he has been as we are about at the halfway point of this final lap of racing. Ethan Cornell is right there now. Trevor Hughes, Ethan Cornell. Cornell didn't get as good of a drive maybe out of that little chicane section back there. Few corners to go. Now they're on the second half of this racetrack. Trevor Hughes now just a few corners away. Just a few corners. Hughes. Trevor Hughes 2 corners away now as he heads up towards Bigfoot. Just a handful of quad lengths separating these two at this point. But that might be a little too late for Ethan Cornell to make his move in this opening moto for this super mini class. It's going to be Trevor Hughes across the finish line to take the win. Trevor Hughes takes the win. Ethan Cornell finishing second. It's going to be Blake Tatum going to round out the top 3.
Well, looks like we go from Super Mini to Junior 25 plus class. On the line is set to roll next. Number 9, Tyler Roberts out of Orange, Texas. The 14, Billy College from Midland, PA. 16, Joseph Taylor from Utica, Ohio. 38, Keaton Sturk from Charlotte, Iowa. The 47, Mario Gonzalez from Fountain, Florida. 58, Seth Torrens from Newark. 71, Justin Canterbury from Wendell, North Carolina. 74, Sebastian Foche from Venezuela. Number 94 from Alliance, Ohio, Michael Perkins. And the 119 of Anthony Chris from Branham, New Mexico. Actually, that's Maine, Branham, Maine.
Rodney, I know a little something about this class.
Say again?
I said I know a little something about this class, this 25-plus class. But we got Michael Perkins running out front. I know that is going to be Keaton Sturck running in second. That's Billy Cottage in third. Of course, Michael Perkins trying to make a break for it out front for sure. I think he's probably already got this championship locked up, I would guess, in the 25 class. The greatest mystery in ATV motocross is where Brett Music went. Not really sure what happened to him. Obviously, the rider to beat early in this series in the 25-plus class for years now is Music. I think Music's won all the titles since my last one in that 25-plus class. But it is Michael Perkins out in front. He has been out in front pretty much. Brett Music went missing. That being said, a couple races ago at Tomahawk, it got real interesting because Billy Cottage beat him in the opening moto at Tomahawk, and Billy Cottage now finds his way into second as we are about to finish the first lap of racing in the 25-plus class. So it's Perkins, your leader. It's Billy Cottage now running in second. It's Keaton Sturck in third.
Billy College seems to be racing this race like he's been waiting for this day, and I think he is constantly waiting for race day no matter what day it is. And right now Cottage in second as he works his way into the spot. It's behind once again Michael Perkins ahead of Keaton Sturck, though. Mario Gonzalez back in the number 4 spot. Justin Canterbury is 5th aboard the 71. Seth Torrens the 58 and 6. Then Anthony Christ, Tyler Roberts, and Joseph Taylor round out the 9 as they sorted out on the backside of the racetrack. That 3rd, 4th, and maybe 5th place position starting to tighten up. That seems to be where the race is right now as they head back your way, Cody Jansen.
Absolutely, Rodney. We got some battles going on deep in the field as well. But riders, 3rd, 4th, pretty stacked up. Just trying to get a rider on the rider in 4th. I think it's Gonzalez. I think now running in the 3rd spot. But out front, Michael Perkins got a nice little gap over Billy Cottage right now. Billy Cottage didn't get the start he needed to match Perkins in the early laps here. We'll see if Billy can take a bite into that. Pretty comfortably out in front. Believe that's going to be Gonzalez in 3rd. I know that's Sturck in 4th. And I think that is going to be Justin Canterbury, I believe, who's going to be in 5th.
Well, 2 laps down. Perkins, Cottage, Gonzalez, Sturck, Canterbury. The rider on the move right now is Anthony Christ. He's around Seth Torrens. Torrens drops off the 7th after holding on to a 6th there on lap number 1. But as we said, that's where a lot of the hot spots are. Perkins and Cottage seem to be, for the most part, uncontested in their positions 1st and 2nd. 3rd place, Mario Gonzalez seems to be holding a little better and steadier pace this time around than last time, but back there in 4th place, that's where the company is with Keaton Sturck and Justin Canterbury. As pointed out, Gonzalez starting to stretch out that 3rd place position, and now smoke starting to come from that 5th place ride of Justin Canterbury, so you know that's going to likely take him out of the running for that 4th place position, and possibly even 5th if that machine starts to slow down too much.
Yeah, Rodney took a look back and saw that it was doing a little smoking, so we'll see if he's going to decide to They are going to stick with it in this one, the 5-lapper. So we are 2 laps to go this time by. Michael Perkins setting the pace out front. He's going to come by the finish line with 2 to go. This rider on the racetrack right now, Billy Cottage, strong in second, big gap back to third. Gonzalez looking strong in the 3 ride, Stirk in 4th. And again, that's Canterbury. That is Canterbury slowing down ever so slightly, but he's going to try to keep this thing going and make it to the finish. Of the racetrack we go, back to the racetrack we go. Michael Perkins continues to lead. Billy Cottage in the 2 spot. As the shadows get long and the track gets rough here late in the day at Briarcliff.
Hey, real quick, just want to let you know, LCQs just talked with the ladies down in the office, and I've talked to a few track personnel, or track, officials, and LCQs, we're not going to start running those until in the morning. So we'll start with our first LCQ after sight laps tomorrow morning. Cody.
Sounds good. Sight laps coming. We'll go right into LCQs in the morning. But these guys out here right now, they're not thinking about LC winning this race. If you're Michael Perkins, white flag coming out. This time by 4 laps down, 1 to go. Billy Cottage running in second. Gonzalez still third. Keaton Stirk in 4th. And I think that's going to be Anthony Christ. Now running in the 5th spot. So I'm thinking that rider, Justin Canterbury, I think that machine might have gave up the ghost. It looks like it came to the stop on the backside of the racetrack. He's looking to get a tow. So he did not make it to the finish, but he tried. Michael Perkins enjoying a 6-7 plus second lead now over Billy Cottage. Second half of the racetrack now as they make it their way onto the back side of this race. 4.5 laps down, half a lap to go. Finishes up the rhythm section and going to head up towards Bigfoot one last time. Just a few corners for Michael Perkins. Just a few corners to go for Michael Perkins. Trying to polish off a Moto 1 win in the 25 plus class, race number 32. Billy Cottage comes by in second. Won that truck race earlier. But it's going to be Michael Perkins getting the win, taking the win in this Moto number 1 of the junior 25 plus class. Billy Cottage coming through one last time up towards the finish line. Going to finish second in our 25 plus class. It's going to be Mario Gonzalez. Finishing third, Keaton Stirk looking like he's going to hold on to 4th over Christ.
So Keaton Sturk takes fourth. Anthony Christ holds on for fifth. Looking for Tyler Roberts, Joseph Taylor, Seth Thomas, and Joseph Canterbury to round out the field of 9. Meanwhile, we shift our attention to that starting line where a 70 automatic 6 to 11 just took off a moment ago, including the number 7 of Tucker Burke from Moorfield, Pennsylvania, the 015 of Kaylee Murphy from LaBelle, Missouri, 16 Kristen Murphy out of LaBelle, Missouri, 17 Brady Shaw from Dover, PA, the 39 Dean Schroeder from Tip City, Ohio, 54 Max Hutchins from Benton Harbor, Michigan, the 55 Weston Nixon from Cranberry, PA, the 055 of Owen Masters from Granville, Ohio, the 87 is Hunter Wilford out of Blairsville, PA, 111 Hudson Nielsen from Bruce Township, Michigan, 373 Deegan Korn from Macedonia, Illinois, the 404 Axon Moracle from Hoagland, Indiana, 446 Weston Kirby out of Durand, Michigan, 485 Braxton Holloway from Horton, Alabama, the 808 Adeline Moracle from Hoagland, Indiana, the 888 of Gavin Sowers from Frazeysburg, Ohio. And that's your field of 16 riders, 70 automatic 6 to 11. Already more than halfway through this first lap of racing.
Reminder to all of our youth riders, those awards for your shots be found at JC Racing today. Tomorrow, you'll get your award at the podium before getting your prize at JC Racing. And Rodney, as I think about these youth riders, I know a lot of these guys are ready to do some pit quad racing later this evening. Little riders and big riders alike excited to go pit quad racing later today.
Well, I'll tell you, a little bit confusing there for just a moment. I saw 255s nose to tail running back and forth there into first and second place positions. I see now Weston Nixon, the number 55 out front, the 055 of Owen Masters in the number 2 spot to open things up in this 70 auto 6 to 11. The 111 of Hudson Nielsen back in third spot. Tucker Burke, the number 7, is fourth. Axon Moracle rounds out your top 5 aboard the 404. In 6, Dean Schroeder. 7, Deegan Korn. Adeline Moracle runs in 8th. Kaylee Murphy is your 9th place position. And Bradley Schaff rounds out the top 10 in the 70 auto 6 to 11-year-old class. And again, I don't know that this race is over yet. Looking at some of these positions, we are seeing some rather large gaps. Adeline Moracle and Deegan Korn, though, might be the tightest race on the track except for Bradley Schaff and Kaylee Murphy. So those 4 riders all kind of right there together. Everyone else starting to separate out throughout the field, it looks like, or at least was after that first lap.
Yeah, Rodney, we got all kinds of good racing going on the racetrack right now. Battle at the front of this thing. Weston Nixon continues to lead him around. Owen Masters and Hudson Nielsen running second and third. But this trio of riders, class of the field right now in this 70 auto 6 to 11 class. But it is Nixon out front. Tough rider to beat every time he's on the racetrack. Westland Motorsports rider. Kevin Saar, his teammate, awesome ride earlier today. But it is Owen Masters giving little Weston Nixon all he can handle. These guys are pushing the pace late in the day. Nothing like sitting around all day to do a little racing in the evening here at Briarcliff. Like I keep saying, shadows are long. There's some shadows in some sections, but there was no shadows earlier today. Track is getting a little rougher. Train tracks in some of these split lane sections, but you would never know it was rough by watching these riders race around this racetrack right now. Especially this top 3 setting the pace, but it is Nixon still out front, followed by Masters and Nilsson. So give a full rundown of the top 10. It's Nixon, Masters, Nilsson, Burke, Moracle, Schroeder, Moracle, Korn, Schaff, and Murphy. Your top 10, followed by Holloway, Kirby, Sowers, Wilford, Hutchins, and Murphy. 16 entries in this race. Number 33, our 70 auto 6-11 class. But back out front we go. And I think we might have lost our third place rider, Hudson Nilsson. Has rolled to a stop over here before the Bigfoot section. And it's the 111 on the side of the racetrack. So we have lost our third place rider. He gave his machine a look. He's trying to put his tether back in. There's some fight in this little guy. He's got no quit in him. He's going to kick that thing and take back off. I don't know if the chain maybe fell off. He had to get off and do something to that machine, so credit to him. No quit. Was running third, not running third anymore. Hudson Nilsson showing some resolve and some fight late in the day here at Briarcliff, back up and rolling. Let's see where he's going to come through. I think about 6th. So he had great ride. Great ride going in the third spot. He's going to fall back to 6th. But out front, back out front, we are looking for Weston Nixon, who continues to lead. A big jump up over the step up, leading into the second half of this racetrack. White flag out. 3 laps already logged. We're heading into our final lap of racing for Weston Nixon. So Weston Nixon, just a couple corners to go. He and Masters out in front of this one after we lost Nilsson. Weston Nixon, just 1 corner to go. Up over Bigfoot. Little guy will soon have the checkered flag in sight as Weston Nixon taking the win in this 70 auto 6-11 class. Masters keeping him honest throughout. And we'll look back a little farther to see who's going to come through. Believe that's still going to be Tucker Burke in the 3 spot. Axon Moracle in 4th. Dean Schroeder 5th. And I think we're going to see Hudson Nilsson have to settle for 6th. Credit to him. Weston. Hudson Nilsson making it a little interesting at the finish, getting on 2 wheels. He's going to bring it home, and credit to him. Good ride for him in 6th.
Well, with that 70 automatic 6-11 wrapping up, race 33, that brings to the gate race 34. The Youth All-Stars, these 14 to 17-year-old riders, and I don't know, one of my favorite classes it has been for many, many years. I hope that be still the case, as we've got some key players in this one, including the number 12, Owensboro, Kentucky, on the Yamaha, backed by E-Racing, Styles West. The 24 out of Ellsbury, Missouri, on a JC Racing Powell Racing Suzuki, Jaden Powell. The 31, Brock Alexander, out of Crown Point, Indiana, on a Broke-Ass Racing KTM, aren't we all? 72, Drew Wolford, Out of Newark, Ohio, on a Hetrick Racing Honda 97, Seth Fitzgerald. Out of Victoria Harbor, Ontario, Canada, on the 97 Two Rivers Drive, Two Drivers Distillery. That's Seth Fitzgerald. The 141, Michigan City, Indiana, is Andrew Klutwick on a Hetrick Racing Fly Racing back ride. 14-17, 6 riders ready to tackle turn 1.
All right, Rodney revs up, gates down. I believe that's going to be the number 31 of Brock Alexander leading them around, ripping the whole shot in this Youth All-Star 14-17 class. It's going to be Alexander. Walford, I believe, in the 2 spot. Going to be Powell in the 3rd, Kludwick 4th. And I don't see Styles West out there. Seth Fitzgerald running in the 5 spot. But there's no doubt it's Brock Alexander out front, Drew Wolford in 2nd. Now it's Andrew Kludwick in 3rd, and Jaden Powell running in 4th. And I'm going to say that's Seth Fitzgerald on the number 97 in 5th. Battle at the front. We got a new leader. That's going to be Drew Wolford now out front in this one. So it is Wolford. It's the 72 of Wolford out front. Brock Alexander in 3rd. Andrew Kludwick in 3rd. That's what it is. It's Wolford out front. Alexander 2nd. Kludwick 3rd. And it's Jaden Powell in the 4th spot. So more movement going on because Wolford continues to lead, but now it is Kludwick up to the 2 spot, Powell in 3rd, and Alexander, who was once out front. Alexander was out front just not much more than a lap ago. He now finds himself in the 4th spot. Kludwick making up time ever so slightly on Wolford. Wolford out front right now, but Kludwick is as close as he's been right now, running in the 2 spot. It's been impressive to see how these riders have gotten faster and faster in recent seasons, but also throughout this season. Some of our 250 riders graduating to some bigger classes. And these guys are left to duke it out at the season finale. It continues to be Wolford in the lead. Kludwick 2nd, Powell 3rd. Brock Alexander in 4th. It's Gerald running in 5th. As this is the Youth All-Star class, a reminder, those awards, whole shot awards, Brock Alexander would be Your whole shot award winner for this one. Those awards or prizes going to be picked up today at the JC Racing Rig. So JC Racing, your place to go if you ripped a whole shot today in any of the youth classes.
Black Dodge truck right there by the ambulance needs to be moved.
All right, guys, I have a black Dodge pickup truck parked down by the ambulance that needs to be moved, likely for medical personnel. So I have a black Dodge pickup truck that needs to be moved down by the ambulance.
He's right here. He's coming. Driver's on his way. Look at those.
I believe being Youth All-Star, this is a 5-lapper. So we are going to have 3 laps in the books, but we're going to go for Drew Wofford, who continues to lead. Andrew Kludwick still runs in second. A little bit of a gap. Now back to Jaden Powell, third. Brock Alexander still running in fourth, but keeping Powell honest. Seth Fitzgerald rounding out the top 5. Solid ride for him as well. This race number 34, our Youth All-Star. Couple more motos after this one. But we got a battle going on at the front of this pack. Drew Wolford leads, but it is only a couple bike lengths back to Andrew Kludwick, and they're nearly side by side right now on the back side of the racetrack. The rhythm section coming up, and they are tight. Nearly side by side they are. See if Kludwick can make a run down the back side here. I don't think so. So Wolford going to lead him around one more time. White flag coming out next time by. We got 2 duos, 2 battles going on. Andrew Kludwick right there all over Drew Wolford. Jaden Powell running third. Brock Alexander pressuring him and making the pass. Wolford has weathered the storm once again. White flag going to come out. White flag going to come out for Drew Wolford. Andrew Kludwick still second, and Jaden Powell gets back by Brock Alexander for third. We got 2 great battles going on. One battle for first and second. The other for third and fourth. Andrew Kludwick tries a different line. That line hasn't proven to be the quickest on the day, but when you're in second and it's the last lap of racing, you got to be desperate. In this split line section, these front 2 leaders choose the same line. But Andrew Kludwick, this is full court press right now. He's as close as he has been. Wolford and Kludwick. Kludwick making another run at it. It's a great spot back there. Just couldn't seal the deal. You can pull up side by side back there. Wolford still leads, however. But I don't know, less than 2 bike lengths separating these 2 riders. Half a lap to go. Wolford continues to lead. 2 corners to go now. Kludwick, big run around the outside, but I think he might run out of real estate. He's going to try this outside line. That's his only move left. And I think he's going to run out of time, run out of racetrack to make a move. Great win for Drew Wolford, your winner. The Youth All-Star 4, number 1. Drew Wolford, your winner. Andrew Kludwick, second. It's going to be Jaden Powell coming through in third. Brock Alexander, fourth. And it'll be Fitzgerald rounding out the top 5. Race number 35 now already on the racetrack. And I can tell from here that's a PRP rider out in front. I think that's got to be Kyle Davis out in front of this one. I think a championship hanging in the balance for this class as well. Maybe a must-win situation for Kyle Davis. In race number 35, our veteran 30-plus C-class. Like I said, already on the racetrack, took off while we were finishing the finish of that last one. And it's Kyle Davis out in front. And I'm trying to figure out what Kawasaki rider is right now running in the 2 spot. I believe that is going to be the 129 of Cody Stein. And he's going to start to feel that he had a piece of rear fender break on that first lap. That thing is dragging, that thing is slapping him in the side of the leg right now. A broken piece of plastic on that Kawasaki ride in the 2 spot. But it's Kyle Davis out in front on the PRP ride. The 34-year-old rider out of Indiana leads them around. Cody Stein in the 2 spot. Tommy Simpson in third. Then it's Jody 7, Ethan Kiefer, Eric Johnson, Cody Starkey, William Fenneman, rounding out our top 8. Up over Bigfoot goes Kyle Davis. 2 laps down, 2 to go in this veteran 30-plus C-class. Kyle Davis leads them around. Cody Stein still running in the 2 spot. And looking like he's still running third. A Honda, a Kawasaki, and a Yamaha. 1, 2, different weapons of choice for our podium riders in this one. Shadows getting longer here at Briarcliff. Kyle Davis not affected by him right now, continuing to lead this 30-plus C-Class. No changes at the front of this one, creeping up on just a lap to go. Race number 35 on the racetrack of 36. So one more to go after this one. White flag out. White flag is out, one to go for Kyle Davis. Executing a perfect moto right now for him on the number 23. So we got two more motos after this one, 36 and 37. Just a half a lap to go for Kyle Davis. To the back side of the racetrack, and he's on his PRP ride. Kyle Davis, 1, 2, 3, 4 corners to go. With about a 5-second lead, maybe 4 or 5-second lead over our second place rider of Cody Stein. Still hanging on too, that's awesome. Maybe be able to fix that thing up for tomorrow on that Kawasaki. Ain't nobody else got extra plastic for that thing at this racetrack. It's going to be Tommy Simpson going to hang on to third. But out front, it is Kyle Davis taking the win in this first moto of the in the veteran 30-plus C-Class. So as we look to race number 36, veteran 30-plus A, and there'll be a stagger start for veteran 30-plus B. Nothing like waiting around all day till 7-something in the evening for one of the most pivotal races on the weekend. It's a winner-take-all scenario for Trevor Borger. Michael Perkins going to do everything he can to stop him. This is one of the ones we had circled on the race order coming into the weekend. We'll see who's going to take the first shot with this hole shot right here. Revs up. Gate down, and it's Michael Perkins with the hole shot. He left no doubt about that one coming out of the gate. Trevor Borger, his championship counterpart, sitting in second. So you got your two title combatants running 1 and 2. Borger doesn't necessarily have to win the first moto, but he's got to win the overall. So we're going to see what these guys got in store. Just 4 laps. Just 4 laps for these guys.
Well, Cody, as the Bet A works things out up front, the Bet B gate getting ready to drop on this one. 10 riders heading into that first turn, including Stephen Cole from Cambridge, Ohio. 54 Boston Hudson from Benton Harbor, Michigan. The 74 Santiago Fabre from Argentina. The 76 Pat McClaskey from Butler, PA. 79 Zachary Wyatt out of North Augusta, South Carolina. Nick Hazlow, the number 111 out of Polk, Ohio. 238 Chris Diskin out of Lafayette, Indiana. 427 Cameron Wilforth out of Blairsville, Pennsylvania. The 891 Dalton Williams out of Conneaut, Ohio. And 929 Justin Fisher out of New Florence, PA. And real quick in that A class, the 15 is Brandon Gibson out of Lithopolis, Ohio. The 28 Trevor Borger out of Lehighton, Pennsylvania. 38 Keaton Stark from Charlotte, Iowa. 38 / Justin Canterbury from Wendell, North Carolina. 44 Josh Deemer from Spring Church, PA. 94 Michael Perkins from Alliance, Ohio. 218 Mike Graff from Tarentum, Pennsylvania. The 419 Chase Cunningham from Moorhead, Kentucky. And the 610 Jason Klutwick from Michigan City, Indiana. Leaders in that bad A class nearing the completion of lap number 1 and do complete lap number 1. It is Michael Perkins, the number 94 mounted rider, with Trevor Borger back in the number 2 spot, only 1.2 seconds off the pace. The 419 Chase Cunningham, the bad A 30 plus third place ride, about 4 seconds back, with Josh Deemer in 4th aboard the 44. 218 Mike Graff is running 5th. Justin Canterbury, the 38 / in 6th, and 7th Keaton Sturk 8th. The 18 of Brandon Gibson and Jason Klutwick, the number 610, rounds out the 9 in the Bet A 30 plus class.
All right, Rodney, we're on the racetrack looking out front of that veteran 30 plus A class. Pivotal race here in the finale. And it is Michael Perkins continuing to lead Trevor Borger, probably less than a second behind him. And I talked to Trevor yesterday, and he said the math is easy for me. I need to win. So he's running second right now. Like we talk about, second's as good as a first today. When we look at the overall, Trevor would sure like to maybe put himself out in front of this one, but right now it's all Michael Perkins. Michael Perkins, the few quad length lead over Trevor Borger, this 30 plus A class. I would say the gap is about the same as it was a lap ago. 1.2 last time by. $1.4 this time by. The shadow's getting longer. We're on lap number 3 of this veteran 30 plus A class. A look at the B class. Cameron Wilforth in front of veteran 30 plus B. I believe it's Chris Diskins running in the 2 spot still. He was the last time they came by. But as we find our leaders in the A class, back of the racetrack, they are. And that lap, that gap hasn't changed much. That gap hasn't changed much, still just over a second, I would say. Michael Perkins leading Borger in second. Nobody's going to lock it up today. Nobody's going to clinch anything today. But this one's going to go right down to the wire tomorrow. In this veteran 30 plus A class, white flag coming out next time by, and they're as close as they've been. They're as close as they've been as Borger put the pressure on. Full court press for Trevor Borger. White flag out. I would say that gap is under a second now. It is. It's 0.8, 8/10 separating our top two riders. Borger's doing everything he can right now. He's going to try to get up to the rear grab bar and see if he can't make something happen. Again, title hanging in the balance this weekend in this veteran 30-plus class. They're tight, just a couple quad lengths separate them. Borger trying to make a run with about a half a lap to go. To the back of the racetrack they go, two different lines. Borger, he's close. He's as close as they have been. Borger doing all he can to pressure your leader, but it's still Michael Perkins out in front. Perkins leading with just a few corners to go. And Trevor Borger's right there, 2 corners to go now. They are closer than they've been throughout the entirety of this race. Borger up the inside. No, we got a little bit of contact. And Michael Perkins is going to hang on to the lead. Into the final corner they go. Trevor Borger found his spot, but he couldn't make it stick. Michael Perkins is going to win the first moto, and this is a to-be-continued race tomorrow at this time.
Wow. What a barn burner that one was, Cody. This is the way we like to see it going into that final moto when you got a championship on the line like that. These guys right here, whoever wins this championship, it's going to be well-deserved. Maybe for both, but only one will walk away with the title. Race 36 wrapping up, and we've got Perkins, Borger, Josh Deemer in third, Chase Cunningham in fourth, Justin Canterbury in fifth, sixth, Keaton Sturk, Klutwick in seventh, Brandon Gibson eighth, Michael Graff in ninth. Your Vet V 30-plus class still working on the final wave for this one as Justin Fisher was holding on to the lead at the end of lap number 3. And the 929 still trying to hold point as they wind their way around on these closing laps. The final race taking off the starting line, the 90 shifter class, the 8-13. Ethan Cornell on the number 1 from Johnstown, New York. The number 4, Colin Michael from Butler, PA. The 11 of Dominic Wise from Norwalk, Ohio. Number 12, Jackson Roberts from Falkville, Alabama. 17X, Sebastian Majares out of Hobbs, New Mexico. By the way, Justin Fisher takes the win in the B class. Cameron Wilforth, who led that one for a while, in second. Chris Diskin in third. Dalton Williams in fourth. Nick Hazlow in fifth. It looks like Austin Hutch and San Diego Fabre in 6 and 7. Zach Wyatt in 8th. Patrick McClaskey in 9th. And Steve Cole in 10th. Now back to the 90 shifter class, including the 17X of Sebastian Majares from Hobbs, New Mexico. From Barnesville, Ohio, $20 Cash Jackson himself, the number 20 of Cash Jackson. Number 23 from Rocky Mount, Virginia, Reed Thomas. And number 24 from Columbia Station, Ohio, Aiden Case. 24/ Blake Tatum out of Hartford, Kentucky. The 43, Levi Jenkins from Bonacqua, Tennessee. Coy Jackson, the number 55, the double nickels out of Barnesville. Liam Clark, the number 66 from Pittman, Pennsylvania. The 137, Wyatt Waller from McLeansboro, Illinois. 518, Sammy Baxter from Commerce, Georgia. And the 620 of Trevor Hughes from Scott Township, Pennsylvania. Your field of 15 in the 90 shifter 8-13 class.
All right, Rodney, last race of the day on the track now. Going to be Trevor Hughes on the 620, leading him around. Had a good day so far, trying to polish it off with a win. See who we got in second and third. I think that's going to be Colin Michael trying to make the pass for second. And I think he's made it stick. So that's Trevor Hughes, your leader. It's going to be Colin Michael on the number 4 in second. Waiting on the number 3 rider was Hayden Korn, running a strong number 3 ride right now, 3 on the 373. Cornell, Ethan Cornell running 5th last time by, but I would bet that is not going to last. Trevor Hughes leading them around. Trevor Hughes, Colin Michael in second. Hayden Korn continues to run in the 3rd spot. And Ethan Cornell trying to make that pass stick for 4th. To the back of the racetrack they go. And Ethan Korn has made a couple passes stick now. As Ethan on the number 1 is now up to 3rd. So this is going to be a This is going to be a fun one to watch play out before the end of this one. Trevor Hughes out in front. Colin Michaels second. And Ethan Cornell is coming like a freight train in 3rd. We're creeping up on the middle part of this race. Soon to be 2 laps down. As Trevor Hughes leads him around at the end of lap 2. It's Hughes, it's Michael, and it's Cornell. 1, 2, and 3. In 4th, Tatum in 5th, and Cash Jackson in the 6th spot. Cash Jackson running in 6th. I think that might be Coy Jackson running in 7th. Battle still raging on. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd have solidified. Korn still 4th. Tatum 5th and Jackson 6th. And that pair, that 3-pack of 4th, 5th, and 6th. Korn Jackson battling hard for position right now, and it might be Jackson making the pass for the 5th spot. He has. That he has. Out front, Ethan Cornell continues to make up time. So it's Hughes, it's Michael, and now Michael, he's got a guest coming with him. Ethan Cornell now still 3rd, but now starting to put the pressure on your 2nd place rider of Colin Michael. White flag is out for Trevor Hughes, Colin Michael, and Ethan Cornell. As quickly as we could say their names, they've come through our finish line for one final lap of racing on the day here at Briarcliff. And I think we have Colin Michael with a little bit of an issue on the backside of the racetrack. He's now in third and doesn't look like he's up to speed. So that's going to move Ethan Cornell up to second. And he's not that far behind your leader, but Trevor Hughes has set the pace in this one. Just not sure what happened to Colin Michael, who's still out there, still racing, still rolling, but has certainly lost a good amount of time from our leaders. I wonder if we got like a blown shock or something of the sort that now has him maybe not a, well, I was going to say maybe it was some kind of engine something, but that being said, he seems to be up to speed now. Trevor Hughes and Ethan Cornell nip and tuck. Just a couple corners to go here to finish off our day of racing. They're going to keep this one going right down to the wire as Trevor Hughes continues to lead. But Ethan Cornell right there. But he's going to run out of time, run out of real estate, and it's Trevor Hughes taking the win. This moto number 1 of the 90 shifter 8-13 class. Trevor Hughes with the win. Ethan Cornell a tight second. Jackson going to get up to third. Cash Jackson going to get up to third at the finish. Going to be Colin Michael finishing fourth. And I believe Hayden Korn is going to hold on for the 5th place spot. So our top 10 rundown: Hughes, Cornell, Jackson, Michael, Korn, Tatum, Coy Jackson, Wyatt Waller, Liam Clock, Jackson Roberts, rounding out the top 10. And it's Baxter, Maharis, Case, Wise, Jenkins, and Thompson rounding out the field in our final race of the day. Rodney, you ready to be done yet?
I thought I was, but I'll tell you, as the temperature goes down, it all changes. I think, all right, now I can watch a little bit more now that the sun's not so intense. But, wow, speaking of intense, what an intense day of motos today. I mean, from AMA Pro ATV Racing, WMX Pro Sport Racing, and then, man, the battles that these riders are sharing right now, and many of them, as you mentioned, maybe already have a championship wrapped up. There's some that's still on the line. If not the championship itself, it's that explanation point at the end of the season, or maybe a second or third that they're battling to try to keep.
Yeah, I mean, I know that coming into the weekend, there was about half of the classes. You know, there's nearly 40 classes. About half of the classes were up for grabs for the title this weekend. So that's going to be something to watch tomorrow. But for today, I can't believe the battles that we saw. I mean, everything for the finale, everything for the Triple Crown, everything for the crown jewel of our season here at Briarcliff lived up to the hype. I mean, Rodney, the Triple Crown that we saw for the pros.
Yeah.
I mean, it was coming down to a perfect season, right? Joel Hetrick had nearly 2 perfect seasons. That didn't happen today, so that got interesting.
Yep.
Chad Weenan, Jeffrey Rastrelli, Nick Janusa calling it a career.
Wow.
Chad Weenan puts it on the top of the box for the 67th time.
That's
Absolutely
crazy.
nuts. He's been on the podium 145 times now. Insane.
Man.
He caps a career with a win. His walk-off moment, it doesn't even get any better than that. Kinsey Osborne tops the WMX class, and that was as tight as it's been all season long. It's been that. It would have been no different. I knew it was going to be no different, but she had to make a pass in the first moto. Then the second moto, she had to hold off Emma Ray. And then I think she was feeling herself on the podium, and it sounded like she was, because she's been, I'll say this, Kinsey Osborne has been feeling some pressure, you know, And that's what happens when you're the champ. That's what happens when you got the target on your back.
Absolutely. And that's the one thing that she's got to realize and recognize. You know, you are the number one. You are the target. You are the top of the sport. So everybody that wants to win that spot, they're coming through you. And they're going to try everything that they can, whether it be a word on social media, whether it be a look in the pits, whether it be just a snub someplace driving down the road, anything that they can do to get in the head. And I got to say one thing. Emma Ray came to this game. She came with a brand new deck of cards, and I got to say congratulations, because Kenzie did a great job of stepping up. She may not have recognized that pressure. She may have not seen it coming. She may have not knew that it was even out there, because things have changed so much in our world of motocross. But you and I know that's the way the game's played.
Well, this is the thing. I mean,